UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf 10. Yeah, I missed the cadence. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. Back again, back again. We're doing this. We're doing this again. We started with stop apologizing. Now we're saying stop being ashamed of yourself. Stop being ashamed. What are we talking about when being ashamed? I'm talking about being ashamed for a lot of things that you're proud of, that you want to be proud of, that you want to feel good being about. Stop being ashamed of being American, for one. We're all Americans here. We all colors the rainbow here. Black, white, Christian. If Christian is even a race, whatever. I don't care. You know, Mexican, Chinese, Japanese. Look at these. Stop being ashamed of loving this country. Loving this country should never be a thing to be ashamed of. Stop being ashamed of loving opposite sex marriage or just regular marriage, as we like to call it. Stop being ashamed of being in an interracial relationship. All right. Stop being ashamed of having a preference. You like what you like. You shouldn't be ashamed there. You love what you love. You shouldn't be ashamed of that either. We love preferences. You know what I'm saying? I say what I want. I say what I want when I say I prefer this, I prefer that. And people give me stink eye, and I say, okay, you can hate me all you want. You can hate me all you want for having a preference, but you know what you're really mad of? You're mad because I'm because you thought I was going to choose you. You had this make believe notion that I was going to choose you, but unfortunately, that didn't fit in your destiny diary, huh? Oh well. I'm not gonna be losing sleep over this. So good luck with your life, whatever's left of it. Anyways, stop being ashamed of really just being normal. You are of any other ideology, but you are normal. You draw lines, whether you're left, right, center, butt face, whatever. You draw a line.
Butt face.
I love that.
I have such juvenile sense of humor.
I know. That's why I'm a comedian. Yeah, but if you draw a line somewhere in your ilk, you should not be feeling ashamed of that. That shows that you are the true rebel, the true strong one. Whereas everybody is postulating, talking about something. Well, I'm strong, I'm powerful. No, if you're planting your feet, drawing a line on things that you don't agree with your community, or if you're willing to leave your community with your conscience intact, you are the strong one. So don't be ashamed of ever feeling like you left a good cause, what you thought was originally a good cause, that is now gone sour, molded, spoiled,
Like
whatever putrid description you want to give what the state of your community is. Which we'll definitely touch upon a few communities here. I was thinking about talking about how my profession has well, it was already downgraded anyways, but it really downgraded. Like seriously, man. People have no standards anymore. But whatever. As a matter of fact, don't be ashamed of standards anyways. You have standards. We all have standards. You should not be ashamed for having standards. This might be a short stream, guys. I don't know what I have no shame anymore.
Neither do I.
I guess we will start by pledging what we're not ashamed of anymore. Trooper, that must exclude you then, because you're not ashamed you were never ashamed anyways. Speaking of which, I know I pick on you, man. I love you though. anyways, addressing this whole boys club. Trooper FN 2525 from Occupy Balmora.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Trooper FN2525. This is going to be an interesting stream in terms of what people are ashamed or not ashamed of. So go ahead and start telling in the comments. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, make sure that bell's on, and let's get started.
deep underground. He is the man, the myth, the tuna, the schooner, the tuna, schooner, tuna.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna, and I am not ashamed that I am a fish.
Oh,
And I am not ashamed that I am a government experiment. I am not ashamed of the fact that I get cut open every day. I am not ashamed of the fact that I get 3 square meals. And I am not ashamed to admit that I can watch whatever I want.
You're damn right. We got a bunch of badasses here. Speaking of badass, we have one famous Maverick hunter that Mavericks all fear and loathe to the core. He has traveled across the Reploid cities to grace us with his presence. The man with a few words, but he does get talkative when you get him going about anything Maverick Hunter. He is the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gill Martin.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and hope you're all doing well. And yeah, let me get right to the point. I am not ashamed to be me. I am unashamed to be a gamer. I know that's become a big thing now. I am unashamed to be a geek, and I've been a lifelong geek for quite some time now. Well, wait, that's a little redundant. See, I'm also not ashamed to make stupid humor whenever I feel like it.
Damn right.
And I'm also unashamed to be an American, like all of us here.
America, America.
You're not doing it right. It's America. Fuck yeah.
Motherfucker, I'm singing the right damn anthem, man. You gotta fuck it all up. I love you though.
Yeah, that's another thing. I am not
Ray
ashamed.
Charles I think it was Ray Charles who put it best. Oh, beautiful for
Spacious skies.
First of all, you're not singing it right, motherfucker. It's a beautiful.
Sorry, I'm not Ray Charles, but dang it, I can try my best.
Liberation. Now wait a minute now, America. Sweet America. I see too. Shine that say. Now this is something we always talk about. Listen up here. Oh, you gotta sing it like that, man. You gotta represent Ray Charles, man. You gotta represent him properly. You know what I'm saying?
All right. I'll get a little mini piano and make sure the entire lights are dark, and then I'll start trying to see if I can play it.
I better go find that on YouTube one day. Mark Levin used to put it on all the time.
Wear some sunglasses while you at it. Hey, he ain't ashamed of it, is he? Is he not?
Hell no.
I'm not saying you need to be ashamed of Mark Levin, but some of these quote patriots, PAY,
Patriotic.
Yeah, more like patriots. I mean, some of these dudes, it's all about sound bites. So, at one point, and I've said it before, conservatives really only conserve outdated liberal ideas. So,
yeah.
But
and this is another thing too that we can point out. We can also say, be proud to be gay. Be proud to be, liberal. Be proud. Don't be.
I don't know about liberal in 2021. I mean, it's synonymous with the culture and power at this point. To say you're not ashamed.
No, I'm talking about.
To say you're not ashamed is more of a counterculture type of view at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I'm not afraid to take
to call, like, for example, those within the LGBTQ plus community. It's like, don't be afraid to speak out against your side. They'll ostracize you, but at least you will stay true to you.
Exactly.
Just know that there are a lot of rebels out there that are willing to embrace you, where these idiots will literally kick you to the curb and abandon you, and kick more to the curve and abandon them. Just know that the more that they excommunicate those out of their ilk, they're basically just creating a new army that's going to oppose them.
Oh yeah.
Yep, they're literally making their own enemies.
At this point, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. They have been working at this for many decades. I mean, now they can afford to have them. So, You know, this isn't anything new. It's something that's been worked on over generations.
Mm-hmm. It's like they say about the Spartans. Spartans don't die; they regroup in hell.
Yeah. Ready your breakfast and eat hearty, for tonight we dine in hell.
I was talking about Halo, but that's also cool.
Oh, wrong.
Well, and that's the problem that we have in this culture right now. That's really gotten to the point where we're asking the question that we should not ask: are we necessary? And the answer is
Hey,
unequivocally
Melissa.
yes. Hey, Melissa.
Hey, Melissa,
Good
good
thing.
to see you.
Good
Hey,
thing
do
you're
us a
here.
favor. Share this link with anybody, or well, wherever it is that you want to share it. Cause yeah, as much as I like talking to these bozos right here. We need an audience to really bounce off of.
Yep.
Well, and the answer is, when you got to ask the question, am I necessary? The answer is unequivocally yes. Yes, you are necessary. Why? Because not just because you're another body to be thrown at, something, but you stand as your own as an individual.
Be your own person.
Be your own person and put in, and it's like blue collar workers, even wealthy, even poor, you all have a voice and you are all relevant. And the internet, as much as everybody complains that it's brought us further apart, it has also provided a great opportunity. Granted, nobody uses that opportunity to really get closer together and to educate yourself.
And to get in touch with people who have a like-minded point of view.
Well,
Exactly.
social media has just accelerated the decline of.
It's because they're not going on the line anymore to look. They're not looking for information. They're looking for affirmation. They want somebody to basically say all the time that everything that you say and do is correct. But not even these bozos believe that. So what do they do?
Done that. I mean, we've done that by, with these persistent government programs, and again, free education is a government entitlement. So, the fact that education has not improved nationwide in terms of the quality of education versus other countries, that should tell you something. So, I mean, this works in their favor. This works in their favor because it keeps them locked into a system of consumerism, and that's kind of where we're at. So,
so I'm not really in favor of this program that they got for school programs, like the whole removal of student debt, right?
Oh yeah.
So where I'm coming from on that front, where I'm really coming from on that front is, so you want that removed because you want to continue to fuck up in school day in day out and not get charged for it. Okay.
Right.
Well, that's the whole point. It's called a safety net. I mean, that's what these big corporations have. So.
Yep.
And that's another thing too. You can't be afraid. That's another thing.
They want to be free of the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, and a true individual has to basically discover yourself starts with you acknowledging, yes, I'm not perfect.
Exactly.
Okay, and when they say, and yes, they want to. These businesses want to. These businesses do want to, like certain businesses, like you're perfect just the way you are, and it's a good message, good. But there is always room for improvement.
Sure.
There's always room for improvement.
There's a limit to that saying. You can't just continue to coast on with that saying all the time. Like at some point you gotta stop and say, okay, look, check this out. You are I remember what I said before. Okay, forget about that. You need to improve. Start improving right now. Let's start with this, and that. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat. And truth be told, I haven't been sugarcoating in the previous time I kept telling you that. But at some point, you got to improve this to get to whereas I'm trying to tell you that you're trying to arrive at. Now, if you're not going to listen, fuck around and find out.
Oh yes.
Another thing to not be ashamed of is to say there's something wrong. You know, if everybody is telling you something bad is right, you gotta not be afraid to say, I have a doubt. And yes, they're going to try to bully you, but you know what? And they're going to try to bully you or maybe pick on you or peer pressure you, and sometimes they'll even try to manipulate you. But don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed of thinking that maybe something's not kosher here.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on that too.
Yep, go ahead.
Like, don't be afraid if you make a mistake. Don't be afraid because you can always bounce back and redeem yourself. That's the big takeaway that I believe Schooner is going for here.
Yes, that is precisely. I have never. I'm going to say this. This generation, I have never seen a generation so scared to make a mistake.
It's a scary thing to make a mistake, but at some point you realize, okay, I messed up. Now is the time you got to dust yourself off and try again. It goes back to the old saying, and I know it's a cliche to say this, but when you fall off the horse, you got to get back on.
But what if you break your leg on the horse? Man, fuck all that. Get back on the damn horse. You can ride a horse on a fucking ass.
Well, eventually you would get back on it after you heal your leg. So, you, like I say, brush off your wounds, heal that leg, and then try again.
Yeah. That's semantics. Okay, so what if you break your leg? Oh,
I'm sorry.
Fine.
I swear so much in this stream.
Well, you should see me at parties when I get mad.
Well, again, I mean, they're looking for validation within the establishment and within social media. The more we secularize society, I mean, the more we take church out of society, this is what you get. So, I mean, this is not anything new. This is good.
Fun fact: the reason why I think they wanted to get church out of everything. Now, this is a theory, so don't quote me on this. But the Bible was the first book that ever said, you may be a king, but you're not all powerful.
Well, yeah.
So why do you think they're trying to get it out of all of these establishments? Because they want to take religion out and put something else.
Well, yeah, and you've seen it.
Believe in God, believe in. How long before we start singing, praising Our Father, who art in Washington?
Well,
Our Father, who is George Floyd.
That's already happening at this point because, I mean, we're already considering this particular society a democracy, which just means you're handing over your power over to the state, which now you're seeing what the underpinnings of doing that can do, because now we're getting far too much federal overreach. It's not going away. As far as the results of the last few events still won't change the outcome that we're going towards, because we already know that they're wanting to go in this post-industrial revolution type path.
Well, and if they say that you are destined to fail, I say then and you can't be afraid that maybe it is a losing battle, but you know what? Doesn't matter how long I'll last. They'll get the fight of their life.
Yes. Lesson learned, even if in defeat.
Yeah.
You think I got any better with my art if I just not learn from my mistakes? You think I would have gotten to where I was now currently if I didn't keep trying, or at least if I stopped trying?
I think Aaliyah put. If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again.
Oh man,
yep.
That's all make me tear up.
Oh, I know. It's a great song, and I even love the music video where Jet Li's in it because she wrote it for a Jet Li movie.
That makes sense.
Really funny. I actually commented on a cleaned up version of that video. They used like a kind of like a 4K converter, and I put a comment. How did we get from Aaliyah to Cardi B? Which it's actually a very easy question, which I'm not going to go into as far.
Well, easy question is.
But then I ended up having someone. Then I ended up having someone responding. How is it that we go ahead and we tear people down to lift someone up? And I want to say, that's kind of what tends to happen regardless in terms of.
That's nothing new. Don't ever believe. Do you really think that this was the first generation that came around and said something was wrong?
Yeah.
But here's my thing. Like the more we've removed religion out of society, the more they've been able to inject a lot of their heretical beliefs into modern society. I mean, you literally have people accepting the type of stuff that religion pretty much tells you to outright reject. Which let's call it, okay, so let's call it
Mhm.
more or less clean living, if you will. In terms of
Mm,
like health,
Yep.
if you will, if we're talking about fitness and stuff like that.
Mhm.
There's a difference between eating clean and eating all this fast food garbage. One is actually going to make you put on weight. The other one is going to help you maintain, and is also going to not only help you maintain, it may even help you gain muscle if you do it correctly. It's the same thing. So, the
exactly.
Exactly.
Yep.
And
so so
and that's the thing too about this whole body positivity movement. That's why it's so dangerous, because they're saying you're overweight, you're perfectly fine the way you are. No, you're not. There's a lot of health problems coming your way.
yeah.
Yep. You'll probably die early too.
Yeah.
Now I know I tiled this
Die! You can't die. You still have so much to offer.
at the
Wait,
at the
what?
risk at the risk of us sounding contradictory and hypocritical. We do have to bring up what to be ashamed about. Or at least
Exactly.
what is what is really allowed to be shameful of,
Mhm.
which is the opposite. Basically, what other people are really trying to force other people to not shame them for.
Mhm.
You got so many a group that wants to be not ashamed of loving children far too much.
Right.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Yeah.
You got you got people who should not be ashamed of being either the perpetrator. Hang on, trooper. I know you want to say something. I know you want to say something. You excited? I know. I
No,
know.
not really.
Mhm.
Is you ever excited?
No, no, not
At least you're honest.
really.
That's why I love you. You're honest. Anyways, so yeah, you got other people who are not ashamed of perpetuating or being the instigator of a toxic relationship,
Mhm.
who enjoys, or people who don't want to be ashamed of being the one that's the cause of the drama, or at least the
Mhm.
one that
Mhm.
loves drama far too much, that is so dangerously that dangerously gets close to either harming other people,
Mhm.
or harming themselves, or leading to social situations where people end up losing their lives too. You know, they don't want to be ashamed of that,
Mhm.
Hmm.
Mhm.
or or they don't want to be ashamed for having such thoughts that are quote unquote not normal as a society, like
Mhm.
okaying okaying incestuous relationships,
Mhm.
Mhm.
or okaying incestuous relationships even though they're not blood related.
I got
There's
one
still
too. I got one too. Don't be afraid to speak up if you're in an abusive relationship.
that too.
Exactly.
Don't like physical, like if somebody's physically beating you, don't be afraid to stand up
Mhm.
and say that
Mm.
I don't have to take this anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's really that's why I tell it, don't be ashamed. This is going out to those who really have good convictions, good good standards and priorities, and a good head on life. That they're only like this because they're good. You know what I'm saying? They're deep down they're good. Deep
Mhm.
in their heart they're good.
Right.
They want to be fair, right?
Right.
Mhm.
They also want to give the other side leeway to some extent. They're what as you know, they want to give it to where they want to be to where they don't want to be seen as overstepping their boundaries
Mhm.
at that point.
Right.
Like I don't live your life, so who am I to comment, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and don't
Who
be
am I?
afraid to tell the don't be afraid to tell the person, hey, I've decided I'm going to go and lose weight. Okay, but you're not going to do that while it's very hard to believe you when you're eating the cheeseburger right now.
Yep.
You know,
Not don't be afraid when to make someone uphold the convictions that they themselves said that they want to create.
Hold them to their own standards.
Mhm.
mm, that's why
Yeah.
that's why I always end my sentences on. You can also judge me on that same list too, and make sure I'm on the
Mhm.
even kill there. So it's not. I'm not trying to provide a safety net for myself. I'm saying I'm leaving myself open to where I can be judged, and you can you can judge me as you see me, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
You can judge me based on my actions. You can judge me to remind me of where I'm falling short at or losing sight of in that regard as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
That I want people to judge me in that way, so that I know that I where I'm fucking up at. I should be able to have people around me to tell me, hey, Wolf, look, that last thing you said, you really went too far. Hey, do you really mean what you say when you said that? Or, like that don't sound like you. That don't sound like you. What changed?
Mm.
You know, as long as I'm providing you a straight answer to what is where my headspace is at, you know that like okay, if it's something that you agree with, you say okay, right?
Right.
Mhm.
I'll go along with it. But if it's really going the opposite direction, I'm gonna step in, and I'll tell you, I will want you to step in. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Not no. Trust me on this. I know myself well enough more than you. Like no, I know that you'll make the right decision by by doing right by me. Right? You'll do. I trust you enough to know that you'll do right by me to step in to stop me if I do go too far.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes,
Well,
I'll
that.
get mad at you.
Mhm.
I won't. I won't. I don't know. I don't know. I probably won't be in the right state of mind if I get angry at somebody. But over time, I will know that somebody did something for the sake of their friendship with me.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Trooper, you want to say something? Schooner, I know you want to say something, but I want to give Trooper a chance
Yeah,
to,
yeah, yeah.
to share his thoughts.
Well, my whole thing is we can't, we can't espouse such a message like "don't be afraid to be you," because when it really comes down to brass tacks, it's you do need some level of pain and you do need some level of shame, because and this is what happens when a society, especially like us, who for some for some reason other than
I get
well,
what you're saying.
when the government is pumping this message of cultural, multiculturalism is a good thing, you know,
Hmm.
y-
Mhm.
You need to
at
have
the
an
very
object. You
end
need
of
to
the day,
have.
we are not all the same,
You need.
Hmm.
I
Right.
Yeah.
mean, and it goes and it goes along with quote unquote defending the benevolent pedophile. I mean, if we're going to be that egalitarian, that now we have to go ahead and quote unquote defend heretical beliefs, then what it does is it pushes a society more towards having no values at all, which literally just creates an
Hmm.
environment for nihilism, which is literally where we are right now.
What
I
you're saying is
Right.
we need to have an objective set of standards that are acceptable.
you do,
We need
you
to have an objective set of standards, and I do agree with
absolutely
that.
do.
But we have
Well,
gotten. But what
that's like the pervasive acceptance of a lot of these liberal
Mhm.
ideas, which indeed are liberal, and they've actually managed to go ahead and
Mhm.
to literally seed these like horrific ideas into society where it's now considered normal. Oh well, as long as it doesn't come near my house. But that's not the point.
Which,
The point is
yeah,
it's already widely being practiced, and this is why we're at the slope that we are right now, because we're so willing to let everything slide.
and that's
So
Hmm.
because and
Mhm.
that's because the beginning of reason and logic, which is supposed to be in every single human being, most
yeah.
cases not at all, um, is that you need to have both an objective and subjective. Uh, uh, you need to be both objective and subjective. The problem is now is that we're getting into this very dangerous belief system that every single thing in this world is subjective. No,
Well,
it's not. You need to, and that's the irrationality, and that's probably why you can't talk to a lot of people. Like, for example, they say man equals bad. No, okay? Man does not
So it
always
does not.
equal evil. Okay, you need to have some objective beliefs here. Okay, here's an objective belief: is a man alive? Yes, that is an objective belief. Is
mhm.
a man does a man have two eyes? Does a man bleed? Does a man, you know what I'm saying? Does a man not feel bad when he's made to feel horrible? So these are objective beliefs that are kind of being pushed out of people. Like saying, don't, that everything, that's what's being pushed out. And saying that your subjective belief of a man as evil is more valid than the objective belief that man can be good.
Well, again, I mean, that's why you have all this nihilism in pop culture now, because that's mainstream. I mean, you can't offend anyone because it sends the wrong message that, quote unquote, we're not all equal, and we're not.
I almost committed suicide because nobody agreed with my belief system.
And I would have said, great, that's all you. By all means, do what you got to do. It's like, again, I am not your mama.
It ain't my job to satisfy you, as Wolf would say.
Right? I am not here. It's a whole thing. I am not here to jump through hoops for you. So,
and that is why.
The matter is, I ain't your mama. You made this for your mama. I'm not your mama. You're supposed to be making this for a demographic that you know will like your stuff.
Yeah,
they
cannot be your mama.
Because here's the thing: why can we not objectively? And I'm going to say this: why can we not objectively say that a person who finds children attractive acceptable? Because we know it doesn't stop there.
It doesn't stop there. I mean,
now they want to love pets too much.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop there, because a person who finds a child attractive, it's the beginning of a deviant behavior. This person will do something bad. That's not a question of if. That's not a question of if. That is a question of when. But now they are. Hang on, Trooper. I'm almost there.
Yeah.
But now they are
on the same page.
Now they are teaching that this is clearly some kind of disease that can be treated.
It's literally where they're going. That's where I was.
And they're saying that is an evil act, and they say, "Well, that's subjective." And I'm like, "You bastard!"
Yeah. Once you take the
subjective.
guardrails off, there's nothing to hold anyone back.
No OSHA compliance.
Yep.
And that's what I was going to get at.
It's subjective, and I immediately say, and I do. I'm not afraid to call him out. I will say, "You bastard."
Same here. I call him much worse than a bastard, though.
They've pretty much
that's this. I mean, we get to a point where there's so much nihilism that you end up having quote unquote despair over the loss of objective and absolute values. But then again, this is all part of the postmodern condition, and it's all part of going even further to commit more alienation and more dehumanization of the individual versus the overall body, if you will, or quote unquote communism. But I mean,
postmodernism is communism.
It is. It honestly is. It honestly is. I mean,
it always was. It tells you to look at everything with a critical lens and then with a cynical disposition.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we're in this like Nietzschean like precipice where within X time frame, guess what? It's gonna be Gulag archipelago. Like I don't and I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I literally watch everyone who's still in this echo chamber who refuses to kind of like look up from YouTube to see what literally is going on around them. And I'm thinking to myself, it must be really nice to be able to bury yourself in pop culture and rant about what you don't like about it versus being able to look up and see, oh my God, they're using it as a tool to literally keep me distracted.
Dude, speaking of unplugging from YouTube, every time I go on my walks, I pass by this hairdressing spot where it says LGBT friendly. I'm like, oh my!
That's ridiculous.
You motherfucker!
That shouldn't even.
That
be
is just virtue signaling right there.
That shouldn't even be a sign. You should be friendly towards everyone except deviants, and we all know. We all know what those are. Those are the people that don't follow the rules.
And that's a problem because they're going to say define.
Deviants deserve no respect.
they're going to say define what a deviant is, and then you define those deviancies, and they'll say, well, some of these are
Well, we
subjective,
could
and
do
that's
that on Odyssey, where we would
like,
have a
yeah,
little bit more. We would have a little bit more leeway as to the terminology that we could use. But basically, saying,
Hey,
or
Sam
at
Ellie.
least within the confines of YouTube, we could say those people that are
Oh shit!
not
I look a
overtly breaking the law.
push pause, push pause. I look away from for one freaking what? How many minutes we've been going on?
No, we've
35.
only been going on for a half hour.
Step away from. I look away for half an hour, and already the comments is blown up. Good job,
Oh yeah.
guys. Good job. So we have Neil Star with us. We have Gamer here giving us a nice send off. Wolf Squadron. Still waiting on Leia. I think I shared the link to her.
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
checking my message real quick. Of course, Neil Star has
As usual,
his
interruption.
yeah, but Trooper, you take away the singing. The brilliant star that shines through the night, the steel trap that ensnares evil. Rise, a man stands before you.
Razaman, Razaman
riser, man.
does whatever a Raz
Whenever
can.
riser comes,
So,
getting his way, you'll watch out. Here comes the riser man.
so
Pension the riser, rise, a man.
and
But
then
that's the
Kimberly,
thing. We
hello
can't.
there.
But that's the thing. Like what we're saying, we can't. That's why I'm saying now,
Or
because I used to be like that. I was
SW1.
all
Hello there. So,
I was all plugged into social media at a
oh
time,
yeah, dude,
and I realized I had to
absolutely.
I have to unplug and get away. I
You
mean,
do. You honestly do, because it's like
Yeah.
so and so said this, and then they saw this and that, and then your girlfriend's like, "What the hell did you say?" And you're like, "What are you talking about?" So it's like,
and then
Dude, I'm
somebody
like, when
breaks
I was
up
in
with you
Target
because
again, when I was in Target, sorry, Schooner. When I was in Target, I saw the
"You were
books,
in
man.
Target? How dare you?
I was
Place
in
is
Target window
place is full of
shopping, man.
cons. Place is full of
I
cons,
was in there to window shop. I wasn't there to get shit, really.
in
But I
their
was,
all inclusive utopia with like
yeah, I was looking.
differently abled models on a lot of that
Yeah,
signage. I'm like, wow.
bruh,
You guys are really hitting
I
that
saw
Kool-Aid hard.
thick freaking mannequins here and there. I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
okay,
dude,
that's nice.
they got pregged out ones. They got
Yep,
ones that are
yep. I was
like,
like, look, I was sitting there. I was like, okay, that's nice. They're showing, you know, they're
I'm like, you
expanding
are
to a new
pushing.
market.
I see that
Baby,
kind of stuff, and
baby
it's like,
mamas. Look,
and I'm,
this is the joke I was making. This is the
huh?
joke I'm making. I was like, they were extending to a different market, baby mamas, and mostly land whales, or at least
Well, yeah, they're
aspiring land
monetizing
wand
on land whales now. Not to
And
pick on
this,
land whales,
I'm
but it's
sitting here
like,
wait. I'm sitting here waiting. Where's the transgender one pretty soon? Because I know
oh,
there gonna be
give it a
some
minute.
transgender ones.
Give it a
Yep.
minute. Give it a minute. Like that female mannequin will have a panty bump. Give it a minute. So,
Hmm.
that's
Oh yeah.
that's the thing too. Don't be afraid to stand up and say that is wrong.
well, yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yep.
that's the whole point of the Emperor's New Clothes.
Well, that's
But
the
we don't
thing.
even
Like
Yeah.
speak to
they,
that.
they, they
Like,
believe that the
that's
mannequins being the same skinny model that they've been using for over a year has been
yeah,
has they feel like they discourage other able people from buying the clothes off the mannequins. I mean, bitch,
yeah,
have you not seen the freaking social media accounts I've seen with the OnlyFans chicks? They're buying your shit.
right.
Trust me.
Yep.
They're buying. Don't you do not have to worry about a fat woman, and I'm gonna say it, a fat woman buying lingerie from your Victoria's Secret.
Yep.
Lingerie,
Trust me.
lingerie.
Mhm.
Man, freaking.
You ain't got you
I don't
really should
even
not be
want to.
worrying about.
I'll tell you what though. Tori's secret that she kept for a very long time. Tori's secret was that she was a man.
Hmm.
That's literally
Tory's
what
Secret.
Tori's secret was all about. Like,
All I'm saying is,
crazy,
I'm
bro.
like they
Crazy.
they 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 making these mannequins specifically for body types, right?
Oh
I'm
yeah, like
like,
even the male mannequins. Not so much with the like, not so much with most male mannequins, but yeah, you're starting to see it because it's literally mostly geared towards females. It's not really geared towards men because men
it's
are
like that.
not paying attention to that kind of stuff.
It's
So
like
Right.
it's
that.
like,
It's like that one moment in Fat Girls where you know you got those fat ladies going in there with that big confidence. And they got big confidence in that scene, right? And they're talking about how they got you got this in my size, you got this in my size, and of course you got Monique promoting the Thick Madame brand, right?
Right.
Which again, I like that moment because that's somebody pulling up their bootstraps
Mm.
and being the change, not trying to force somebody to change.
Yeah, exactly. The one key step to self-improvement is self-confidence.
Exactly.
That's
Well, yeah,
another
but
movie that I
again,
like.
that goes along with discussing self-esteem and what high
Right,
self-esteem and low
Right.
self-esteem means, and I don't even know if they're even breaching that in schools at this point, because I mean, to talk about that is quote unquote putting someone else down, and it's like I'm like, unfortunately, we've gotten into this like really bad area now where we are now teaching towards the collective. We're not teaching towards the individual. So the individual is now not able to have critical thought without having ridicule, which is fine. You're going to be exposed to ridicule in terms of your opinions all the
Yeah,
time.
Neil Star. They act like these people are real. I used to. Funny enough,
Yeah.
as a kid, I used to look at these people. I was like, they look real to me.
Mm-hmm.
They look kind of real.
Yeah.
Even with them dead eyes, I was like,
Oh, come on. Every kid's nightmare was at some point these things were going to come alive and reach for him.
Oh
not me,
yeah.
not me. I was like whenever time I saw the guy mannequin next to the girl mannequin, I was like, oh, that must be his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Or at least like if there was two mannequins, like guys and girls, but both same sex, I'm like, oh, that's his best friend next to him. Like I used to imagine like I used to imagine that it really reminds me of things like Melrose Place or Beverly Hills 90210. Because of course you see this kind of clothing on the characters.
Right.
So I was every time like I would see these mannequins when my mom would go clothes shopping, at the swap meet or wherever else, right? And I see these mannequins and then they be on high too. I hear dun 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 dun. I was like, why is that reminding me of Beverly Hills 90210 right now? Oh, that's right, because these guys wear these clothes every time I see them.
Right.
Yep.
So I never thought like, oh, I wonder if that. Well, of course, I'm a guy, and I'm a guy from a generation that really didn't give a fuck what they wore half the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like I never thought, do they have this in my size, or does this make me does looking at this skinny ass mannequin make me feel ashamed about my body type?
Nope.
Nope. It shouldn't be, because what the mannequin is that it's tailored to the clothes that it's going to be wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, Bacon's here.
No, nobody.
Strike one, Brian. Don't let Monticello hear you say that. Not kidding. Sorry, Schooner. let me address Neil's comment there about the mannequin. He says, "Remember when all you needed from a mannequin was just to display an outfit?" Yeah, that's basically the point of the mannequin. The mannequin is the display case that the outfit is present to you. You know, you don't look at a sword mounted on a wall and think, oh, I can't be the wall to hold that sword. You don't look at the armor on the display thing and think, oh, I cannot be like the holder of that armor. Or you don't look at the painting and don't think you're the wall holding the painting. So why would you think the mannequin will be the body that would be wearing that clothing?
Exactly.
Especially when it's there to catch your eye.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And that's another thing too, is that that's why probably this leads me to.
Hey, Victoria.
Hey, Victoria.
Hey, Victoria.
This leads me to what I love is that they're basically that everybody who says, "Oh, I got to look like He-Man in order to be He-Man," you've taken the wrong message. It was, do you guys remember? Have any of you guys ever read Mob Psycho 100?
No.
I want to watch that anime pretty soon.
I was gonna say all you gotta do is look like Tila at this point. That's all you gotta do. You don't even gotta.
Well-
You don't even gotta look like He-Man to
I'm saying,
look
I'm
ripped.
saying I'll be watching that after I get done with My Hero Academia.
Well, I know we all watch the same content, so I know you guys saw that one
Yeah,
thing on Twitter where they took away the hair and makeup, and lo and behold, what did you get?
You
dude.
got you got to
You
do.
got you got the Uber mention, or you got the eternal Chad, if you will.
Yeah.
I was
But
like,
that's
all I got to do is look like a Chad now. Okay, I'm like, that's pretty cool. I'm like, that's less time hitting
We
weight.
brought this up, Victoria, because I was mentioning my tour, and I will say this tour through Target. I wasn't there to buy; I was there to tour, and I saw, the different body types of mannequins. There. I
Victoria,
was,
get a microphone. Get on
yeah,
this.
yeah. You need
So I can rip you for that comment.
But yeah. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, before Trooper hijacked the conversation a few
Yeah.
times. I was there, and I saw the Black History Month aisle.
Mm-mm.
Oh man.
Oh goodness.
And oh my goodness, the writing.
Are they still trying to redefine what it means to have Black History Month? Because they mean something completely different now than what it meant.
Now they pushing for Black History every month.
Oh goodness. I
That's
mean,
Remember on Sunday when I read that Kellogg's thing, they had a hashtag saying Black History every month. Fuck off with that.
Yeah.
it's become
that's
institutionalized.
cool
It
because
has become institutionalized. It's a business now.
it really is. It's just a
Yeah.
marketing thing now. It's like they don't care to even touch upon philosophy. They just show you what quote unquote what is on display is what you're meant to think of what they're talking about, not even discussing it. It's, oh, buy this, 12 days of Martin Luther King socks, if you will, which literally reduces the man to a sock, if you will. And that's like the most extreme example I can think of. But that's
Make you
what they're
forget
doing.
That's basically one way of making you forget your hero. Or
Yeah.
if Martin Luther
Yeah.
King, if Martin Luther King was your hero, that's one hell of a way of making you forget he was your hero. Is that now he's such a great hero, he can fit on your feet now.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can look down on him at your feet.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, it's sort of like what they did with Star Wars and DC and all these, things where you could do like, the 12 Days of Socks, same thing, DC socks, Star Wars socks. And it's like, mind you, these intellectual properties did not start off being quote unquote a life brand. They started off as being comic books. They started off as being cultural transformative films like Star Wars. They started off, which technically the MCU did for 10 years. It redefined who people thought of as Iron Man or as Captain America, because while the Boomer group grew up with Luke Skywalker, subsequently some post millennials grew up with Iron Man and Captain America. They didn't grow up with Luke Skywalker. So, and who are they growing up with now? They're growing up with Gila and the Mistresses of the Shiroverse.
AOC.
They're yeah, AOC. They're growing up with Orange Man Bad. They're going up with
They're going with fake power and fake
they're
pride.
growing up with
It's a weakness.
yeah. They're growing up with all people, or rather, all people are color are good. People that are not of color are bad. They're going up with
It's basically
it doesn't matter
racism.
what your bits between your legs are. If you say you're a girl, then you're a girl, and if you're a boy, then you're a boy. My problem with that is you start them off that
I
early.
never thought I'd live.
That were literally taught.
Hang on, Schooner.
No, go ahead, Schooner. That was the end of
Never thought I'd live to see the day where I had to fight for the fact that I was a man.
Same
Yeah.
here.
right? That's crazy because you can't find a trad wife at this point. Like all the females, and it's a generalization, but most females are already spoiled. Like try finding a trad female at this point.
Well, see, and here's the thing. And this is what I wanted to say with my Mob Psycho reference. Mob Psycho 100 is set in a world, I won't bore you with the details, but where people have telekinesis and, they're famous, pretty cool kind of stuff. But the main character, Mob, likes this one girl. but this one girl isn't interested in people with telekinesis. She's interested in bodybuilders. And this one girl tries to invite Mob to her little social group, saying, "Oh, you don't need her. Come to us. We'll accept you." Mob goes to this group and discovers, all they do is just sit around and bitch about everybody else in the world. So what does Mob do? He decides, all right, the girl likes bodybuilders, so I'm going to be a bodybuilder to get her attention. And then when I have her attention, she will see the merits and qualities I have.
That's how it works.
That's how it's supposed to work. You want to attract a mate? Well, okay, you got to get ready to do the mating dance. Okay, you got to get ready to you got to get ready to buckle down and be the person that they think they want, while subtly showing them that you are actually the person that they always wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And they're going to call that, and everybody's going to call that semantics. Oh, that's just lying. Oh, that's just patriarchy, or that's just
absolutely not. That's setting a goal, and that's literally setting a goal and meeting a series of expectations. And if it doesn't work out your way, guess what? There's another female who's going to be like, you know what? I want that one. So.
And there's always, and that's the thing. That's the term, the silver line. Okay. Yeah. The silver line is neither good nor bad. It is finding the benefits within a bad situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And that's the whole point. And now they're just, why be new when you can be you? And I'm like, there are, see, and that's the thing. The cleverest of lies have the best lies have a trace of truth in it.
Yeah,
a lie that is half a truth is ever the blackest of lies.
Exactly. And
true.
I do get that saying, why be new when you can be you? Yes, you do have benefits. Yes, you do have merit, but you must self-improve. That is just a natural thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was saying.
No, I totally get it.
And people are getting petrified and scared to be themselves. They basically say, "Hey, here's a pre-made identity that we have for you. Match this identity, and you will be accepted. You will get this, and you will get that." And people are slowly realizing, and they're afraid to speak out. This is not what I was promised.
It's snake oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is, because what we're doing is, gosh, if I really want to round it back to the first point, which I don't really.
Can we just call it like a sort of pleasure island in real life?
I was going to say, you're denying that person the Promethean fire, but I mean, when we look at Prometheus, I don't even want to go into the religious aspects of that, but let's keep it simple for the sake of this discussion. Yeah, you're denying people knowledge to make informed decision of how they want to conduct themselves.
Yeah, and that's now in every facet. I mean, if you want to take the romance angle out of it, when couples getting together, what is couples? A sharing of resources. And the sharing of resources is how will and if you want to go down to biology, how will my genes or what I leave behind make sure it will have the best possible outcome? And that's what basic competition is too, is that's what it always is, competition. We want to find the suitable. Yes, we want to find somebody who can relate to us on a level, but we also want to pass on our best qualities. And we need to find that person who also has some great qualities that we can pass on.
Well, I mean,
passing
the best of both worlds.
And that is what we mean by standards and preference. Okay, I am looking for the best suitable mate to pass on. Okay, and if they say, well, you're not, okay, you're my perfect mate, but your mate says, no, you do not meet my standards. All right, challenge accepted. Go and be and have the standards.
Yeah, it's what it's what you do. So
and now they're saying that the person who has standards for you is the problem, not you.
Yeah, they're saying that you're an oppressor if you have standards.
Basically, they're trying to make, you can't be afraid to say, why are you trying to stop me from improving myself?
Well, what it is it's blurring the line in the sand so that they can more or less basically just impose a different subset of beliefs on you that you will just willfully accept. And if they can't get you to do that willingly on your own, then they'll go all out of their way to change the law to be able to do it. And that's kind of what we were seeing.
If if they cannot convert you, they will vilify you. But the problem
and
is
destroy you.
And destroy you. And they're trying to find these new methods of doing that because they can't kill you because still some standards of objective good are still there. They can't go right out and kill you. So instead they're going to say, well, we're going to kill you in either a spiritual way, in a social way. You know,
if they can't kill you quickly, they'll kill you slowly.
Mm-hmm. And it is true, you can't keep up the fight forever, but I'll guarantee you're going to lose your patience more times than I will with you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I say we need to call out. I mean, we can't sit passively by as these guys do and girls do whatever they want with our pop culture. We need to call them out on it because, you know, if we sit passively and let them do what they do, they'll think they can walk all over us.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and right now, I mean, the power is with these companies. I mean, they have the money to buy these IPs.
Yep. Eventually, you have to stand up for yourself.
Well,
yeah. And then they'll say, "Oh, they're not getting to us. We don't listen to the haters." The fact that you are addressing us shows that we are.
Yeah.
That
25 minutes. 25 minutes.
Oh, y'all haters, better listen. You know.
Not just Kevin Smith, but Rianne Johnson, and even
I love how he tried freaking equating He-Man to Jesus Christ.
You got
I was like, bro, you need to step off that stage with your fake tan because I'm about to assault you. Like, I'm like, you're.
Brian gets the floor once you guys are done.
I'm like, you're stepping into my hood now. I'm like, now you're bringing me into it. I'm like, how dare you try to make freaking He-Man a messianic figure? I'm like, this is not that. I'm like, it's
not even treating him as a messianic figure. That's the thing. You're trying to say he's a messianic figure.
Yeah.
And you even and you freaking killed him in the most humiliating way.
Oh well, yeah.
And not only that, they say yes, but in this series, He-Man is going to step aside. He didn't step aside. You shoved him. He fell down the stairs.
Oh, well, you threw the dude off the cliff and freaking gave freaking Tila a
paled him with a spear.
I'll say a ween. I won't say penis, but it's like, okay, fine, cool, whatever. You own the IP. Obviously, Netflix is going to do whatever Netflix is going to do in this type of thing. But that's exactly what we're talking about right now. It's like you're literally taking people's choice in terms of what they choose as their personal goal or enjoyment. Like if He-Man is the story writing that gives you the inspiration to then write your own comic book, then the actual lore of He-Man has achieved what it set out to do. But in taking that away, now you're basically saying, no, you don't have to worry about that. You know, look at how strong and powerful this person is, and that's who you should aim to be. And their biggest frustration,
they saw Tila not being the main character as the problem.
Well, and their quote unquote with all these new heroes, right? New heroes, old heroes,
on our way.
But all these new heroes, their main concern is that they're too good. they're
I know. Yeah, I heard apparently in one episode where every hero has to face their fears. Tila's greatest fear is, I'm too powerful.
Yeah. I was like, I'm like, wow. I was like, you know what? Really? That's like every freaking feminist I've freaking had to chew out.
Like, and that's the crazy thing. A feminist
that's just ego right there.
And that's the thing, too. This should be really offensive because this is a male feminist who said that. He's basically telling women how they need to see themselves. A man is telling a woman how they have to see themselves. Do you not see the hypocrisy here?
Yeah. It's the grow a penis and be a man. Like literally, all our female characters are now men.
And that's why they're wanting to put trans people on top too, because they're I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? And I hadn't even thought about those weirdos. And I'll leave my comment at that. But
they are reversing their policy now on trans because trans are doing women better than women.
Well, and the thing of it is, again, it's that whole thing when we secularize society. This is the kind of stuff that we literally fall into because there's no
ladies, if there are any ladies listening in, I just want to say right now, do not be afraid to stand up and say, you do not speak for me. Just like I will speak for Kevin
Right.
Smith if he says I'm a fanboy. Smith, you do not speak for me. Shut your mouth and go back to your soy drink.
Yeah, yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a trad female. I mean, you should aim to be a trad female because that is what will actually give you the best outcome. I
Yep.
mean, if you're quote unquote trying to be this like woman that has everything, guess what? Then you really don't have a lot of anything because you're too busy trying to do everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, and I
Letting
mean,
yourself too thin.
guys have been freaking beat up over it too. Like,
Guys,
huh?
let's give the spotlight to Brian real quick.
Yeah, so I wanted to pick up on what Schooner was saying about standing up to these people. That is something you should not be ashamed to do. Stand up to them because they're going to try and tear you down at every step. They're going to say that your opinions are misogynist. They're going to say that you don't like certain kinds of people. They're going to sit there and call you an istophobe. Don't let them get you down, ever. Keep mocking.
Mm-hmm. Go on, Brad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also don't be afraid to put out your own ideas, which are going to be much better than theirs. Certainly not a high bar to set, but whatever.
Well, that's
It's
the beauty of it
funny.
right
It's
now.
funny that you
The
mentioned
bar is
that.
really low, so I mean, you can literally just sail over
So,
it.
like, the sky's the limit. So just go out there and put it out there on social.
It's funny that you say that because it wouldn't really be a low bar at that point if your idea sounds way better than theirs already, which at that point, if you're putting your idea out there, it's going to set the standard back to where it was. Like
Exactly.
that's the expectation that a lot of the consumer that your consumers, if you ever attain consumers, are going to set for themselves when they put out their stuff. That's why we have to provide the alternative.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why we have to continue to provide the alternative, because at this point, it's not really whether or not we're don't sell it short, Brian. Do not do not sell that alternative short. Whereas like we're gonna coast through it because there's a lower bar there's a lower bar set. It's more of we're operating on the standards that's already been set at since the dawn of time. Basically, we're still going to be judged just the same as any other good media out there, but at the same time. But at the same time, we will still be working within that standard.
Exactly.
We're not in their standards, which is low or non-existence.
My point exactly. Their standards suck because they have none.
That's what I'm saying. What standards?
Well, that's the beauty of 2021. You don't have to have standards. Like
because standards, and I come back to it because standards are subjective.
Sadly, yes. And
they only become objective if you pretty much commit to them.
Yeah. Well, this is where heroes come from because they're the people that know what's right and what's wrong. They set themselves to a higher standard and they follow it. That's what makes them heroes.
Hey, Leia.
Hey, fellas. Anybody out there? Hello, Scoonie. Good to see you. I hate to interrupt as always, but like you said, the Lady Valor has to come in after work. What is the topic, or what was? I mean, it was.
Stop feeling ashamed of yourself.
Oh, okay, yes. So, like you guys, Brian, you had a good comment going on. What was
just like you, for example, Leia? You're not ashamed of loving Steve Rogers.
Well, what I was talking about is like, don't be afraid to stand up to yourself against the bullies, which I was picking up on what Schooner and Trooper were saying earlier, because they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna call you all kinds of names. They're gonna say you're istophobe, you're just a hater, or some other nonsense like that. So don't be afraid to throw it right back in their face when it comes to it. You know.
Oh, okay, I agree. And Commander, as I'm not ashamed to say that you are right because of Steve Rogers, so you know me very well.
Despite us teasing you about it, you know it's all good love.
Yes, I know it's all for love. I so I just take it as that.
It's us. Let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to everyone like this, even for the people in the back who's going to hear us in the back watch. This is us showing our admiration for her appreciating Steve Rogers as she appreciated him in the beginning makings of the MCU. This is a woman that loved what she loved. This is the woman that has a high preference for what kind of man she wants in her life. Patriotic, God fearing, well chiseled, wink wink.
Yep.
Square jawed, wink wink, and good with them eyes. Wink, a winkety, a wink.
Wank,
Wink, wink.
Bow chicka wow wow. Not kidding. No, but
No.
yeah, that's what
I
that's
wasn't
us
even
a
gonna mention
3-day.
hide the vibranium. Like I was.
Wow.
Just did just now with that admission. That's an admission on your part right there. Don't lie. Anyways, again, this is when we tease her about it, that's us showing that appreciation. Yes, we tease her about it, of course. Just like how y'all tease me about quads and furries. I'm a man of preference and principle. She is a woman of preference and principle. Just like
We are all people
Brian
of preference and principle here.
Yeah, you and your Mega Man women. And
Well,
Trooper
Among
with
other kinds, yes.
Well, you
And-
know what? Well, you can't deny those women's cannons. They got some great cannons.
But
or
I don't
Schooner
know
with
now.
his mermaids.
I mean, they're
Yes.
busy tearing down all these masculine heroes and replacing them with the females that are now men. So
and
Yeah.
boys that they want to be, but they will never date.
well, don't forget me with
Right.
Dynasty Warriors women as well, Wolfie. Now that you
I was about to
mentioned
say that until somebody cut me off.
it. Mhm.
But let's not forget Schooner with his mermaids and Sea Queen.
Yeah, I thought, Scooney, I know you have lots of mermaid princesses and sea goddesses and sirens.
Oh yes.
And
You know,
eldritch water creatures.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know you be at the Dagon orgy for research. He's there
Yeah,
for
you know,
research.
The
Oh, wait.
Cthulhu are weird.
I almost forgot. Since Liz here, are you ready for your weekly motivation?
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. It wouldn't be Wolf. It wouldn't be. I wouldn't be motivated without it. And you know this.
So here's hot
So-
coffee.
Oh,
And here's hot coffee for you too, Victoria. There you go. Hot coffee.
Oh, Victoria gets hers too. Well, let me get my dose of motivation.
Hey, I'm
Now
equal opportunity. No woman left behind. Remember that.
I know.
And no man for that matter.
And you know what? This brings up a very interesting topic. It's not a topic, but it's just the okay, I've got my thoughts together. Someone that let me give
How do you like cream with your coffee?
just okay, you trying to wait, let me look first, then I'll get my thoughts together, get my motivation. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Here's
Wow.
Taffy.
Now
Here's Laffy Taffy right here.
that is
The Laffy
motivation.
Taffy. The Laffy Taffy. Dun, 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 dun. Here's some more Laffy Taffy right here. You know you like to stretch them. There you go. There you go. Stretch them and chew them bit by bit.
Okay, now that is some motivation right there. That
Victoria.
Oh.
She didn't.
Are you
Victoria.
implying something, Vicky?
Why you mean girling? Why you mean girling?
How the F you mean girling? You always mean girling.
Why you always mean girling? Why you always mean girling? Oh my God.
Stop effing mean girling.
girling.
Couldn't resist that one, man.
There you go. Some more Laffy Taffy
Victoria.
for Victoria. I still want to share the
Well, I should I explain myself to Victoria? Or should I just let that pass? She's claiming I'm cheating.
I know you're just playing, girl.
I know.
I know you're just playing. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and address that.
Well, I was going to say that I don't think she wants to see my entire full collection of Steve Rogers motivations. There's some other things in there, but out of respect for everybody in the chat, I can't not post. That's why I said, Wolf, I'm surprised he has not seen. Though you probably have. You probably did post this one, but maybe you shouldn't. It's a shot from a movie he did for Netflix called the Red Sea Diving Resort. And there is one particular scene that actually is a motivation for me. Actually, a friend sends me every morning say "Happy Friday," and she shows me the screenshot, and it makes my Friday. But I can't. You'll have to look it up yourself. But if you did, you'll know it when you saw it. But
I think I know what you talk. I saw that movie. That's when he was good, Captain America. Not before he went a little bit cuckoo.
Yeah.
You mean when Tallahassee coach got a hold of him, right?
Yeah, before
we will not disrespect the name Tallahassee in this room, son. Tallahassee is the greatest zombie killer I've ever seen. That's an American man, damn it, and he got his Twinkie. You mean Tawny Shitty Coats?
I was trying to be civil, but yeah, that works.
Yeah,
to confirm with Bacon, yes, I'm talking about quad thick thighs say lies women.
Yep.
Wait, I'm not done yet. Now, I'm not done yet. This is something. Now, I was saving this especially for you, Leia. I already shared it with the boys. I already shared it with our boys. So I'm gonna share it with the Leia Valor too, and I'm definitely gonna be sharing with with Victoria as well. But that's a ride or die chick right there. Can't say the 4-letter word.
This is the one you just posted. What is it? This is you guys, but this is for you guys, isn't it? I mean,
it's for both. It's equal opportunity here.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Equal opportunity gawking.
Yes.
Oh boy.
There's something for us guys, and there's something for you women.
Yeah.
There you go. Right there. Right there.
Is she an athlete? Wow.
You might as well say she's an athlete. Look at them go. Look at them go. Look, he even hopscotching them push-ups.
But she's an athlete, but she's still feminine looking. She's not been, butcher-sized or
this is something
transgender
black
size.
women supposed to be inspiring to for their community.
Yeah.
Look at them carrying that baby mama weight.
Oh, yeah. I was impressed with them squats too.
Yeah.
See, that I was saving that specifically for you, but I shared it with the guys too. But I was like this is what you want in your man. Definitely, I know this is what you want in your man. A man that'll lift and lift with you, literally.
Yes, yes, I absolutely agree with that. That they're working. You want a man to work out together with you is great. That's a great quality. That's a great inspiration there.
Makes you wonder what song they must be playing, but I know. Love between a boy and girl can be so wonderful. Love between a boy and girl can be so. Oh yes, it does do wonders for a relationship. It definitely do. Especially for you guys, especially if you guys clicked on that link that I just shared in the chat, it does do wonders for boy and girl. Well, in this case, man and woman. That's a ride or die woman right there. Ride or die woman is allowing you to hold her up and do some leg work, and trusts you to not drop her. That's a ride or die woman.
Yep.
All right.
That woman will be with you for life.
And if she's able to lift you up, that's a ride or die woman. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, a woman that can be able to lift a man up, best believe if you're in a tight situation where you cannot move, your woman will pick you up and get you out of that situation if she loves you.
That's a badass woman right there.
I'm saying like that maternal instinct is gonna kick right on in. And we'll get you out of that situation. Burning building, or you got shot, or if she needs to really move you away where she can perform CPR, especially if she knows she can get you out of there and you be okay, she'll get you out of that situation.
Yeah, so firemen's carry you.
That's a superwoman, right?
She said, fuck rapper response. I'm going to get you out of this situation right now. And then they'll come after me. Like in the movies. Late as usual. You know what I'm saying? But at least like I tried a
Oh, yeah.
situation, and now she gonna step back and let them do their job, like a
That
like a
is
mall
Green Arrow.
citizen.
That's Green Arrow and Black Canary right there.
Yeah, that's a good pick right there, Scooney. I agree with you. Great analogy. Yes, that's it right there.
Yeah, well, at least that
Absolutely.
should have been, but we got Green Arrow and Felicity. Oh boy, how the pigs squealed when they heard the boar was killed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's a quote from Vikings, by the way. One of my favorite shows. Now
Oh, I could see that happen.
well, that's happened already.
last words from Ragnar before he passed. Rest his soul. Oh, how the pigs would squeal when they heard what they did to the boar.
I agree with you. With the
But,
topic,
yeah.
because
So basically, what we're no, go ahead, Leah.
no, I was going to ask because when I came in, it seems like you guys had a good flow and a good conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt it. So when you said "no afraid to be yourself," is this every aspect of life, or is it a certain belief, or
From your
We're
standards,
talking
your
about-
principles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're talking more about like for example, don't be afraid to be you. There are some exceptions. There are some things that you have to hold objectively as wrong, and what is subjective. But you got to know the difference between objective and subjective.
Victoria, I'm sorry, I didn't love you, Scooty, but Victoria's time.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
That was pretty good. I'm not even mad. That was pretty good.
Yes,
You see what happens. You see what happens when I open my damn mouth.
Yes,
You see what happens when I open my damn mouth.
Oh,
Y'all,
come on,
y'all really see what happens when y'all open my damn mouth. And I emphasis on the damn. I open my damn mouth and I get the chest started.
Apologize.
The floodgates have opened.
Do not apologize, Wolf. We are simply being who we are.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And
I only
unlike some people in this
apologize to my
world,
wolf pack. I don't apologize to the sheep.
that's another thing. This right here is not hurting anybody, despite what anybody will say to the no. Words cannot give somebody PTSD.
No.
A book
An
will, though.
explosion will.
Apparently.
Well,
Apparently, a history book will.
Yeah, that's why they don't read it.
Exactly.
What you gonna say, Leia? Hang on, Schooner. What are you gonna say, Leia?
Oh, I was going to let Scooter finish. I was just going to say Victoria has put that thought in my head now. Yes. So, thanks, Victoria. You can go ahead now. What you were saying.
And if there before Schooner begins, if there ever was a moment where you need to replace Steve Rogers in the head, if Chris Evans fall completely from grace, because I don't think he fall completely from grace just yet, I have a replacement ready for you. In a cool minute, I'm going to show you your replacement. Now, this is him when he was younger, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But I have somebody who could have been also Captain America too, as well. Someone who also could have been Captain America. Leia asks, yes.
Yeah.
And Brian Schooner,
Yep.
you'll love this. He was once a Power Ranger.
Ooh.
No, I already like this already. I'm already there.
Already.
He's in the private chat, and I'm gonna put him in the public chat right now. There you go.
He could have done it. Yeah, you know what?
Good choice.
Yeah.
That's not a bad choice.
I'm already seeing the mask on his. I'm already seeing the mask on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The hair might throw you off, but maybe we can have a little bit of a Steve Rogers with a bit of a nice crop top, or at least a nice.
He used to be a Power Ranger, really?
That's a Power Ranger.
Now, which one was he?
Yeah,
I know he's a Red Ranger.
Lightspeed Rescue Red Ranger.
All right, I didn't see
Carter
that one.
Grayson.
I'll have to check that one out sometime.
Oh, you need to. I was quick to write it off, but then as I continue to watch Lightspeed Rescue, I realized I like Carter, so I kept going for Carter, and I liked everybody else too, definitely. But I think
Yeah.
what really threw me off was the fact that we went right back to vehicles after we
Mhm.
had intergalactic travels.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody else agrees with me. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
What we got?
Shouldn't
What
be
we got?
laughing.
I think that if they decide, and you never know, they might do this, reboot the
Oh, that's
MCU after they
shit.
crashed it down.
Wow.
I guess
Hang
he
on,
would
I
be.
gotta find one that's less busy. A link that's less busy. I mean,
Mhm.
too late. I can't find one. I'm gonna find another picture of him, but well, I say I'm gonna find a more older pictures and tell me if I'm wrong. If he don't fit if he does fit Captain America even as age. I guess I'll have to take one
Well,
from Mega
if
Force.
they reboot, which they most likely will have to after everything falls down, and they reboot him, I could see him coming. I could see someone like him being a Captain
There you
America.
go, right there.
All right, let me see there.
That's him in Mega Force.
Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah.
He got that lip too.
Oh
But
yeah.
if
Yeah,
You look like you're about to kick somebody's butt there.
Yeah.
I'm not
Like
looking
somebody-
at any of that degeneracy.
whatever,
With you, everything's degeneracy, man.
I know, right?
whatever.
Right.
You
Whatever.
and your with your selective taste.
I know.
Not saying that you don't have no standards.
I know, right?
I'm saying your standards is just interesting.
Well, interesting is one word.
Yes, yes.
That's a compliment. That's a complete compliment.
Mhm.
Now I'm gonna show you a picture of him throwing his fist up. Don't tell me you cannot tell me you do not see a shield on his arm when I share it. Give me a sec. Share it in the public chat first.
Uh,
I get the
But
feeling he
but
had
here you go.
the troopers taking a break. I
Here you go.
can't believe you had
Tell
to
me you
have
don't see no shield on that fist.
had to have these ready when I came in.
Oh, I could see a
Yeah,
shield on
you know
that.
what? I
Oh
can see
yeah,
it too.
definitely. Yeah, I can see a shield on
Yeah, I
him.
could see that.
Yeah, yes, I can see a shield on him. If not a matter of if, but when they reboot, when everything falls down and they have to reboot the MCU over again, I could see a shield in his hand. Definitely, I could definitely see that.
But yeah,
Yeah.
So yes,
he's basically known as the Red Ranger that shoot first before he asks questions. He's basically a true American cowboy, if you will.
He's hot-blooded, and that's how we like him.
Well,
yes.
he's also a strict leader too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not necessarily a strict leader, but like he's like Jason in that regard. And rather, I would say Jason is a learned leader,
Mm-hmm.
whereas he's a trained leader.
Mm-hmm.
He and what was interesting was his story. His backstory is that he got into fire. He got into firefighting because of the Zordon of Lightspeed Rescue, the commander.
Mm-hmm.
Commander was a firefighter before he saved Ryan as a child, and that's what got him into firefighting.
Right.
So that was actually a nice little touch of how people can be inspired to do great things from some other person. Now I'll show you who's gonna be his Bucky if I had to recast Steve Rogers.
I think you had these ready when I showed up, and the guys, you were having a wonderful, nice conversation, and then I come in. I think you had those pictures ready.
I'm just picking them up as I go along, believe it or not. But here's his Bucky right here, right there.
Hmm. Schooner, you getting this too?
His hair is blonde. Bucky is dark
He
hair.
can dye his hair,
Ah.
or he can wear a wig.
Now, which
Does
guy was
Bucky
this
have
one?
to be Does Bucky have to be brunette? Is all I'm asking. He could be a shade of blonde. I mean, wasn't Bucky like what? Well, no, he was brunette in the beginning of the
Yes.
comics.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, yes, brunette. He still is.
All I'm
Well,
saying, look,
I like
all I'm
Victoria's
saying,
comment.
hair dye works, okay?
Just
Yes.
ask Becky Lynch.
Well, Well, it looks like someone have a crush on Carter.
I'm just saying, if there ever a time, Chris Evans, you fuck up, like for a second of me being crass.
You don't have
If
to be
there's
crass. In fact, I was going to address that, but you go on ahead and finish. I'll tell you what I mean.
Yeah, but yeah, if there was ever time he if he fuck up, now you have another image to look at. Now you have a new image to look at. Oh, he
Yep.
put on some weight. He can't be Bucky. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ryan. You can't be Bucky. Or he can lose a little bit of it, but he probably won't be the same. Just won't be the same. I just remember Ryan still being stocky and lean. He's from VR Troopers, by the way.
Brad
okay.
Hawkins.
I don't know who that is.
Ryan Steele was the leader of the VR Troopers, and he was played by Brad Hawkins.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Who was
okay.
who also did a little stunt work in some of the Power Rangers episodes. I think he
voiced the Gold Ranger in Zeo,
Yeah,
if I remember right.
Yeah, well, originally he was going to be Trey of Triforia, like in the flesh, but before they cast somebody else to assume the identity.
They cast triplets, if I remember right.
Yeah, but like I said, there originally was going to be a singular. He originally was going to be singular, but I guess something happened with the casting that they just wanted to use all three actors, I guess, for the when they had the audition.
Right.
But bottom line, originally he was going to be the Trey of Triforia. Like there was no triplets, nothing. Just him in the flesh, just singular. So yeah, he did do stunt work, like the martial arts and everything, before we finally got to Jason to be the wielder of the Gold Ranger power.
Yeah.
But yeah, and we'll talk Power Rangers some other time. But anybody else want to share what they're not ashamed of?
I have to go look around first.
Scooty, did you have something to say? You were interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It was just that there are some exceptions to not being afraid of who you are. That's all I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're like a sociopath, then yes, that is something you should be ashamed of.
Yeah.
If who you are directly hurts others, then that's not kosher.
Right.
Okay, I got one more for Leia.
Oh, God's in the script.
I got one more for Leia. I'm sorry, guys.
No,
okay, look. So, how are you with Hawaiian?
I don't have a preference. It's I would have to see.
You don't got no preference. You cannot see it, but I rose an eyebrow when you said that.
I think well, I think you guys know what my type is. So be
it as it may, say hello to Pineapple Express.
But attractive comes in many shades of color, so that's why I said I have to prefer.
And so does
this one look like he got a little bit of Samoan in him.
You know what I'm not afraid of?
Rogers, Aaron Fisher,
hang on,
Gomez, Captain Malpack. I can't remember what her name is.
See, what you have to do is if Chris has been Steve Rogers, but Evans has been in some other films. So I usually I measure Steve Rogers to the other films he has done. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Leia, look at the goods.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I'm saying, say hello to some Pacific Islander tea.
Yeah,
you get that Maui sensation. You want to do that haka pretty soon. As soon as you do that haka, you like, oh my goodness. Please conquer me with your war tribe.
Oh goodness.
Well, is it Dwayne Johnson is half Polynesian, so
you have something.
You got the tattoos to show for it too.
Yes.
You know somebody Samoan when you see the tattoos on them.
Yeah, that he wears proudly. Yes.
Yeah.
So he is that he wears proudly.
Never misses an opportunity to bring it up.
Bacon. You naughty.
Burn right there.
That seems to be that seems
You
to
had to go there, man.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I am not ashamed that I laughed at that.
No, don't
Me
be,
either.
because that's
Oh, I do all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how.
I freely admit I have a juvenile sense of humor, and I will laugh if it's funny.
Yeah.
You're like Jerry and Tom and Jerry.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. No, I don't blame you guys. Wolf brings that out in the group, so he had to get that in there.
Hey
Oh,
man,
Mm-mm.
look. We usually all about seriousness, right?
Right.
Yes.
We're usually all about that, but we're,
Serious, and then we go off into crazy, and I love it.
we're I always say we're a rowdy bunch. We do our part, so like it really grounds us. I like to ground us sometimes, you know, like we laugh at the dumbest shit sometimes, and we make fun of the dumbest shit all the damn time. So you know,
Sometimes you got to do that too to help stay sane.
in a way we're a bunch of shitheads.
Well, that's
Oh,
how we
yeah.
have
No,
fun.
you
Like
are.
you said, like you said, when we come here, we have a lot of fun and we get a little crazy. But you know, that's the idea of it, because we're not having a lot of fun these days. So when you come to
No.
your stream, hey, we're no holds bar.
Oh, yeah.
So those who are watching, think about that before y'all start heading over to the geeky geezers.
Oh, goodness. Well, let's look at pop culture today. Let's see what we have. We have it looks like Tila is a man. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh, they're tearing down my culture. This is starting to get so insane. Yeah. No, well, let's go on to the other one.
This is so spot
That's
on.
literally all you're gonna
Gary.
Mhm.
Hey, that's not taking anything away from Aged Boomer and Tropicelli. We love
They
you
do
guys.
their
You guys a
due
great
diligence.
get. Of course.
We love them.
Yes,
We tease them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am not ashamed. See, I'm not ashamed to poke fun at myself. I'll even be the first to say it. I'll even be the first to say it. I'm also not ashamed that there are a few genres that they say that quote unquote guys shouldn't like.
Dude, if I was
Oh,
Bandai.
goodness.
No, we can't. We're just the crazy alternative. I'm trying to find a good analogy. We're just
We're
the
the cool kids next door to you.
Yeah,
We're the
it's not-
goofballs of the group. I'm probably
Yes.
the biggest goofball out of all of us.
Well, you got a big heart, Brian, and that's one thing I appreciate above all else.
Oh, thanks.
But you're also stern.
Oh.
So you're stern when it counts, and you say no, not in my lawn, bitch. Get off my lawn.
Very much.
Trooper is our philosophical. Trooper gets us to think.
And our
out-
financial financial advisor.
Yes.
Financial advisor, I like that. He is
Yeah,
a-
we're still not paid.
I know, right?
I'm working on getting us monetized. Okay, I'm working on it. One of these days, we're gonna get paid doing this shit. We're
And-
capitalists, okay? We're
and
capitalists.
Wolf 10
We're
is a-
making money.
And Wolf 10 is a leader. He is like an inspiration.
That's
Yep.
it. That's all I am. Just a leader.
He brought us all together.
He brought us all together. He is the leader. He leads by example. He is the one who will say, I won't ask you to do something that I myself am not willing to do.
Point taken.
Exactly.
Wait, what about Scooney? Have you
I'm
had
a-
Scooney?
I'm a fish.
Oh,
Wait, no. You're selling yourself short. He's the mascot.
Yeah, I'm a mascot.
okay. Well, you're a happy.
Well, I guess that makes Eloise the kid, the late on arrival kid sidekick, the Kitty Pryde.
What's that make Owen?
Yeah.
That's pending.
Owen
I
gets your butt in here.
kid. No, I kid. He's the Terry McGinnis.
Nice.
He's the edgy superhero that everybody's that tends to gravitate to when a cultural shift happens,
Yeah.
Yep.
but still retains the aspirational
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
You know,
He's
and that's
basically
for
the Terry McGinnis, the Stag Shock, the oh, what's another good analogy? I said Stag Shock. He's Tim Drake.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Tim Drake. You know, he's horribly overlooked. I still like Tim Drake.
Mm. That's what I'm saying. Like you basically described it.
Yeah.
Horribly overlooked.
No,
Yeah.
criminally. He's criminally overlooked because Tim Drake, he's got the temperance of Nightwing, but he's also got the man of action of Jason Todd.
Yeah.
And
He's
you know,
I guess you're saying he's all three Robins without the sex change when you add Stephanie Brown.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing about him. He's not. I mean, he later on they did this, but he's not marred by a troubled past, unlike most of the Robins. Unlike the other Robins as well, he kind of takes bad news or stuff in stride. And then there was even a brief moment of time when his dad told him that he couldn't be Robin anymore, and he stopped being Robin because his dad told him to. And then his father was murdered, and Batman came to him, and they both solved his murder. And you know that Tim Drake is a criminally overlooked character. He's like if the Robins were Ninja Turtles, he would be the Donatello.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So he'd be the genius inventor.
Yeah. So that was the thing that I found most interesting. Young Justice, actually, this Robin had a lot of Tim Drake qualities. Young Justice.
Well, he did come in after in season 2, if I recall.
Yeah, he came in season 2. And it's a shame he didn't get a whole lot to do. I mean, yeah, we see him; he's kind of there, but he wasn't given a whole lot to do.
And Jason Todd was a Visage.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another thing that bugs me. That's another thing about Jason Todd. They don't want to do Jason Todd. They want to do Dead Robin. I mean, if you want to do Jason Todd, you have to. First off, his death does come, but that's the end of his story. The events leading up to his death are fascinating.
Who's filming something?
I'm opening something. Sorry about that.
What is it? What'd you get?
Getting a snack, huh?
Yes, it's a little snack. It's a wrap. It's a little wrap. It's roasted turkey. Go ahead, it's roasted turkey. I was unwrapping it.
Nice.
You can't also be afraid to, demand better from these companies. That's the whole point of criticism. The whole point of criticism was self-improvement. And these guys just don't want criticism anymore because we don't have to improve. We're already great.
Yeah, we're already fantastic.
Well, it also goes back to something that's been mentioned
hang on. I'm almost there. And it's like, I believe that if you were not knee deep in your own, what was it? If you're not knee deep in crap, that's basically, I believe that if you were not knee deep in crap.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I was responding to Trooper. I cannot believe how they are Hollywood. Well, I shouldn't be surprised at this because I am not giving her a pass, and I will explain why. If we're talking about not being ashamed, I'm not being ashamed of saying that I'm not buying her little mental issue crap. The way Hollywood is giving her support, I think it's absolutely atrocious, and I'm going to tell you why. Simone Biles.
We're talking about that wench who can't, who's too scared to fail, so she withdraws, and Hollywood's like, "Oh, we love you. Oh, she put the betterment of the social collective against her own. She's a proper socialist. Let's give her
She's a hero." Yeah.
Bullshit.
Pat her on.
It's not on the mouth because
it's like these idiots. The moment they take one step, suddenly
Ellen DeGeneres at Simone _Biles. You're solid gold in my book. I'm like, I don't listen to lesbianic females. I just don't.
I'm not stunned.
Kelsey Handler at Simone.
It's like they're living in this world where
drew a bounty for herself and her help on the world stage. This is This is real superhuman strength. setting an
Oh,
example for all
give
of us.
me a
So
break.
so you're not saying that laziness is now superhuman strength or something?
Yes,
Yes,
they are.
yes.
That
You're
is
they are.
saying that all I
ridiculous.
gotta
Give me
do
a
to be
break.
famous or set a trend is that I need to take one step, and they say, "Oh, stunning and brave."
Pretty
Because
much.
it sounds like what they're doing. They just take one step, and suddenly somebody is just love bombing them.
It is
Yeah.
stunning
Oh,
and brave.
she's
Yeah, it
stunning
is.
and brave. Give her a medal because she
Mm,
abandoned her team and her gold medal because she took her mental health. Because her mental health was tested, because she decided she didn't want to compete. So now she's a hero. She's
Of
a real
course.
hero. That's how
Of
they're
course.
treating her.
So, and I'm going to say
Wait,
this right now
so
too.
And
her
Cori Bush,
selfishness
who
was a
sent
power
herself her,
move?
Yes,
Wow.
and
that's how
Cori
they see it.
Bush, the congresswoman who sent herself her own hate-filled letter. I stand with Simone Biles. I stand with Naomi Osaka.
Wait, Simone Biles, that
Your
one
health
with that
and
purple
peace
hair?
matters. You're
The purple
reminding
man
black
hair?
women that we can take the space we
Oh,
need
she's
for
black.
ourselves.
No surprise
That's
there either.
that's
But he took-
ridiculous.
yeah, she's the one who turned her back against the American flag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
not
You know,
the not Flojo.
Right.
Can I just say this too? That we have just entered a historical event of the Olympics, which this is
I
not
haven't
good
even been
historical.
watching it. That's the
This
crazy part.
isn't even a good. This is not a good historical first, by the way. This is the
No.
first time a
It's
team
actually a very bad one.
I'm turning my
openly
back on America to turn their back on me.
Yes.
hate their country. This is you represent the American team on the world stage, and what are you doing? You are grandstanding for your own benefit. This is not some political message because you want to send something. Okay, this is in every sense of the way your ego.
You know
Yes.
what? You know what that's leading to really when she's doing something like that,
Mhm.
and the way how the other countries are viewing this at this point when
Mhm.
when they're seeing this type of behavior.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm
Hang
sorry.
on.
Go ahead. I'm getting angry.
When they see this unprofessionalism in their in the other countries' ranks, when this woman is showing her dissent towards the American flag and America itself when she's when America is giving her this shot to perform her way into the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
When she's letting her vanity get the best of her amongst other women who are proud to be there, who are not black, mind you,
Mm-hmm.
but are very happy to be there to really show America's strength, mind you, who's showing America's strength when they set those world records in the
Well,
face of the Olympics.
I guess our message of
I'm getting there. I'm getting
don't be
there, Trooper.
afraid to
Hang
be
on.
you has a,
Hang on.
has a few guardrails. You should be ashamed of being a socialist, and you should be ashamed of being a communist, and you
Okay,
should be ashamed of being last by taking your freaking lazy ass out the competition because you can't handle it.
that too. But put you like this. This is what the other country, the other side of the world is seeing America
Right.
at this point with these athletes.
Mhm.
They're showing the athletes that do that is really showing that this is really going to pump up the other side to really try to lead any kind of charge against America
Yes.
because
Exactly.
they're seeing this. If this is how Americans are treating their own countrymen, treating their own nation, treating their own fellow men,
Yep.
then this should be a grounds for us to try to invade now because they're raising weak people like this. Oh, this should
Mhm.
be easy peasy for us at this point.
Yep.
Why do you think they got their butt whipped? They lost to the Russians. Why do you think the Russians in that when she pulled out of the team competition, the Russians whipped them in gymnastics. So the Russians, you could if you see the competition, the Russians were not afraid of them at all. Basically, whipped their tails
Right.
because they probably saw, well, they're a bunch of wimps, but we're going to go in here. They're look at the Americans, talk all that talk, but can't live up to it. See, here's the thing. First and foremost, I don't buy this it's mental pressure bull crap. That is garbage. First of all, if that was, let's just say, for instance, LeBron James decided to come to the Olympics to play on the team, and he stepped out on the court and said, you know what, I ain't playing basketball today, I got a mental issue, they would eat him alive, kick him out the country, send him on a boat, and he would never be seen from again. But little Simone Biles decides that she doesn't want to compete today because she doesn't feel like it, or there's tremendous pressure, even though this girl, and this is why I'm not buying her story, and I'm not giving into this little pity fest that all celebrities and other athletes are doing. I mean, everybody, when this story came out, every athlete kept making excuses for her. Everybody kept coming on TV and live and making excuses of any kind. This is why I don't buy her or Naomi Osaka, who actually got kicked, who lost. She lost as well out of her medical contention. And then she says, well, there was just all this pressure, but I'll get to Osaka in a minute. Biles is a 5-time. She's the best in the world. She's a 5-time, not 5 times, but she the last Olympics was in, she won everything. She's won almost a ton of medals. They say she's the best in gymnastics, tops, beats, one of the greatest ever. Had a sign sewn in on her leotard, GOAT, greatest of all time. Greatest of all time. Strutted around with that, strutted around, so she's probably this weird time. So this is not, she's not new to this is not her first dance. She knows how the pressure is. She knows to pull it on, because in Rio, she was under that pressure and she lived up to it and then some. The world championships leading up to this event, she dominated everything. Now, all of a sudden, for what reason you decide, the pressure was on her, and she decides, I'm going to cop out like a little coward. And I say the word coward. I'm going to cop out because I didn't feel like it, or the pressure was on me. And she has been, I don't buy that, because when we tune into the Olympics, one of the things we enjoy watching is seeing that athlete rise to the occasion, even if the pressure is on them. She's 24 years old. She's been to this dance before. She knows how it goes, and she never failed to to achieve the goal. So I'm not buying any of this mess that she felt the weight of the world was on her shoulders. That's garbage. I would have rather her gone out there, because at first I thought she was injured. If she was injured, I said, well, okay, she's injured. I get that. Okay, if she's injured, I can understand that, because injuries happen, But when it found out that she said just mentally, I just didn't feel like doing it, that's when I blew my stack, because I would have rather her lose by doing her best than just quitting. There's been many players in history that have Kobe Bryant played with a sprained finger or broken foot or something. I remember him having. There's a reason.
Kurt Angle won a medal with a broken freaking neck.
Yeah. There's a reason.
What was it? Mickey Mantle hit a home run with a broken hand. Or broken.
Freaking Paige, of all people, was still wrestling with medical issues that she didn't want to bring up.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And dare I say it, Jodie Foster was still acting while she was still carrying a baby.
Yes.
Not even that. What was it? Chadwick Boseman was still acting, even though he had an incurable disease.
Oh yeah.
Scooney, you brought up the best response. That is the best response to this. Absolutely.
I wish I was there in front of Simone, and I'd say, "Oh, so you didn't feel like performing because you didn't feel like it." Imagine if Black Panther did not get made because Chadwick Boseman did not feel like acting. Despite his health issues, especially if he brought his health issues to light.
Yeah.
You think there would be a standing ovation for him?
I'm rocking Leia's world right now.
And the fact is that Chadwick Boseman did this because he felt that he had to. Okay, no matter what you might say about,
he soldiered on. I always say this. He soldiered on.
Yeah,
exactly. That is why he is the man.
Yeah.
He soldiered on, not knowing, or he probably knew he didn't have a lot of time left. But
he will be immortal in death.
He wasn't going to spend most of his life laying in his bed all day, worrying about when he's going to go out. He, at the risk of putting words,
he decided how he was going to go. He went out.
at the risk of putting
Yes.
words to a man that had already passed away, we don't know what was going through his head when he decided to do this. He didn't leave no obituary, he didn't leave no memoir, whatever. You know what I'm saying? At the risk of doing that, like this is me just just basically romanticizing this man at this point, which I will freely admit I'm basically speaking romanticization here.
You're romanticizing him. Hell, I'm doing it.
Well, it's a
Right?
good. Me too. It's probably.
I'll finish my statement. No, let me finish my statement real quick, guys.
Alrighty.
Where I'm going with this is like I said, I'm saying the man soldier on. I don't know what the man was going through his head, but I assume that this man was going to go out on his own terms. He's going to go out in the blaze of glory. Frankly, I wish the movie was a bit better in the case of Black Panther, but at the end of the day, I was still watching that for T'Challa, and I give credit where credit is due when it comes to Chadwick Boseman playing that role, especially when he came back in Infinity War. And I even celebrated when he joined Captain America on that hill, and he shouts, "Ibambe, Ibambe,
Ibambe.
Hey, Bombay.
Every time see, it's impulsive. I can't stop. Somebody says it, I do it.
I was doing that every single time, and this was after Infinity War when our theater was still open.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, before the lockdowns happened, like there were times we had like a lot of crew at that. Before we're down to 5 now, but like every time I come in, I'm like Ibambe. Everybody's like Ibambe, 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 Ibambe. Or sometimes I'll do Umbaku's chant, Mafa, Mafa, and everybody will be chanting with me.
Bombay.
So that's the impact that Chadwick Boseman left on me specifically. So again, going back to Simone, the man went through how many years of what was it? What kind of cancer he had? Prostate, right?
Yeah, I think it was prostate. I think it was prostate cancer. I think it was.
Yeah, it was prostate cancer. Man went through several years of prostate cancer, and you stepped off that competition. What's your excuse? You're in peak good health right now. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. If mental health was a big concern for you, where is your support group? If not your teammates. If I would go as far to be okay with her mental state right now, if her teammates wasn't around to support her. You have a team with you, a team.
Yeah.
It really should not matter who's standing on that first place stand because you have a team. Both of you guys are winning big, all right? Yeah. Look, you may not get that gold medal, but your team for your country is winning for your country. You are in a team right now, okay? You're in a team. Three of you are standing there. You can try again for the gold next time if you decide to compete. But you are at this moment you are with a team. You are winning you're winning more for yourself. You're winning for your country with your teammates. If one of you is standing on that first place pole, yes, they are the best. They're better than you. You gotta get better, okay? If you want to compete with your teammate. But at the end of the day, what should really matter is that you are with your teammates on that stand. Which means you as a team won for your country. And you are turning your back on your country while your teammates are standing proud, shedding tears that they won for their country. No other country is standing there on that podium. Your team is standing on that podium.
Right.
Okay.
Precisely. And that's another thing too. And not just that. Not only is your team on your podium, you're not just representing yourself. Okay, you are the best of the best in this country. Now it is time for you to see if you are the best of the best in the world. But you just went out there and said you have no country.
Well, yeah, she just went out there and said she's not ashamed of being last.
And
what it is. I mean, if we're going to be egalitarian about it, you know.
Yeah, you're right about that. She's not ashamed to be last because America. That goes back to that whole stereotypical belief of Well, America got to be the best because it did the horrible.
Well, it's more of communist America will rise up to hug her, which of course all of Hollywood has already done. And
Yes.
of course, I mean,
Yes.
it's very apparent that Hollywood is very socialist, bordering on communist at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
there's no
yes.
They've been like that for decades.
Too,
yeah,
okay.
but it's out in the open, bro. Like
Wait,
before, it was a
no,
little bit more subversive. I mean, now, I mean, short of putting a bump
under
in Sheila's,
the
panties,
wraps.
I mean, it's like it's out in the open now. So.
Well, why? You want to know why? You ever notice that the ones who think socialism are the best are always the rich people who sit in a circle together?
Oh yes, definitely.
You know, and it started in the academic field with these big professors, you know, well, we're the top of our field, so clearly we're the, quote, more evolved. That's another thing that I love about these social crazy Hollywood alphabet
J
people.
hobos.
Mm-hmm.
J hobos. Is that they think that they are a top tier of evolution. And I'm like,
they're elitist rather than actually elite.
Yeah.
Let's really call it for what it is. God complex.
yes.
Oh yes.
And Hollywood has it right now.
And they can't see that in this world that they are actually the Neanderthal. Because think of it like this. I'm reminded of this movie. Have any of you guys ever seen A Bronx Tale?
Yeah.
Heard of it.
It's a great movie, but there's a scene in that movie where it's wonderful, where it's basically basic breakdown. This kid is torn between these two men in his life. One's his father and the other's a mobster. And the mobster guy is good to the kid. He doesn't try to bring him into the mob life. But his father is telling him to stay away from that man because he's dangerous. And he tells him, you know, he says he's not dangerous. The people respect him. And he says, no, they don't respect him. They're afraid of him. And he says that it's easy to pull a trigger and end a man's life, but real strength is getting up in the morning, going to a job that you hate, and providing for a family that you love. That is strength. That is power. That is a sacrifice.
Exactly.
I do watch this movie.
It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Oh, it's a great movie. It's got Robert De Niro in it before, you know, all that crap. It's a really good movie, though. It's got some of that.
Oh, come on, it's a great story.
But yeah, it's really amazing because if you really look around, the smartest people I've ever met, and this is going a little more personal here, been doing a lot of blue collar jobs. These people are the smartest people I've ever met.
Be right back.
They know the value and where they're at and where it's going. They're the type of person who would probably, if he or she were with a large group of people and this guy came up to mug him, he'd look at him and say, you know, go ahead, shoot. You don't have enough bullets for all of us. We'll overpower you, and I guarantee you got a problem.
Yep.
I agree.
So it bugs me whenever they try to call the rest of us here as uneducated because we don't buy into their worldview. To that I would say to you, what you say is true, for we have learned none of your evil ways.
Yeah, exactly. And they walk around and say, we are that person who is allowed to cast that first stone because we are entitled to cast that stone.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and this situation is exactly the point. It's just like what you said, Scooney. There are people that feel like we do about the situation, but they're too chicken to stand up to the Twitter mob, to stand up to the established, to say, well, boo-hoo Ms. Biles. That was lazy and selfish what she did. And that was lazy and selfish because she should have thought, well, this is not about me. I got to help my team. I got to help my team going no matter what I'm going through. Even if I'm not at my best, I still want to help the team. I mean, to me, it even goes back. I know he's fictional, but it goes back. There's a reason why. Well, feed for myself. You guys know my love for Steve Rogers, but the only other reason that I love Steve Rogers is it's not just a bot. It's who he is as a man. Now, Steve Rogers is a man that is going to fight until he can't fight anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to fight until his very last breath. He's not going to be Simone Biles and say, well, you know, they arrested my friend Bucky, so I'm going to go and not fight. It's just like it reminds me of the scene in Winter Soldier where Fury is talking about Yeah, Gabriel, he was good in that. Fury is talking about taking down the helicarriers and trying to save some of it. And then Steve does no problem speaking up saying, I'm not taking down most of it. We're taking down all of it. You know, you gave me this mission, so here's how it's going to go. You know, even though now he knows Bucky's alive, it doesn't matter to him. I'm still going to complete this mission. I know this is fictional, but this is what we love about aspirational heroes. They are inspires us.
Yeah,
exactly. He's not afraid to make that hard decision, even if that hard decision puts him on the wrong
says
side.
he don't have fear.
Yes, he does it because in the film, you know, he's basically letting Bucky bash his face in, because he cares for him so much that he could never bring himself to kill him. So he tells him, I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight you, even though he's busted his face in. Then he almost drowns in the water, almost dies because he believes he cannot bring himself to hurt his friend. He believes
why
him
doesn't
so
he have
much.
PTSD then? Who gives a fuck if he doesn't have PTSD?
But
if I had done that, I'd get PTSD.
Mhm.
well, that means your ass is weak.
Thank you for showing your ass in front of me so I can kick it.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna remember that next.
You know what?
time.
That's gonna be. You know what? That's gonna be on my. You know what? If I have to sell merch, I'm gonna have my Wolf Commander avatar with that line. Well, thank you for showing me your ass so I can kick it.
I'm gonna remember that quote, man.
Me too. But guys, this and Fan Man was talking about the early stages broadcast, but it's true. This is what you get when you start taking away our aspirational heroes. Because aspirational heroes do not cower out.
Mhm.
They go on no matter what, even if it might mean their death, it might mean they lose something. They're going to push on. And the point is, we can't fly or we don't have the super soldier serum in our bodies, but it's just the mentality. It's what that hero is supposed to do.
It's the mindset.
It's the mindset. And see, that's another reason why I adore Steve so much, is that he's that aspirational hero that I like, that motivates you to be the best at no matter what it is. It's always been in him to, even no matter what the obstacles he's against, he's going to give everything he's got, even if the obstacles are mounting against him. Even in Winter Soldier, when he knows now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been compromised, he still is going to hold on to his values. He's not going to give in to S.H.I.E.L.D. He says, yeah, I still believe there are good people out there. So it's very interesting that we're in a period where we're getting a lot of these whiny little babies.
Yeah. We're getting Alexander Pierces of the world who say that in order to build a new world, you have to tear the old one down.
Exactly.
I
Like
can
the
sort
victim
of
of Ghost
respect.
Devil from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon. Everything that exists deserves to perish. That old quote, remember?
Or Mal's logic. Everything exists for me as a purpose for me. But in the me.
Well, that's what I was saying like before when
hang on, Trooper. In the case of
nihilism is real.
Yeah, hang on, Trooper. In the case of Pierce, I can kind of respect him because obviously he's played by Robert Redford. That man can sell me snake oil, and I probably will drink that shit. Look, the man got a nice voice. Okay, he's got a very charismatic voice. I might eat shit for that man. I freely admit that. Like every time I hear that man, it's like, dang.
For that image in my head.
Almost.
Well, Fury said he was willing to die for this man until he found out he turned. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if Fury went for the grain for this man, I'm like, I believe it, because again, every time that man talk, I'm like, bruh, you do have a point, but I still don't like you.
Well, see, my response always, even the most charismatic of people who would try to get me to do that, like when he says, like when Pierce was talking and that all charismatic voice tried to seduce that one councilman to his side, I still would say, yeah, not if it was your switch. I wouldn't buy anything from you.
Right, exactly.
Because that's what he's trying to sell. He's basically, he's trying to sell him Nazism. And he's like going, Nazism is still Nazism no matter what you call it. That's what Hydra is, Nazi.
Yeah.
Still leftist propaganda. I mean, they like to sell it as a right wing. I'm like, no. I'm like, that's not how it works. So,
Nope,
but okay.
never how it
Nope.
works.
I'm like, okay, sure.
I'm
But
like, you almost had me, but until you said that other thing, I'm like, yeah, no.
and it's exactly exactly the problem with these types of people, and you see it too in Civil War, which I love. Tony almost had Steve until he found out that Tony had basically imprisoned Wanda, and he's just like, wait a minute, these accords aren't even finalized at all, and already you've arrested her. Is this really what this is not what it's about? I mean, when you're gonna basically confine somebody without trial or a court date, and he even calls her a weapon. That's the thing that kills me. He says they don't grant visas to weapons of mass destruction or something like that. And
Yes.
he fires back with, she's a kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
I love how Tony is always he's trying to find all these different ways to justify imprisoning her. So he says, one, it's a compound that has all the luxuries of home. It's got a mile radius where she can
A
walk
gilded
across.
cage. You sold her. You put her in a gilded cage.
Exactly. He's basically telling, it doesn't matter how many ways you slice it or you diced it, you imprisoned her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly.
In a nutshell.
What good is that luxury of home? She can't go nowhere, let alone step foot outside of her door.
But at that point, it's not even a home; it's a prison.
Yeah, and exactly, and think of Wanda, how it feels for her. She's been in prison for the better part of her life when she was getting experimented on by Strucker, and then she gets put in another prison, which is a nicer prison, but still a prison.
It's nice that you mentioned that imprisonment. It's nice that you mentioned that imprisonment. Think about Age of Ultron when one of Stark's missiles dropped in their in their parents' house. She was literally in prison in a building because she and her brother, her and her brother Peter, thought if they move, that missile would go off.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the same man who put her in a building for her protection.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you say you almost got me, and that's always their flaw, is that it's never enough. It's never enough. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. You let them get away with it, they will again go far, far until suddenly you have to walk. You have to fight just to walk out your front door.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
See, Professor Geek, take notes from us. We're telling it like it is.
Yep.
So this is why, and I do agree with, and that's why I'm saying, but I agree with all of you. We can't let them do this anymore. We can't ignore it anymore, because if we ignore it, they'll continue. They'll think it's okay, and they'll keep going, and they are still doing it. But a lot of people, I don't know, because the way they're addressing the criticism, it shows it's getting to them. If it didn't get to them, then they wouldn't have brought it up. But it's clear that it's getting to them.
Well, here's another thing: they're raising and being raised by far too many agreeable people.
Basically, sycophants.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, what I mean by agreeable is when they're It's like what Trooper was saying about even conservatives and liberals, like the whole if it ain't my child, or as long as it's not my child, or as long as it's not in my front door. That's what I mean by agreeable. It's like no, you need to you need to man up or woman up, if you will.
Yeah.
For if especially if it's somebody else's child. You know what I'm saying? If you see that child is hurting, but the parent is not, or at least in some cases the parent is powerless at this point right now, and you have the power to help that parent. Like the parent is obviously visually looking for help. She or he are in a position where they have no power, right? Or no say so. But you have the outside force. They're going to they're going to look. They're going to eventually look for somebody who's going to help them. Eventually, secretly, if need be, secretly.
Right.
Right.
But you're the one who's watching it and saying, well, serves them right. They should have known better. Like, yes, they should have, but they didn't at the time. Now they're coming to you for help. That's what I was saying. Like I know, Trooper. You voiced your dissent when I said this. That's when I mentioned that if they do leave that cult,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand why you said what you're saying. You make your point clear, and I'm not challenging that either. But there are times where we will have to be that sanctuary for these people when they see what's going on, when they quote unquote wake up to that to what's really happening. Like say for instance, the cult is actually a gang of pedophiles that this person subjected their child to, and now they realize that they can no longer get behind this anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So they have to look. They're looking for anyone to shelter them for a while till they get their strength back to get their child back from that cult. Because of course, the law will also fail them too, because the law is the law sometimes.
They're calling out for a hero,
Thank you, Brian.
basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep, holding out for a hero.
And I know again, I see also Trooper's point too, which is why we should also be cautious as well when it comes to
Yeah.
taking asylum to task to these people, where it's like what
Trust,
you
a
said.
trust, a trust but verify approach.
What you say, Schooner?
A excuse me, a trust but verify approach.
Thank you. So yeah, that's and that's why I'm losing my train of thought there. Hang on. And that's why I'm agreeing with Trooper as well. So I'm saying, like, yes, I'll house him, but at the same time, I'm gonna watch him. I'm gonna watch you, and you got to prove to me that you are not of these people's ways, because he did, Trooper. You definitely did mention that if they come over, they still carry their sensibilities, their same sensibilities that got them in trouble in the first place, which
Yep.
means which obviously means they have learned nothing
Yeah,
from their
more or less.
experiences.
And
More,
they are also vulnerable to get thrown back into line.
yep,
Yep.
that, and of course they use that method again to infect us, if you will.
Well, that and to get out of actually having any accountability. I mean,
That
it's
too.
Get out of jail
taking
free card,
responsibility, and
basically.
you're going to see a lot of that because it's been at least for part of a decade. With the whole participation award. I mean that you know that particular type of thing does not teach accountability or responsibility. Just by showing up, you
Right.
won. Not by asserting yourself or voicing your opinion or being able to withstand ridicule. Just by showing up, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So I
And
mean,
you know what?
we
To
start them
anybody,
young. We start them young so that they're able to go ahead and have these weird, twisted ideals like they do right now. So
It's like,
yeah.
again, whenever time they do speak on these type of things that we're against, it's like or at least when they put them in our pop culture, right?
hmm
Right.
I'm like, why do I feel why is every time when this happens, I hear either a record screech or car tires screeching when somebody pumped the brakes. And we're just sitting here, just standing here, just talking,
yeah.
Yeah.
just doing nothing but talking.
Well,
Mhm.
And there's
well,
and
to toss Yeonmi Park back at you, since you kept bringing her up a while ago.
mhm,
I mean, one of the comments she made is, she escaped here only to fight here for the same thing she escaped from.
Yeah.
So,
mhm,
so
Well,
which is
I also
that.
take it as she's not going to sit back this time and watch it happen again.
Yeah,
true, true. But
she
I mean,
she's like, I will not be a witness
yeah,
again.
yeah. But that's a small case of uh, being able to see what's actually happening from someone who's already been in there, while everyone else is like, oh well, you know, she tried, but her mental health was just she couldn't do it. So,
Yeah.
applause for
No,
putting up with the
here's
mental
the real person who they should be applauding. The person who
right,
said, shit, if she's not going to do it, I will.
right.
That's the
Yeah.
person you should be
Exactly.
applauding. I mean,
Exactly.
look, I know I may not win against these athletic women, but I volunteer. Send me over there. I'll represent. Now, am I going to win? No, but I sure as hell am going to try.
The media all day has been kissing butt to these gymnast women. Haven't they? You're right, true. It has been absolutely crazy how out of the way they're kissing butt to these women.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they tore up the men's basketball team. Yeah, the men's basketball team played like crap. But why is it that the women are getting all this praise for coming second, but the men don't get they just get jumped on? Cowards, sorry, embarrassing.
Well,
But
here's the crazy part. The U.S. shooting team, they're
Blame it on the
getting gold,
feminists.
but nobody's talking about it.
what happened now?
Yep.
The U.S. Shooting team,
Mhm.
like competitive shooting.
Yes.
Yeah, they're taking gold. No one's talking about it because
Nope.
that doesn't fit the narrative.
Yeah.
But
They don't. They're still on that gun control bullshit.
yeah,
They don't want.
Yeah.
Oh,
They don't want to look.
yeah.
They don't
But
want to look like we're a
it
country
serves their purpose.
that loves our guns.
Yeah, it serves
Yeah.
their purpose to quote unquote be America last because we can sit here and as a conversation we can hug each other and we can have a conversation about how winning isn't everything. I'm like, well, unfortunately it is because I mean that's how Leia's here, I'm here, Brian's here, Schooner's here, we're here
Yeah.
because our ancestors had to endure all sorts of situations.
Right.
Whether you want to go with creationism or evolution. Let's go with creationism because I know some of us are creationists. Some of us had to endure the craziest things to get here. And if you go with evolution, our ancestors literally had to go ahead and fight literal predators in the jungles, if you will. If you really want to go that far.
I'll tell you right now. What would I be doing in the past if I had to stare down a giant mammoth?
Yeah.
And armed with nothing but a spear, and you're like, it's a hopeless fight. But man, it's freezing cold out here, and I'm starving.
Yeah, like your ancestors
kill that
had
thing
to
for food and
endure
clothing.
warring tribes.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They had to endure famine. They had to endure sickness.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the Black Plague, or for some of us, they were brought here on ships. Some of us were, sold as commodities because that was the idea that was introduced into Europe. And,
I miss you.
and it's like. And you had people out in the middle of the jungle sacrificing people to their sun god so that the sun would rise up the next day. So I mean all that genetically just to get here to 2021 so we can just be like, oh, we'll just hug it out, the bear that's outside the house, he'll understand, he won't eat us up.
That's
so
basically
weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It is. Women had no anesthesia when they gave birth back in the ancient days.
Yeah.
Your labor pains were labor. If you went into labor, that was it. They put a stick in your mouth and you had to try to push. My mother said that there's no more enduring.
Sometimes they didn't even do it lying down. Sometimes they had to stand up.
Yeah. They had to stand up screaming. Yeah. And be in labor for hours. And my mother said that she worked and carried us. She didn't take maternity leave until the 9th month, weeks before we were even born. She worked up until because you need the money. My mom, it was never well, I'm pregnant, so I mean she took care of herself, but she just worked as long as she could, and then she took her maternity leave. But there was no this generation under this participation culture just missed the whole point of everything. Just participation. It was when I was in school. If you showed up, you expected to do your job. Whatever it may be. I'm trying to give an example, but when I was in a school play, the director didn't care if you had a bad day or your boyfriend broke up or anything like that. When the time comes for rehearsal, it was rehearsal. There was no excuses. And if you were off, he had no problems telling you were off. Meaning if you weren't getting your lines or you weren't getting 100% of performance, and it may hurt and sting at the time, but believe me, it was enough to get me motivated to do the best performance I could possibly do. We're not seeing that now. If I was that coach of that gymnastics team, now it kills me is that these women, they want, they talk about equality and treated fairly. If I was that coach, I would tell Ms. Buzz, you got dressed, you put that leotard on, you're going to get out there and perform. You're not injured. There's no injury. So there's no excuse for you not to get out there. But here she is, it's same with Osaka, the tennis player, said something similar at Wimbledon or the French Open or something, said she didn't want to talk to the press because the mental ability and the mental pressure. Yet a week later, she showed
Cry me a river, bitch.
Yeah. Please. Yeah.
We are now showing the world just how she has just made us, and everybody, she, the soccer team, everybody who's just participating in this nonsense, you're making us look weak. And you think, oh, I'm going to get some accolades and reward, at my country for this. Do you not see how this is going to affect in the long term? They're going to start coming in here, infiltrate. How long before they start to say, let's go and take the country?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I wanted to speak up on that too, because
Red Dawn situation, because weak times create weak people.
Yeah, they do.
Go ahead, Brian. You want to speak up?
I was going to say that, that anti-American thing does end up being a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you don't respect your own country enough to stand up for it, it's going to fall victim to all these outside predators that are just going to march in and take the place over, possibly even ravage your women while they're at it.
And they're going to be the first people to yell, help us, help us. All these people talking, they're going to be the first one.
Identify as women, so I don't think they'll be as interested.
They'll scalp them first and then feed them to the dogs.
But you know what else? You know what else I think? If I may, I'm going to take this back to sports. Those countries that beat them, the Russian, I can see why they're good athletes now. Because their system is they don't treat them like wimpy babies like we here in the United States are doing right now.
Yeah.
Those Russian gymnasts, they are.
So I'm not going to rule out. I may not rule out steroids because drug laws are different in other countries.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Sure.
But you remember, for the longest time in the Olympics, the USSR was apparently pumping their soldiers with something.
Just juicing them.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, they were on some sort of gear. But more to the point, it's we've developed this culture of failing upward, where and sometimes we can be guilty of it too. Having this notion of waiting for stuff to happen as opposed to being the type of person who just goes out there and just does it on their own, as opposed to waiting
I'm guilty of it too, waiting for stuff to happen.
Then
we've all done it at some point.
And then we also get into,
here's the thing, this is what sets us apart from the others, and yes, I'm going to other them, because we can acknowledge that we have shortcomings and we can overcome them. Mm-hmm. They, on the other hand, are taught to see, my shortcomings are not a problem. I don't have the shortcomings. These are not a problem. I am just good the way I am, and I do not need to improve myself. So I will sit in my spot, a 400-pound man, and just do everything on the internet, have my food ordered in, and have people tell me there's nothing wrong with me. Because what did you accomplish? And then he says, well, what did you accomplish today? Why, I laid out a comment on this to this Coconut Man 42297 whatever.
Pretty much.
And I beat him in an argument.
Another thing I want to bring out with all of this, and Trooper, I don't know about you guys, I just stopped watching. I work from home. I just turned off the news because I couldn't stand all the sob fest the media and the celebrities were giving to her. But I noticed with Ms. Biles and with Osaka and all these people crying, they don't have a problem with the rewards. They want to walk the red carpet. They want to wear the fancy clothes. They want to go up there and accept the awards. They want to be on the cover of the magazines. They want to do the commercials.
They want the status, but not the effort it takes to get there.
Exactly. As like I said, that Brian, you're dead on. There is a reason Michael Jordan.
Effort? What's that? I don't want effort.
Oh, effort is that is so patriarchy, whatever they want to say. I don't know how they think. And effort is so
Effort is
patriarchy.
it's the product of patriarchy. They want a woman to put effort in.
Yes.
When we're all born special, we're supposed to be selected by the best men. We don't have to lose weight or put on makeup or wear our hair right. We're supposed to be
and that is why robotics is seeing such an improvement, because the scientists are like saying, you know what, we'll make our own women.
Yep. And it's the star too in real life.
Oh yeah. The robots.
There is a reason Michael Jordan is considered a legend. There is a reason why Kobe Bryant, sorry he had passed, but there was a reason why he was a legend. Everyone knows the story when he passed, sadly, of I think his first time in the playoffs. And he talked about I hope I remember this correctly, but if I'm not, in the chat, you can look it up, or if anybody else knows, I can't remember what game, 88 or something. He was young, coming into the NBA.
Hey, Dominic.
And they were in a final. He had the chance to shoot the winning shot to win the game. And he shot the three-pointer. Three-pointer didn't go in, and they lost. They said he went back to the gym and stayed up all night shooting three-pointers. They had to pull him off the court in the gym. They had to tell him, you have to go home, Kobe. He said, no, I'm going to practice till my feet hurt, because I won't never let that happen again, what happened to us at the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they had to drag him off. The next playoff, boy was popping threes like it was going out of style.
Yeah.
But that is what. But did you see what made him great though? He didn't sit back and say, "Oh, coach, geez, golly, I just didn't feel good that day or whatever." It's okay, Kobe. Go home. You don't have to worry about it.
He wasn't pulling a crew from the remake to what was that?
The Longest Yard.
Yeah, Longest Yard. Well, he in his case, he feigned an injury just to protect his people, but or at least like to protect himself. He was about to go on a route to protect himself,
Right.
But like he was feigning that injury just to protect himself. But then he stepped. He's like, you know what? I don't care. Like you're gonna prosecute me anyways. You're gonna find ways to prosecute me more. You know what I'm saying? So I might as well just go ahead and just win this game with my team. Of course he had to win his team back too, because of course already he had done damage to their goodwill of him. So he had to earn that back within that game. Granted,
and he had to do that. He had to do that. And what I love about that scene more than anything is that in order to win the approval of his team back, he had to admit that, yeah, I did shave those points that got me kicked out. I've been denying it for years, lying to myself. I destroyed myself. And now the warden is asking me to do it again. So I got in, and that's what I love. And he says, he's basically saying, so I guess I'm going to get to know you guys a lot longer, because I'm not going to throw this game.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
For life too.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Whether in real life or even in reality, the thing is, those athletes earned those accolades. Jordan, Bryant, other female athletes.
Magic Johnson, Larry Bird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna mention Bird.
Yeah, Larry Bird.
You got what, Tom Brady? You have what, Joe Montana?
Yeah.
Joe Montana.
All these, like
Alex and Felix, a runner that is running in these Olympics, her 5th time. These they earned.
Undertaker.
Yep. They anywhere. Y'all can name anybody you want to name.
Even in the fictional movies, Rocky Balboa.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
The Big Green.
The Big Green, or even Dodgeball, a true underdog story.
Yes, exactly. Rocky's a good example. In the first one, he's getting pelted by Apollo, but he still wants to go all his goal.
He goes all in.
He wants to go all 12 rounds. It wasn't about winning. Apollo just wanted to win and get it over with, but he wanted to keep. He's getting pelted, but he wanted to keep going and keep going. He wanted to go 12 rounds.
I think Apollo knows it was supposed to be a gentleman's champion, like it was a spectator scene.
Yeah,
That's what it
was a
was.
Yeah.
spectacle. He took it as a spectacle. Rocky, however, took it as this is my one and only shot, and I'm going to go all in.
Right,
Which is
right.
But the
which
thing is, he knows that at the end of the day, excuse me, he knows at the end of the day, Apollo is going to win that match.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
Right.
that's not the point.
Yeah.
He just want he you know he was just there just to earn a paycheck basically. That's basically what he was there for, just to earn a paycheck, just show off a guy who had hope. The trouble is that he went way longer than he needed to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. Yeah, yeah. That's what
He
Apollo.
went way longer than he needed to. Even even though he was there just to collect the paycheck, he went way longer than he needed to.
Yeah.
And everybody recognized his potential.
That's what I love about his coach. When Rocky first lays into him and he actually falls down. He hits him hard enough, he falls down. Apollo looks right up at him and is like, what's going on here? And then his coach is like saying to him, no, he thinks this is a real fight. End this now. And he's like saying, all righty then. And he keeps throwing everything that he's got at him, and this guy is still getting up.
Even that there's a scene where, and I hope I'm thinking this is in the first one. You're right, Scooney, where he's the Apollo's on the phone talking or something, and the Rocky's being interviewed, and is that his coach was looking at him, and he's got this look on his face like, I think this guy means business. And he's telling Apollo,
he's yelling at Apollo. He's telling him, Apollo, come here and watch this. I think this guy means business. And Apollo just, I love, because Carl could only sell that line. He goes, yeah, and I'm doing business as well.
Yeah. So you're right. Apollo thought it would be over in 1 or 3 rounds and would be over and we're going home. But Rocky just kept going and going. So when we get to Rocky 2, which first of all, I think is a great sequel, by the way, perfect telling of a story. Apollo, you guys correct me, I think is upset that he didn't win. He didn't exactly. Yeah, he didn't.
Go ahead, Leigh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
He didn't exactly win the fight. Did he win the fight? Or he didn't beat him.
They had a split. No, he didn't beat him. They had a split decision, and because he is the champion, the fight automatically goes to him in a split decision.
I think he won by points.
He was the higher seed. That's how boxing was. I don't know if that's what it is now.
But you're right. But I just remember it didn't sit well with Apollo.
Yeah,
why didn't it sit well?
It wasn't an official fight. It was an exhibition.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why Apollo was so upset about it?
I'll give you the more context, because I do remember what the context was in Rocky 2 was the fact that there was a immediate backlash about Apollo. Basically, you couldn't. It's saying that you couldn't go you couldn't lay the guy out in 3 minutes. Are you kidding me? This kid was a chump, and you couldn't lay him out. Like there was a lot of hate mail going his way. There's a lot of people saying that he might be fake. That he might have threw his punches a bit.
It was also pride. Okay, he was the champion, and this nobody lays out the champion. Then how long before somebody else tries to take the championship from him, just because they got encouraged by that exhibition.
And the reason I'm saying this is because when they had a rematch, it's like Apollo was fighting much more aggressive. So I was wondering what I had to reaffirm myself. What was he upset about? And that was because he did not knock him out. Is that what it is? Physically, he didn't beat him up. He just won on the technicality.
Yeah, exactly. And they read some of that hate mail he read some of that hate mail out loud. But I think it was the beginning when they went to the hospital that got me the most. When Apollo's coming in, he's acting the champ. He's like going, you were Mr. Balboa. That was a miracle that never had. That's a 1 in a million shot. We'll do a rematch right now. And one of the press guys says to him, were you grateful when that bell rung? Were you grateful when that bell rung in the final round? And he's like going, bell didn't save me at all. I can beat him right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Rocky's coach said he didn't care what he was the man that won the fight. So the whole point
Can
of
we
it,
also appreciate that Worf was in the same room with Apollo?
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Mhm.
But the whole point is that his story, it's still, and then of course in the second one Rocky wins, wins this time, but then now
And that's what I love too. He barely wins because he was only able to climb quicker. That was it. Because remember, at the end of the movie, both of them fell.
yeah,
That's how far both. And I love that scene when Apollo just finally hits them and both of them fall. It's like two titans have finally given their all and they're down.
exactly.
Kind of remind me of Superman Doomsday.
Exactly.
But who had the last breath to say the last words? Superman. So that tells you something. Superman won,
Yep.
Yep.
not Doomsday. Superman won.
He won
Because
that fight, and I love this too. He
On
was
the
able to defeat Doomsday and no casualties in Metropolis.
Okay,
He destroyed Doomsday without
Before you speak,
taking.
Leia, I want to get this word out real quick.
okay.
To me, that was Thor versus Jormungandr, the world serpent, in that fight. And his last words to Lois was his 9 steps.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Ooh, that's good. I like that.
What
When
was you gonna say, Leia?
when you're talking about Superman and Doomsday, is this in Justice League Unlimited, or is this in the comic, or?
No, this is the death of Superman.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I was thinking of something else. Okay, I was.
Whenever he ever had his last words in Justice League.
Well, the second to the last episode, he's battling. It's not. Is it Doomsday? Is that Doomsday he's battling, or is it someone else? The one that
He's battling Darkseid.
Darkseid. Excuse me. Yeah. I thought I had it mixed up. Yeah, he was battling Darkseid.
He did fight Doomsday in Justice League Unlimited. He did fight Doomsday.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget,
He did. There's an Earth 2 Superman. I just call it Earth 2 or Parallel Universe Superman. But
Justice
Doomsday,
Lord Superman, as I like to call him.
you know what? I like that more. We're gonna go with that. Justice Lord Superman was the first to fight Doomsday. He lobotomized him. Cadmus got him, fixed his brain, and then he went after the real Superman, and that's when the real Superman fought him.
Yep.
Yeah, right. But I agree. All of these examples show you some form of what is supposed to inspire you that we're not getting right now, and we see this very clearly with what we're witnessing today with this Olympics so far, and it's just ridiculous how the media is just sucking up to these. When like I said, I'd rather that Simone had went in, lose at her best than quit. And I was always taught you never quit unless there is a physical meaning for it.
Well, you just gave me a beautiful thing. You would have you should have lost at your best instead of quitting at your worst.
Right. And that's how that's the philosophy I was taught. In anything, no matter what it was in life, always give it your all, no matter what. Always give 100%. You want to fail, at least at your best, and not lose when you're at your worst. So we didn't see this with Biles. And that's what people should be telling her. But what they're cajoling her and telling her she's hero and she's stunning and brave and you're standing up to the patriarchy and to society.
It won't take long for her to start addressing those haters online because those haters are going to get to her.
Yes.
Perceived enemy.
Yeah.
That's
I know I find it appropriate that her last name is Biles because hearing about her makes me want to puke.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna say this. I don't care. This is about being proud of who you are, right?
Yep.
She has lost points with me for this. I have lost respect for her for this. I have no shame saying that. Anybody can say what they want to call me. I've lost respect for her in some way because pulling this, and like I said, it would have been different if there was a physical injury, because injuries happen, they hurt, they painful, and you can't get away from that. But pulling
if doctors really say you need to stop
right
for a while, or at least You need to stop at all. Like, if you keep this going, there's no way we can fix this.
Yes. And Wolf, I will accept pulling out for that reason. That's acceptable reason. That's you. Yes, that's your body, because you got the rest of your life to have and not end yourself with gymnastics. If that were to happen, then I can understand all the blue blah blah she's getting right now and all the love fest. But just because I just didn't feel like doing it, because now one of the things we tune into that makes the Olympics exciting is we want to see that athlete overcome whatever the obstacle may be. So maybe there are athletes who have had deaths in families, or maybe they were diagnosed with something, or a family member was diagnosed with something, or they faced so many tragedies. We want to see that athlete, or maybe they're going up against a rival, someone that has beaten them every single time, and this time they want to get in there and just try to take them out. That's the reason why we tune in to watch. I can't think of stories off the top of my head, but there's lots of stories.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm gonna throw this in here.
Just like that
well.
one Super Bowl. Oh, sorry. It was just
continue.
that one Super Bowl commercial where it shows that one girl swimming, and then they're showing aspects of her life. And she had won the gold in the last Olympics for swimming. And it all started, and I loved it because it had such a it was so wholesome. She goes back to the way beginning, and the way beginning is when her mother receives the call that she got a baby for adoption. I'm like, that was a beautiful commercial.
In other words, she was adopted. And now fast forward to the future, or at least the present. She is an Olympic gold medalist.
Yep.
An adopted child won a gold medal. Her humble origins was the fact that she may not had I'm saying her humble origins. It basically her why am I stuttering? Her humble origins state. Her humbling origins is basically this: she has no biological parents. Does she spend? Yeah, but the thing is, did she waste all of her life looking for her biological parents? No.
Nope.
She was happy with the family that gave her the time of day. And what happened when that family gave her the time of day, especially with the patience and the knack for child rearing and child raising, she became a gold medalist. Now, mind you, I don't think they ever raised her with the mind of raising a gold medalist, mind you.
Nope.
But I believe that because of the values that she was raised in, the people that she surrounded herself with the environment that she was raised in, led her to that inspiration to become a gold medalist, or at least even if she didn't win the gold, at least she got to the Olympics.
Right.
The Olympics could have stopped there, but she went. She as her history kept progressing forward.
Right.
Funny that I'm using progression, huh? But yeah, her progress shows that she pushed herself to that point to get to her goal. But we are experiencing what is really called the journey is way more important than destination, which is we're seeing her journey. The journey is more interesting than the destination. We already know she won the gold medal. We want to know the story that led her to that, and we get to see that in that
hero's journey.
And y'all can accuse me for reading too much into that, but I
don't
care.
No. Wolf, you go right ahead. I took that right there from the Super Bowl. I already knew that the last Super Bowl was going to have, it was going to be plagued with wokeism, but I saw that one commercial and I'm like going, yes, give me more of this. This is what we need to see. And it doesn't matter that she's a woman. It doesn't matter that she was adopted. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, somebody will try to use that as a way to slander her.
And not only that, not yet. That. Or
like, you're so great, but you ain't got your parents are not your real parents.
Yeah.
What they did with her story is they told a story that everybody could both identify with and aspire to. That is what that story, and that is what we need in our stories, not catering to this specific, like, small
Yeah,
minded.
but your parents are not your real folks. Yeah, but the reality is, who won the medal? And
Precisely.
you got your parents.
Yeah.
Try to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing too. I bet, and that's the thing. You can tell these stories about women being heroes, or even gays, or you know what I mean. But you you have to have something universally that everybody can aspire to, that everybody can identify. Don't make this to cater to a specific group, and that's what we're missing. That's the horrible thing. I mean, He-Man, if you really, I could prove to you right now, you wanted to do a Teela-centered He-Man story, you can do it without having to betray the integrity of He-Man. If you wanted to do that so badly. In fact, I have a perfect idea right now. First off, we keep Teela exactly the way she is. We do not change her at all. I don't know what people were thinking. My God. But if you want Teela to take center stage, then the idea should have been, if you got to do Teela, then we got to do also Man-at-Arms. We got to do Ram Man. We got to give everybody their equal time, because the Masters of the Universe is not just Teela and He-Man. So He-Man could disappear in the first episode, not die. He and Skeletor could disappear. But now what happens now? Well, then you start to show the effect He-Man has in a positive way on the likes of Teela, on the likes of the Masters of the Universe, and they carry on the goodwill. And as a bonus, maybe not Man-at-Arms, because you could say Man-at-Arms, yes, maybe he did need to retire and give it to somebody else, and Teela has to mentor the new Man-at-Arms, because the new Man-at-Arms feels like, well, what can I do? I've always believed that He-Man would protect all of us, but now I find out I'm the first line of defense along with everybody else. And come on. You can even make the new Man-at-Arms a woman, but we can't call her Man-at-Arms. But that's right there. There's your opportunity.
No. You can call her the Man-at-Arms.
We're not calling her Man-at-Arms.
What?
We just simply call her.
Why would you? I'm sorry, Scoot. Why would you call her Man-at-Arms? It's Man-at-Arms. She's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing: just because it has man in the title doesn't mean it's specifically geared towards gender.
Okay.
Why you think mankind is a universal term, even though people are trying to make it a gender term? Mankind is for the human race. It's specifically built upon that through the Bible. Remember that. Mm-hmm. Mankind, humankind. You just remove the human. It's still universal. What I mean by Man-at-Arms, the reason why I'm saying keep that title, even though she's a woman, because.
That's not what I was saying. No. I was saying the new Man-at-Arms doesn't have to necessarily be a man.
Exactly, but you were saying you're going to change the title, man. I'm like, no, we're not going to change that, because I'm saying this for the sake of Leia, because she's the one who asked this.
Yeah,
Man-at-Arms is a military title. That's why we're keeping the name. It's more. It's not a gendered term. It is a military title as a commander of your army, or at least your councilman that prepares everybody for combat and for battle. So she's going to continue to have, even though she's a woman, the title is still Man-at-Arms. That could, in fact, you can use that as a play on misconceptions of the title.
Yeah.
If in fact, say for instance, if you bring in a new order of allied countries to rise against, say, Skeletor's let's just say he has a new way of overwhelming Eternia, right?
Well, in this universe, I'm just saying how you could have done this Masters of the Universe.
I'm just saying. I'm explaining for the sake of Leia.
Yeah. In this universe, Skeletor and He-Man are now gone, which means there's a power vacuum now going on in Skeletor's group.
But
which means you can, like you said, call in the other nations of Eternia.
Yeah, but here's a good example. One of the nations come in, one of their war generals or their warrior kind comes in, and there's Tila right there. Meet me and like I'll introduce you to my man at arms, and in comes a woman. I thought the man at arms would be a woman. Man at arms is just a
You don't even
title.
have to go that far to explain it.
I know.
It'll all be implied. I mean,
Well, yeah, and that's what I was thinking.
That's the one thing you don't really want to do. You don't want to talk down your audience, which
Right.
that tends to be
Exactly. Which
I
is
was just
one
doing
of
it for
the
the sake of world building, so to speak.
why
Some
the new-
cultures have their ways, and they can be confused by another's ways. Is what I'm
But that's
saying.
exactly what I was saying with this man at arms that's coming in because the original one is stepping down. This is where we can introduce a wholly original character where we can meet those guidelines that they say they need so badly, okay? Make her a woman. If you want to do her to be black, white, red, brown, or purple, fine. If you want her to be a lesbian or if you want her to be trans, this is the perfect opportunity to build this original character and have Tila
Keyword
mentor
original.
an original character to stand on their own feet. Tila will not baby this character. Tila says that the Man at Arms title is a difficult one, but she's not going to talk down to them either. You have to step up because Eternia, because Eternia just lost its great defender, and if this is where the revelation comes out during the final battle with Skeletor, He-Man accidentally transforms into Prince Adam, and they both disappearing. Tila could say, Eternia just lost our great mentor, our great protector, and I just lost a cherished friend. And we need to make sure that what they left behind stays.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can go into the other Masters of the Universe, and we find out in the maybe 2 or 3 episodes, because they said this was 10 episodes. The next 3 episodes talked about various Masters of the Universe, how they were discovered by, He-Man, or how they came into be in the services of King Randor. And then at the same time, juxtapose it with other villains and villainesses in Skeletor's crew. They you show how they all came into be at the services of Skeletor. We can show some tragic backstories here and there, but we're not going to say they're just a victim. No, every one of them made their choice because their own downfall to join Skeletor was power.
Some of them are just evil for evil's sake.
Exactly.
Elemental evil.
Especially Evil Lyn. Okay? Evil Lyn, the name is in the title, she's evil. For those of you who don't understand, just because she's a woman, she's not all bad. No, it's in her freaking title.
She's not kinda evil, Lyn.
She's not a victim. She's not a victim. She's not
semi-Evelyn. She's not the Diet Coke of Evelyn with 1 calorie. Not good enough.
Be kind of evil. How about sort of evil? Sort of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
We discover how each of them came into be at the service of Skeletor, and if we want to have a female take over Skeletor as the main lead, because
we would give Joffrey a pass.
Well, if we need to have, female empowerment, we'll say that Evil Lyn, given the fact of how powerful she is, proves to be the superior fighter out of all of them. We can even show them all fighting, and we can show, while Evil Lyn didn't emerge unscathed, she can kick ass. Know what I mean?
Yes.
And he says we continue with Skeletor's plan, but no, it's my plan to essentially take over Eternia and then attack. And this is where, the next episode comes in, where it shows Tila and the other Masters of the Universe having to fight and defend Eternia until the new Man-at-Arms, our original character, being the military strategist and knowing some things here. You know what? Better idea. We have Orko, because I love Orko. I am Orko. If I'm the mascot of this story, then I'm putting then I'm going to put
I heard he loves to eat a lot of chicken.
And don't worry, we're not going to kill you off the way somebody else decided to do it, because we love Orko, so you're safe.
Good.
Just a quick aside, real quick, Schooner.
Yeah.
This is going a lot better than how I would have done it.
But
Or my
Just a brief mention. Just a brief mention, real quick. Just a brief mention, real quick. In my not rewrite, but my version of He-Man, I would start off with an alliance between King Hisk and Skeletor and Hordak, and they had to bring in She-Ra as reinforcements.
and that could work too. But I'm just trying to prove that with what they had in He-Man Masters of the Universe Revelation, you could have done it. You could have done it in a way where it made everybody happy. And I just pulled this whole thing right out of my.
My question is, what was the revelation?
That He-Man, who's the main character.
He-Man's name is not even in the title. That's what's sad about that.
Well,
that should have told you right there.
That was the giveaway. So
that was really the dead giveaway. Like they knew what they were writing. They knew what they wanted.
Yeah.
But there was even a way we could have incorporated your version too, Wolf. But go ahead, Leia. Go ahead, Leia.
Oh no, I was just going to say briefly, Schooner. Then I'm going to let you have it. Smith, like everybody said, he lied. Yes, he knew exactly what he was doing. I knew I was going to watch it the minute I saw the title myself. I said, there's no He-Man in here. We're about to get some identity politics, but it's going to be the transgender Tila show. So I knew right away what they were planning.
What kills me is that he liked big boot women. I don't understand why he let the women be designed like that.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because because he's an agreeable little pissant.
Well, because it's best way to put it is it's where the money's at.
And he's cucked for it.
So it's one of those where it's like you kind of move as the money moves. So it's like, I guess.
He has no soul. He basically said he got in bed with Kathleen Kennedy and Kevin Feige and decided that he was going to he caught what they had.
He saw the direction where Hollywood is going and sought to basically sell his influence to put out another woke show.
Yes, basically, Scooney, he's a coward in that way because he sold his soul for the direction of Hollywood instead of standing up and saying, "I'm not doing my show like that. I'm doing my show my way," and we'll see. Because I think if he had done it the way it should have been done, I guarantee you it would have been successful.
You know what analogy I used for Kevin Smith, and this was Kevin Smith is that Kevin Smith is that one student that's not really an artist in art class that turns in a stick figure and still gets a passing grade for that stick figure, while we who are the artists that put in effort in our work gets to be graded and judged normally like everybody else who put effort in it.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. And with that ousted of lack of talent, he's basically monkey see, monkey doing, which is he's doing every copycat project, just like that no talent hack in our in layered schools as school years go by. They're like, oh, or rather a better analogy would be he's that one kid that wasted a week and a half of schoolwork, and so he turns in what amounts to a Stitch project.
Pretty much.
And still gets graded for it because no student left behind. Act.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Schoolers, Trooper, you sound familiar with that, don't you?
Enough. I mean,
it
all plays the same. That's the thing. Like, this isn't something spontaneous. This is something that, people kind of move towards where the money's at, and really it doesn't affect them because they're in a different dollar bracket. And to be perfectly honest, they weren't true fans to begin with, which just goes to tell you that it's more consumerism that allows itself to be shaped in, who more or less, what's the best way to put it? Who more or less controls the money controls the culture. So.
Yep.
Exactly. But here's the thing, and guess how my He-Man Masters of the Universe Revelations would have ended, believe it or not. When we get to the middle of the season, He-Man comes back as Prince Adam, And yes, he has to somewhat come to terms with the fact that he kept the secret. But in the beginning, everybody's just happy to see him. They're all happy to see him. They're just glad he's home. And Skeletor returns, and of course, he's knocking down Evil Lynn off her peg and saying, no, I'm in charge, and now we're going to, okay. And he says, my time, like that near-death experience in that portal with He-Man has made me realize, you know what, it's time to end this fight once and for all. And then that's how we incorporate your story, Wolf 10 Media. The second half of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe revelation would be him entering into an alliance with Hordak and the Horde and all these other monsters and leading a full-on assault against Eternia. He-Man, now Prince Adam, rallies the Masters of the Universe as more of Prince Adam. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's going to turn into He-Man when they get into a fight, but now he's trying to be more himself now, be more comfortable as now, because everybody knows that he's He-Man. He doesn't necessarily have to play the meek Prince Adam anymore. He can now, we now show him leading without being the big muscle guy. So he goes to She-Ra, saying he needs help from She-Ra, and they start rallying all the allies of Eternia, and they get into this huge battle right in front of Castle Grayskull, and it ends. It's going to end beautifully, in my opinion, with He-Man and Skeletor doing battle with one another, with He-Man finally triumphing over Skeletor and winning. However, in the ensuing battle, King Randor is killed. He-Man, right as his father has died, the sorceress is saying that her time in Eternia has now passed. He-Man relinquishes the sword to the new sorceress, Teela, for he is now crowned king of because Prince Adam is now king of in his father's place. And now it is time the passing of the torch. Teela accepts it, and she becomes the sorceress, becoming the new protector of Castle Grayskull, and has yet to, because they've now entered an era of peace. And Teela says she has yet to find a champion, but stay tuned because there will always be more adventures for another day.
Right.
You mean a challenge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Guys, we come up with stuff. We're better than the stuff they come up with in Hollywood. And we're just, you know, we're the poor little average Joes that Hollywood feels is living in the Stone Age, where, you know, we average Joes.
They don't realize that good ideas are timeless.
They don't even
Thank you, Brian.
Exactly. And if you wanted to do a sequel to the show with your whole, you know, I mean, because right now, Teela as the sorceress can now choose a female He-Man to lead them now against a new bad guy. And now you have a new hero in there. Now you have a new hero.
For public relations, she will not say it would look better once it fits a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Wolf. Thank you. None of that.
Well, that is just the worst kind of nonsense they could spew.
And you know what? If you wanted them to have, you know, it has to be a good-natured poke at the old one. Okay, it's a good-natured poke of, oh, I have the power, so cheesy. You know, power of Grayskull, I have the power.
Yeah.
And then when they get that sort, that's what Teela's new champion would be. You know, make fun of all of that. Oh, champion, you know, I have the power nonsense. It's hoo-ha. He gives them the sword, and then they say, by the power of Grayskull, now I have the power.
I am He-Man.
Sorceress says, and then Teela, the sorceress Teela, I'm going to call her now. When they say, by the power, like more of an exclamation, by the power of Grayskull, I have the power. And Teela sorceress would say, oh yeah, that sounds a lot less cheesy.
And I would rate Teela not as the monstrous witch. They have her on there right now. Teela would understand when she realized, first of all, she would understand why Adam had to keep being He-Man a secret, not berate him or take it out on him and call him an idiot.
That's another thing. She would feel an insurmountable guilt if she found out that, because she's like, oh my God, I spent all these years teasing this guy, telling him that he was a coward and that he didn't, that he always ran away from a fight, and it turns out he was always on the front line. He was my friend, and he was willing to help me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't she
It's
have the
more-
hots? Did she have the hots for He-Man? That's what I always thought. Was it He-Man she had the hots for? Didn't she?
I
Well.
believe
Or was
so.
it? Was it? But see, she didn't know Adam was He-Man. But she looked at He-Man. But it's a Lois Lane thing. She looked at He-Man, but
Dare I
also
say
she
it?
would realize.
Dare I say it? If we did have to kill He-Man off, right, and she found out that he was He-Man, and the line would be, "All this time, you were on the front lines with us. You were more. You're. You would have made a noble king."
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
Goon
does-
T'Challa. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. When
She
someone-
would say that, and she would say that with a smile.
Mhm.
Yes.
And the thing that bothers me is that the next episode of from what I've heard, apparently, is just Tila ripping Adam's parents and Man-at-Arms a new one. And I'm like, they just lost their son. Oh, my God. What the hell?
Exactly.
That's somebody.
Exactly.
That's somebody with parent issues.
This is Ray 2.0.
And that gets me is that Kevin Smith is now, well, we've all seen this before, guys. We know the whole story. He's putting fans at fault because we didn't like it. So now he's calling us,
Hey, man,
instant fault
you're the
and
one
whine
with-
babies.
You're the one who's still sucking at your mama's teeth. Don't blame me for that.
I'm the one who's
Yeah.
actually, no, I really say, oh, set the pot to the kettle. You're the one who spent all those years bitching about the prequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said right there.
Bruh,
Exactly.
Joey,
every
Kevin-
time I see characters berating parents the way that they do, or berating grieving families the way that they do, I'm like, this is really saying a lot about you. Like this is me. This is you telling me, oh, so I shouldn't invite you to my funeral then, or I should not invite you to my parents' wedding then, or any other family get gather because you're such a Debbie Downer about everything.
And that's another thing. He-Man in the Masters of the Universe has still. Oh, she doesn't. She doesn't hate Adam. He says in that one thing, "You lost your son, I lost my friend." But then she just immediately says, "And then, but you lied." And I'm like, that doesn't mean diddly squat. Then
Yep.
word but. Everything before the word but is BS.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would let off with the you lost your son, I lost my friend, I'll miss him too.
Mm.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Or at least it'll be more of, I will do right by him. I will protect this kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And that's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
And from what I've heard, though, and they say, oh, well, you haven't seen it, so you can't say. No, I can say, and I'm not going to apologize for not watching it when I know what happened. I will not apologize for not watching it.
Mhm.
When
Exactly.
after He-Man and Skeletor disappear, Man-at-Arms is apologizing profusely to King Randor for, one, the failure of Castle Grayskull, and two, Prince Adam is also He-Man. Oh, and by the way, he's gone. He's disappeared. We all assume he's dead. See, that's the thing. They said we didn't kill He-Man. He just disappears, which I'm going to say
Wow,
that.
wait. In other words,
That would have been smart if they didn't turn Tila into that. Like, if they had done my version where He-Man disappears after the first episode, after that. I mean, they're all saying that the first episode was so amazing because it was everything we wanted in a He-Man show. And then, oh, that's right, reality sets in right here when He-Man and Skeletor disappear. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is He-Man. This is Masters of the Universe Revelation. So, but that's what I would have done. If you
they pretty much pulled a Judge Dredd with Man-at-Arms. They pretty much banished them to the cursed earth.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That whole scene, as they describe and Clownfish described too, that whole scene, I'm like, bruh, he just straight up ripped off 90s Judge Dredd.
But can I also say this too?
Go ahead. By all means, go ahead.
You got him on a roll. Why stop now?
Yes.
Decades of service to King Randor, okay? He had one little, granted this was a big slip up, okay? But does this one lie, undo all the goodwill that Man-at-Arms did? No.
This is why I hate the reveal trope.
Yeah,
Loki,
he doesn't. No, he
reminds me of
doesn't.
Loki, and
He is going. Go ahead, Trooper.
oh no, I was gonna say reminds me of that one liner from Loki in Ragnarok. You had one job.
Speaking of Loki, I have rewrites on that show.
Oh, yeah?
Another time. We'll let Schooner fish with He-Man, but I have ideas of how the Loki show would go better than the trash dumpster garbage fest.
Well, it wouldn't
that
exist in the
TV
first
show.
place because in my rewrite, he's already dead. He stays dead.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be rewriting MCU, or rather, I wouldn't be writing MCU content for a paywall service. That just literally dilutes any ideas that you can literally put on the screen. It's like
That's why we did. That's why we cover Marvel Phase 4. We wouldn't even have if we were Helmet Marvel Phase 4 at best. We wouldn't even need Disney Plus.
you wouldn't really need.
Yeah.
Or at least
Yeah,
we,
you
we,
wouldn't
we
Yeah.
wouldn't be
really
we
wouldn't
wouldn't
need
be relying our shows on really because Falcon if again if we really want to go ahead and have
Black Falcon is what I call him.
Yeah.
our
I'm sorry.
our proper, mind you, our proper Black Falcon,
Mhm.
Captain America. If we really want to, like I said, Steve will retire the shield for a while because at the end of Endgame, that was their biggest challenge that they've ever overcame. He's ready to have a vacation at this point. Now he will come back. That's the thing. He will come back when he's good and ready. But at this point, he like they were dealt a big blow and they managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Quick question. Would Tony Stark still die in this version?
No.
I wouldn't kill him. No, I would not kill him.
I would have had Nebula do the snap. So I've always
no
been
by committee.
I've always been of that school that since
follow
Nebula
the comics
didn't really have a whole character arc other than I'm going to kill Thanos and I want a sister. I mean, that was her arc.
And we'll introduce Alan Warlock.
Is that she gets both things, or rather, I should say, current Nebula gets the snap, showing Guardians of the Galaxy 1 Nebula that she does have the capacity to change, and that in truth she really does want a sister. Like, you know what I mean? And at the same time,
you always want to win, and I just want a sister.
Right, and at the same time, she gets her vengeance on Thanos. But again, that's another Nebula who chose to go dark. The Nebula that we have now, with all these, freaking quantum whatever now that we're stuck doing, we can rewrite that character to either be more Nebula or to go ahead and change her into that anti-female hero that no one seems to be able to get nailed down correctly. So,
I agree.
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Trooper.
I was going to say, I don't see enough female anti-heroes. Like, I really don't. And don't even mention Atomic Blonde, because that's schlock.
I was not going to. I was about to mention freaking Jessica Jones, motherfucker. Damn.
Well, only thing I did not like about Jessica Jones, and I thought it was a haha moment, but then I was like, I wouldn't have put that on screen. I mean, adults get that part, but I mean, my kid could probably be watching that if I had one. Where like, do super people have super sex? Of course they do. It's like, come on. It's like, do they go to Pound Town? I'm sure they do, but that's not something I should be putting in a comic or in a TV series or in a movie. We can speculate that
it's almost the same as Force Awakens. You understand that thing? Bitch, of course he understands it.
It's like it's like what the metahumans do in the privacy of their own boudoir is not my business. So
or like my pet peeve, them just chilling out eating a donut, or at least in the case of the comics, eating a hamburger in their leisure.
Yep. I mean, it was cool seeing Spider-Man in the burrito, because you do see a lot of that in the comics. I mean, he has to have some way to pass the time, and he has to eat. So, but and you saw a lot of that with Flash too. Like, you got he has like a metahuman metabolism. He has to eat all the time.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like in the case of Flash, I let that go
Mm-hmm.
he's exempt. But I'm saying when it comes to Batman and other superheroes, like you ain't got time to be sitting around eating a burger or go or like I said, it makes you wonder how the hell do they order that food in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
clothing? Because again, I'm seeing them in their fucking what counts as their uniform eating
Mm-hmm.
on the job. Like
Yeah.
just
Mm-hmm.
in their fucking costume. Especially there are times they're showing them with their fucking masks off.
Come on, Brian, jump in. You sound sleepy. I mean, I
A
know
That's
it's
little
okay.
getting
bit.
late for you.
You might.
So.
Yeah, I guess I am getting a little, no, so I'm starting to nod off a little bit, so I'm gonna break out here.
I figured
Okay.
because I'm looking at it. I'm
I
looking
tried
at
to
it,
ignore it. I tried
and
to ignore it.
it's only 5 p.m. avocado time, and over there it's probably what 9?
It's about
Yeah,
8ish.
8ish. Yeah, so
Gamer, you want to jump in? Replace Brian? No kidding.
It'd be all right if he did. I have no problem with it.
like, Brian needs his beauty sleep.
We
Yeah.
can
Mhm.
understand Brian instead of I can
He needs to
understand
put on his
Brian.
fuzzy slippers and
And before you go, you better sign off, man,
Yeah. Okay.
properly.
So, well, then I hope you
And
guys
no
had a good time.
RJ.
I love doing that impression just to annoy you, but anyway,
I don't
this
know.
is
I
gonna.
like that woke impression. The woke impression is pretty good. I like that one.
Mm.
Oh yeah, when I was going like that, yeah, hate us, right?
Yeah. We know it.
I just have the right
Yeah,
voice for it. Anyway, I'm gonna be cutting that now, so hope you guys all had fun. And this has been Brian Gilmartin. No damage to report. Moving to next area.
See, that's a line you should sign out with every time.
All right.
Sounds more
All
you. All
right.
right,
See
you
you
take
later,
care,
guys.
Brian.
Okay, man.
Have a
See
good
ya,
evening, Brian.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Get some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody
Mm-hmm.
want to keep going before we get a little
That's
bit closer
fine.
to
That's
our
fine. Like I'm doing all my stuff while we're talking. So I was just doing a little math in my head because I went to a certain retailer that shall remain nameless because I couldn't decide. I could not decide if I wanted Kong v Godzilla and the 3 disc set, with slip covers. So I ended up
Oh, you
getting
went to
both.
Walmart. Oh, you went to Walmart too, Trooper?
Yeah, and I'm like, this is really tarded. I didn't realize that they're like upselling this stuff. Of course, I'm in a vacuum, and it's like, the 3 disc set is like $39.99, and then they're like, oh, we want $26 for the actual DVD Blu-ray. I'm like, F you, I love my PS4 too, so I take it with me, and I'm like, I could probably get a really good deal if I go through eBay. So like, I've been kind of crunching numbers. Like, I would literally save myself, I don't know, about $10 or so, and I would have all the Godzilla films from 2014 till current. So because I decided I took it upon myself that I want Kong v Godzilla, but I want it with a slipcover because I really love the film. Like, I loved everything about it, like the color palette, the fake Gina Carano getting stomped. You know, yeah, like the whole inner outer world thing. I liked all that, and I had no problem with the little kid, being, Kong's connection to humanity or whatnot. It was, and I liked that Black Alex Jones dude. I thought that was hilarious. So, but yeah, no. So I'm like, okay, I'm like, I could crunch the numbers, get my whole set, literally spend almost the same amount because I actually won. I actually won Godzilla 2014 in a bid, right? And this is the problem that I'm having with the mail now, because suddenly now they're blaming Coop. So this thing
Yeah.
literally left Texas. Mind you, I paid for, well, no, I think I paid for a media mail. Okay, I should have done something else with it. It made its way to California, and it sat there, and it sat there, and I was supposed to get it 2 days after July 4th, so I could, like, kind of chill and kind of watch it, on Blu-ray during the weekend or whatnot. It arrived on the 23rd, and it's all smashed up. The slipcover is ruined. The case is
Mm-mm.
bent. The disc is looking okay, but at the same time, I'm like, this is not going to be in part of my collection. I'm sorry. This is like too. I don't know. I'm weird like that. Like, it is not pristine enough to be in my collection. So I'm gonna have to find some schmuck to give my Godzilla 2014 Blu-ray to, you know, free of charge, of course, because I don't want that thing.
So you're
So,
nonprofit then?
well, yeah, because bro, like I think I paid like $4 in shipping, and I won it for $1.30.
No, we haven't
I
heard of
mean,
that.
they don't
Damon.
understand that it's such a freaking good film. I mean, I loved it. I mean, it had, to me
Same
anyway,
here.
it had
Which one?
Muto. It had Elizabeth Olsen, and it,
Mhm. All American hero trying to get back to his family.
yeah. I love the story. I love the story. Yes, I know they both end up being Quicksilver and Wanda later on, but this is like a parallel universe. So where they can share
Dare I say
that family moment.
I didn't care that Bryan Cranston was brief in that movie. I'm sorry,
Oh
guys.
yeah.
I'm not.
I think
Look,
his character fit the movie perfectly.
Yeah.
He had his character shine moment. The whole first act is kind of more or less he's the star. It's dedicated to him.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I liked everything about it. I liked the theme song, and it was fun. It was fun, and that's what I liked about it. It's
It's
heisting
criminally
films are
like
supposed to be fun movies. They're just supposed to be dumb fun movies, and that's
yeah, we can make the argument that Godzilla shows very little, but I have to piggyback off of Omniviewer's take on that criticism.
mhm.
Even though he doesn't have that amount of screen time, the plot still revolves around him and the
His,
Mutos.
his presence is actually very much felt throughout the
Yeah,
movie.
people talk
Because
about him.
mhm.
People are still tracking him, tailing him.
And you see him at the beginning of the movie knowing that, okay, he did once exist. And then later on, they talk about the Muto and how dangerous it is. And you're like wondering, okay, other giant monster, where does Godzilla fit into this? And then they say, ancient alpha predator. And I'm like, holy smokes. And that's adding a whole new layer of lore to Godzilla. That's why.
That and they've dealt with him before. May not
Exactly.
this generation, but the generation before them have dealt with him before. So the talk about Godzilla is always about Godzilla.
Oh yeah.
And even then, like Godzilla's presence can still be felt in that area. Even the Muto's presence can be felt in that area, or at least in any area that they're in. Like even as the people the soldiers are trekking through the through the danger zone. You can feel the presence, or at least you can see a story where the Mutos bump Godzilla into this building, or the Mutos track like crash to this building
Yeah.
to get to Godzilla. There's a thing called signs of a battle,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Showing, not
you're
telling.
left in other words, you're left to piece the pieces together yourself, or make up the pieces that you think happen in this area. It's like looking at a crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like looking at a crime scene.
Yeah.
Or at least like the way how Aragorn recounts what happened that night when Merry and Pippin were taken by the Urukai.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they finally called to him, but unfortunately the Urukai were all slain by the Rohirrim.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So like there's a moment where of course we all like to say we're led to this fake out where we thought Merry and Pippin were dead. Even we're in the shoes of Aragorn and the Fellowship, and we feel that pain that they failed, that they think they failed, until Aragorn glances at something on the ground and he says, "A hobbit laid here, and another," and then our heads lift up in that moment, just like him, where our heads are like, "Huh? Oh,
Exactly.
it's almost like it's like we were so sad we almost forgot that he's still a strider, or at least a tracker, which what skill sets that comes with his job title, which is a strider,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Then he's walking us through what happened,
Okay.
and the rest is history. So it's like going back to Godzilla in that regard. When you see as the soldiers are trekking through, there are times you'll hear the distant roars, or there are times you'll hear explosions in the background, or buildings crumbling. And there's a moment where you see Godzilla's tail sweep, and then of course you get that scene where Godzilla just roars. It almost seems like he's acknowledging the soldier's presence, and he's just roaring to just for the sake of roaring. No, he's actually giving off his animalistic roar towards the Muto that's coming at him.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you
Oh,
realize
yeah,
that that's when you realize he's just now just he's about to engage with the female Muto.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another moment where they're running again, and you see bodies like sail past in the background behind them, tail sweep in the background. I'm like, and that's one thing that bugs me about people who criticize this movie, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's my neighbors. But yeah, Gareth Andrews outright stated this was going to be told, or at least shown in visual through the human's perspective.
And I loved it every second because you just see what you are in the eyes of these things.
So when I read about that, sorry, Schooner, when I read about that, I said, so in other words, it's gonna be like me looking up at the sky between buildings and seeing a tail swing by.
Mm-hmm.
Godzilla's
I
tail, that
hear
is.
Harry Potter Mystery at Hogwarts. I swear, it's just.
But yeah,
It's me. I think I have an earworm in my head. So
you do. We all do.
I especially love the scenes when Godzilla and what was his name? They keep exchanging glances with each other.
Ford. You're talking about Ford.
Ford. Yeah, and I like how it's not that Godzilla's dismissive of him. It's more like when you're seeing a fox hunting, and you're going your own way and it's going its own way.
Mm-hmm. I like to think that he was sharing energy like Heisei Gamera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Remember Heisei Gamera in the first movie, Defender of the Guardian of the Universe, where he's sharing life essence with a young girl. So every time he gets cut, she gets cut. If he gets bit, she gets bit. Kind of like that, because like that's how I took it, especially when Ford like faints and relaxes, like Godzilla faints and relaxes in after he kills female Muto.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were kind of interconnected in that way. I thought that was yeah. I thought that's what that was, but like man can dream. A man can dream. I think Gareth had a little bit of a liking to the Heisei Gamera films. If he ever did see those films, he probably threw that in as a slight nod that he probably would have wanted to do a Gamera film. It did kind of feel like a Gamera film, more so than a Godzilla film. I will say that it's not a criticism, by the way. It's not a criticism.
No.
But it did kind of feel like a Gamera film, because the Mutos kind of represent the Gals in a way. They look designed like the Gal. Like, if you want to jump in, if you're a Godzilla fan, feel free.
By the way, you're talking about the gal from Titan AE, right?
No, that's the Dredge.
No, the gal, the beings that look like pterodactyls.
Oh, those guys? I thought they were called something else.
No, they were called the gal.
No, I'm not talking about those guys.
Okay. Then I'm not.
No. Gauss is a Gamera enemy that was made. He was a one.
Not Gal Gadot. So.
No, that's Gaos. Gauss. Gauss was a one-off enemy in one of the original Gamera films when they were a bit more kid friendly. But even though there's a lot of blood happening in those shows, or at least in those movies, like this dude gets maimed a lot in these movies. That's how crazy Gamera can get. But I digress. Gauss was a one-off monster villain in one of the movies. He was even a one-off villain that was used to be defeated by a new enemy of Gamera, until we got to the Heisei era of Gamera films, because we only had Showa era Gameras that was still going. But when we got to Heisei, Gauss was retooled as a prime enemy force that opposed Gamera, which Gauss was representing the dangers of pollution and unchecked capitalism. if you
Mhm.
will.
Mhm.
So they were basically the guardians of Atlantis. When
Oh,
people
cool.
when people created Gauss, they were hoping to create guardians. Unfortunately, Gauss was very carnivorous and ate the people, and they sometimes fed off the neck. I could be misrepresenting this, but I think they were supposed to be representing. I think they were supposed to absorb pollution and all that and all that waste.
Mhm.
They say they were mutated that way, and then the Atlanteans. Gamera. Anyways,
Yeah, what he said.
yeah. Anyways, so the Atlanteans create Gamera specifically to destroy Gauss. Unfortunately, both sides were too equally meshed, and they both killed each other. And Atlantis, even though Atlantis created a okay, I'm hearing things, but anyways,
That wasn't me.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm in the kitchen. I had to put the paper away. Put my wrap in. I had to clean off the table. Sorry about that.
you good.
Okay, I wasn't doing it to be rude. I just want you to
I
make
know,
sure
I
you're
know.
rude.
I
Yeah.
know. You know how I react to sound.
Yes. Your hearing is superhuman. So yes.
Well, fingers. But
Yes.
where I was going with this, even though that they created Gamera to protect Atlantis, they end up destroying Atlantis anyways in their fight, and both creatures end up perishing. However, Gamera was built specifically to reincarnate. So in the movie, Gauss was unearthed. Gauss was a carnivorous creature that ate on humans and animals. He pretty much cleaned up a whole city. They can even breed asexually if they could, and sometimes can feed off each other if there's no livestock for them to eat. Like
Mhm.
much like the dragons in Rain of Fire. If they don't have nothing to feed off of, they feed on themselves. Gamera wakes up when Gauss wakes up, and he starts killing them because yeah, they need to go.
Yep.
They need to go. And this time he uses a human life force to sustain himself, to continue to sustain himself, even heal himself when he goes into hibernation, when he needs to, when he's severely injured. But again, where I'm going with this is that Gamera Guardian Universe. Uh, whenever time I saw Godzilla 2014, that's why I immediately thought I was like, oh, he must have took inspiration from Gamera Guardian of the Universe, because it reminds me of like I said, the Mutos remind me of Gauss, and
Mhm.
Godzilla was like basically Gamera.
Right.
Only difference is he didn't retreat to heal himself. He was still in pursuit of the Mutos, just much the same like Gamera when he managed to kill one of them in their first encounter. The other two get away, and he goes off to pursue them. The only time he ever went to retreat was when he was severely injured, especially when he severely injured himself to protect humans.
Mhm.
There's a moment where he shields three human characters, the main characters, if you will, from Gauss's cutting beam. And I call it a cutting beam because it's a laser that's so super intense and super thin that it can surgically cut things cleanly.
Mhm.
That's a bloody movie, dude. I'll tell you that right now. That movie is blood. Like it. Look again, mind you, the Showa era is freaking bloody compared to the Showa era Godzillas.
Mhm.
Even though in later of the films they do kind of show a little bit of blood here and there, a lot of blood, if you will. But bro, when you get to the Gamera films, you would never, bro, you never seen Godzilla turn Rodan into freaking sushi.
Nope.
Like one monster did to freaking Gauss in one of the films.
Woo.
That's in fact that very monster inspired Knifehead in Pacific Rim, by the way. But
Mhm.
besides that, like bruh, freaking Gauss was bloody all the way around. Even when it was
Mhm.
child friendly, supposed to be. But when you get to the Heisei era, dude,
Mhm.
when I see Gauss eat people, that horrified me.
Mm-hmm.
That horrified me. He had people in his mouth, and he just showing you hearing bones crunching and meat slurping. You're I'm like, bruh, Godzilla was not near this brutal.
Mm-hmm.
You hardly ever saw a monster eat a person in Godzilla. Ever. The only thing I ever saw a monster ever eat anything was in freaking Destroy All Monsters when freaking Rodan sweeps by and picks up a dolphin. Or roaches in what Godzilla versus Violente, right? Or Godzilla Rates Again? Yeah, Godzilla Rates Again. Or Godzilla 1985, right? Where freaking cockroaches are eating up people. Hey
Yep.
Al.
Hey, Al.
Gamera is awesome.
Hello, Al.
Oh yeah, Gojira. We call it by its real name, Gojira.
Gojira.
Gojira. Gojira. Yeah, there was a lot of body horror in those films. Like freaking Gauss loses a leg. Uh, um, freaking Gauss grows and molts. Like he grows so big that his skin start melting off.
You guys
I'm
didn't happen. War of. Okay. Yeah.
War of the Gargantua. Yeah, one of the Gargantuas. They eat people like you see the remains of them and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
You guys didn't happen
clothing.
to actually see what I sent during private chat earlier, probably with the two Black Widow articles making like a slight reference to Bucky. They basically just like trivialized his whole transformation of becoming the Winter Soldier. Like, oh yeah, no, all
That's why
he
I
needed
hate it.
was all he needed was the Red Widow jizz, and he would have been fine. It's like
Yeah, that's
the glowing Red Widow jizz undoes mind
Oh,
control.
I think
And
I
it's from
think though,
Screen Rant of all things.
one of my favorite lines though is that the only reason why the Black Widow program is what it is because there are quote unquote more women in the world.
you could tell. Well, my whole thing on it. First of all, you're right. Screen Rant, I believe, is run by idiots who absolutely don't know anything. They don't know anything because when you sent that trooper, that's why I put the what? Because it's like this has nothing to do.
They like to trivialize. That's their
respecting.
problem. Truth be told, that's their problem. They like to trivialize everything.
Yeah,
They make
don't
things
get
so
it.
trivial.
They don't get it. They don't get anything. You're right, Wolf.
Just
They
like what I
don't
said.
get anything.
Just like what I said in the green room. I said, you know, it's like again when we talk about the man, the mask, when it comes to Superman and Batman, right?
Mhm.
Superman will be Superman going Superman. Superman will always be Superman, right? And Clark Kent going Clark Kent. Clark Kent will always be Clark Kent. Here's the thing that you need to consider though. Where the man and the mask takes value into. Where do you put value into? Which is the man and the mask. The man is just as important as the mask. Superman is not just Superman just flying around saving people. He is also Clark Kent. He is an intrepid investigative reporter. In the case of Bruce Wayne, again, Batman going Batman, Bruce Wayne going Bruce Wayne. But again, what's important about Bruce Wayne is that he's a philanthropist. I'm probably using that word correctly, right? It's
Yeah,
philanthropist.
philanthropist.
Yes, you are.
He is a philanthropist. He cares about the people. He's big enough to give people a shot when they bring their merit in. Lucius Fox is a prime example of this. He put his money and assets to Lucius Fox in his engineering plans. Lucius Fox don't just build Batmobiles for this man. He runs his own company and business
Right.
because of Bruce Wayne. He's not going to say, "Oh, I wouldn't be here because of Bruce Wayne." He would probably got there eventually. Bruce Wayne just shortened the amount of time it would have taken him.
Mm-hmm.
That's like he eventually got to where he got, but at the rate he probably was going, Bruce Wayne pretty much shortened up that time frame. So even though he's a self-made man, there's people supporting him behind him. But you know, you got that one person that say, "Well, if Bruce is so rich, well, how come he hasn't how has he hasn't solved world hunger?" Bitch, he's a rich man. He's going to help people. He's going to help people one person at a time.
Well, let me put it to you this way: while we're on freaking Black Widow, okay, so I said Incredible Hulk grossed 334 million with inflation, right? This like Black Widow has barely grossed 316 million, and it's been in the theaters for 3 weeks now.
Right. Yeah. It's technically flopping. It's going to be a flop.
It
And
is.
my
It's an average flop because the average Marvel film usually busts 600 million easy. Like,
yes.
I don't think it's even topped Shazam at this point,
Mm-mm.
and that tells you a
This is some
lot.
self
That tells you a
projection
lot
coming
about
from him.
Black Widow and the MCU and where they're going. Like,
Well,
yeah, because Shazam did 365 million. This thing is only at 316. So I mean, we only have a few more days before we get into August, and then the counting stops. So,
we'll
so
see.
yeah, it's a flop. It literally is a flop. It did not do as well as they quote unquote made it seem to be, because you notice now they're not even talking about it. They moved on. Oh, it's like suddenly now we're on to whatever's next. Now it's dunking on Space Jam 2. LeBron is not Michael Jordan. I'm like, yeah, I'm not an idiot. I see the difference. Like, it's like you're preaching to the choir. Like, we all know Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan. Would
Exactly. I
it
agree.
now, mind you, rest his soul, Mr. Bryan or whatnot. Had it been Kobe in this film, it would have busted out like crazy. It just would have. Everybody would have shown up to
Agreed.
see it. So, yeah. So that just tells you the difference in personalities and showmanship and athleticism. So,
Well, with space, I call it space spam because it's so bad.
yeah, it is
Space
Space
spam.
Jam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Space Spam 2, the thing was, you just said it, Trooper. LeBron, well, first of all, LeBron is not as loved as he thinks he is. LeBron's ego is bigger than his head. And he just thinks that he is great and everybody loves him. Everybody
Oh man,
doesn't
he's
love him.
loving those endorsements and those sponsors definitely.
Yes, but see that
Definitely
it's
for sure. Yep.
yes, but they're not. Well, let me put it like this: he's not as charismatic on screen as he thinks he is. Maybe with the endorsements, but as far as a major motion picture, he is nowhere near what Michael Jordan was when Michael Jordan did Space Jam. Michael Jordan, the thing, and I sat through a few minutes of Space Spam, but I had to cut it off because it was so bad. I said I didn't even bother to finish it. His acting, LeBron, basically cannot act. It seems like in Space Spam he was trying to act and he couldn't. He couldn't even act his own self. He couldn't even be his own self. He's that
Couldn't
bad at
even
being his
voice
own
act.
self. Yes, he couldn't. But I also think he is not as beloved internationally as Michael Jordan is. This morning while I was looking at a documentary on the first Dream Team when they were in Spain and how mobbed Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson were and how everyone was just in awe of him. It's not like that with LeBron. Everybody doesn't love LeBron. LeBron lives in a bubble. So LeBron thinks everybody is adoring him. So he's not as big because the box office receipts show that. If LeBron was as beloved as he thinks he was, Space Spam would be a hit. And it's not. It's a flop because
I agree.
because LeBron James is not as loved. It's like you said, Trooper, if Kobe Bryant was alive and they gave it to him, this movie, Space Jam 2, would have been a hit. I absolutely believe that it would be. If LeBron James is not as beloved as he thinks and really shouldn't act in front of a camera ever again. I know you guys see him in the commercial, but guys, I'm warning you to save your souls. You don't want to see this guy act. If you've got HBO Max and everybody out there.
I don't want anywhere near to be anywhere near this freaking flunky sellout.
He is a sellout because, and then when he lost in the NBA finals, I just didn't like his attitude. It was like, I'm going to Hollywood to promote this movie. I'm not going to play in the Olympics. I'm going to Hollywood. Okay, well, Mr. Hollywood, you go ahead and promote your Space Spam. And look what happened, though. The movie has flopped. It's lost millions. It is a flop. It is not a hit. Nobody likes it.
I guarantee you, if he had gone to the Olympics and won, he could have marketed this movie way better.
Yes, you're right, Scooney. He could, if that had happened and he won, it would have done a whole lot better. I absolutely agree with you with that 100%.
Come on, you can just market it as Olympic gold medalist LeBron James.
Yeah,
and that already has a sell. That right there is your selling point.
Right, and people, I agree with you, and people would be in good spirits to see it because he would have been Olympic gold medalist LeBron James. Let's say he had one and the film came out right now, like you said, I think he would have done better. So I agree with you 1,000%. But
and
Go ahead.
everybody likes to enjoy, not to make it sound selfish or anything like that, but people in general, well, one, they love a winner, and two, they like celebrating someone's win. So it's kind of like partaking in that victory yourself, because
Kobe
he
would. I will
represented
say
you in the
this.
Olympics. You know what I mean? He represented his country. So in a way, it's everyone's win.
It
I
would have
will say
helped him.
this. If I were to make a Space Jam sequel, it would have been Kobe in mind with his partner Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wolf. Because when I thought about it before this even came up, I was sitting myself saying, if they did Space Jam 2, who would they pick? I said, well, you got to go with Kobe Bryant. I think that's the one that you would go
Kobe
for.
Bryant would have been the Will Smith of his time in basketball, which is charismatic, likable, way before the craziness started happening, and good on Bryant for him to really continue to live that image that he did for as long as he could, especially being the inspiration to his late daughter as well. Let's not forget that
Right,
he was not alone when he lost his life. So
right.
both God rest their souls on that front. But
Right.
again, like I said, if Kobe was in Space Jam 2, and of course if the movie had a better script, definitely would have been would have been the sequel that actually that performed a lot better than the original, or at least the sequel
Yeah.
that's a lot better than the original, because the original it's still coasting on nostalgia. Everybody watched that because of nostalgia. No,
Well,
Yeah.
nobody.
and the one thing you do have to remember, it can even be a so-so script. Like, it really depends on the
Hmm.
execution,
Hmm.
because Wrath of Khan was a so-so script.
Yeah.
But because you had Montalban, and you had
Oh,
Phil
and you had
Shatner and the greats,
you
if
had
you will, because technically compared to today's actors, yeah, they are the greats.
well, you also had Nicholas
Go ahead, Scoot.
Meyer. You also had Nicholas Meyer, a veteran director, whom was not familiar with Star Trek, but was eager to learn about it, especially if he was going to make one. So
Yeah.
his direction was on a minuscule budget, mind you, was amazing.
Hmm. Yeah,
The budget for
I
the
agree,
budget for
because I mean, at the very end of the day, it's a fun story. That's what people seem to always gravitate to, is the story. Not so much that at the very end of it, yeah, the Enterprise goes down in flames. I mean, no one doubted that the Enterprise wasn't coming back.
yeah.
It's one of those things. It's Star Trek. It's the same thing with
Well, yeah.
Captain Kirk.
And not only that, they also found a way to kill a beloved character in a very smart way. First off, they didn't kill him off in the first 5 minutes like some punk, and they didn't curse his name after he left.
Yeah,
No,
or
actually,
it was all about me. It was all about me.
Exactly.
Died. Now it's all about me. So
what it was very respectful, and this is how you invoke the audience's emotions. Why was everybody sad? Not so much that Spock died. Yes, they were sad Spock died, but it was seeing the reactions of everybody.
yeah,
That's the impact. I mean, what was it? Kirstie Allen's character. Oh God, what's her name?
Savick.
Yeah, Savick. Savick cried. A Vulcan, a full-blooded Vulcan, who, we don't need any logic and we don't share emotion. I mean, that right there should tell you everything too.
Well, I mean,
See if I got the energy for
it
this.
goes back. It goes back to being able to craft something people want to spend their money on. Again, one of those many topics that I threw your way to all three of you. My wallet, my choice. And that's kind of where that cognitive dissonance is between the generations, where some people still think, hey, I got to give them money or they're not going to be able to make stuff.
Yeah, at the same time, you need to use your wallet to invest into building a project that's definitely going to usher in the alternative for the people as well. So,
Yeah.
what are you saving your
there is
wallet
that
for?
too. There is
If not
that. You
selfishness
can
yourself.
You can either try to craft a business, or you can make your storytelling the business. So, I mean, there's different ways to skin this cat, but at the very end of the day, the current model that's existing right now in current pop culture Hollywood is not working.
Well, and that's another thing too. You can't be afraid of. You can't be afraid to say, "I'm not going to spend money on this crap."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree.
Well, yeah, and that's when the access media comes out, and then they kind of shell for these companies because guess what? They want access. They want those backstage passes. They want to be able to say, "Oh, well, I have a very reliable source, and I happen to know for a fact, ladies, that the girls get a lot of time on screen." Okay, Grace. Okay, Grace.
I can tell you something right now. Access. I can say something
I
right
would
now.
not have known that you were imitating Grace at that moment.
Right.
Wow.
Right. So
I can tell you something right now. Okay, it's gotten to the point where we don't even need Access Hollywood anymore to tell us what the movie's going to be, because we can call it out from these interviews and everything. I mean, for God's sakes, Clownfish TV broke the whole story of
they scooped it. They totally scooped it, and they were right. And now guess who comes out smelling like freaking flowers? Clownfish, because they scooped it. And mind you, when they scooped it, they did it in such a way that it left everything pretty much open to interpretation. Until you watch the episode yourself, and you can say, you know what, they're right. He-Man steps aside, looks like it's about Teela and her girlfriend in parentheses. You know what I mean? So it's like
the thing that kills me. The thing that killed me more than anything is that Kevin Smith was the arbiter of his arbiter. He's responsible.
Well, he is the arbiter of his own demise, but yeah.
He's the arbiter. Yeah. Okay, then I knew. Then I did use the right word. Arbiter. Yeah, he was the arbiter of his own demise. He basically
Fulfilling prophecy there.
By indulging them, he said, "Well, I wish." He didn't even. He validated them because he says, "Well, I wish I would have known this before we finished the script."
Well, literally, what ends up happening is now you have She-Ra, and you have She-Ra Light, because She-Ra Light, like the actual She-Ra, like show or whatnot, is not even for She-Ra fans. It's for I don't know who it's for. It's for a bunch of kids.
It's for some sycophant who fantasizes about children all day.
Well, they have to be sat in front of a monitor so that they can see the fact that Glimmer is like this chubby blob. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's cool.
And Frost is supposedly this princess, even though she's a child. She's like she's obsessed with freezing people.
Can we just call the new She-Ra show what it is? It was lesbian princesses of power on Heroin Island. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it? I think it was Arrow. Was it Arrow? Yeah,
No.
Arrow is pretty much where we got that first glimpse of Black Jimmy Olsen, if you will. So,
which I was willing to give it the go ahead, because again this was like early into the whole fiasco that was building up. I didn't realize that they were going to do this to Jimmy later on. Like that's where I was really getting pissed off at, because I'm like, you guys are doing right by Jimmy, and all this time you're just making him a wimp at this point. Right. You even gave him a superhero moniker, and you don't even do nothing with him. I even noticed it with Mr. Terrific and Arrow, and again they're trying. Well, they're trying to go off, trying to be self-aware about it, like he's not the best fighter. I'm like, okay, but you're still a smart dude. Like you don't have to like out punch anybody just to prove that you're capable of running with the big boys. You are still the tech expert.
Yeah.
Like that was his whole crutch throughout that whole series, was the fact that he could not keep up with the basically the combat oriented heroes. Like what? Okay, that's like I'm watching you. Like yeah, I can see that you're not as the best fighter, right? But there's something that you're still bringing to the freaking table. Hell, at the time when you're not on field, you are in your element.
Yeah.
So So don't give me that crap that you're the weakest link in this group. You are capable. You're just not like they're like everybody has to suck. Like Wild. Here's the thing. Wild Dog is not the best fighter either. Half the time. Yes he. You know he keeps going, right?
Mhm.
But that like he's not gonna sit here and lament the fact that he's not always the best fighter. Even John Diggle's not like as good of a combatant as Arrow. Arrow's more nimble than Diggle. Diggle's just the heavy.
Diggle is a badass. Okay, I don't care
Yes.
what anybody says. Diggle rocks.
Yes, as Spartan too. Like he may not be the most agile, but he's the most he like in a one-on-one fight. When it comes to powerhouse, he is the powerhouse compared to Oliver Queen. If power had to dictate the victory, Diggle would win against Oliver. Oliver just mostly fights with nimbleness against Diggle. Same thing with Dinah. Dinah is purportedly the best combatant.
Yeah.
And she hardly ever uses her because of obviously budget. She hardly uses her canary cry. You know,
Yeah.
Because reasons.
Yeah,
I know what you mean though. I know what you mean. So
she basically rivals we lost Schooner, he'll be back.
yeah, okay.
She basically rivals Oliver Queen in combat at this point. Even against say Talia al Ghul.
Yeah.
Or her lesbian lover, which is funny that supposedly he's supposed to be the fucking heir to the Al Ghul name, and yeah, she's fucking shagging up with some lesbian bitch. Really?
I know. I'm just like, okay. It's not that I'm against that, but at the same time,
it should have been two new characters, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
Talia al Ghul.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Diet Talia al Ghul. That's what she. Okay, because they couldn't make any direct references to Batman, and technically Talia is so attached to both the League of Assassins and the Batman title, they couldn't get the licensing for her name, so they had to create this new character. And I'm like, okay, fine, but make some allusions to the fact that there's that she has a sister or something. You don't need to.
In fact, why don't you make the sister gay?
Yeah.
Just not Talia. That just exactly. I don't care if it's a diet Talia. Just don't make her. Just don't do that. And again, like one point of contention I have with the CW series as a whole, all of them, is that none of the kids are straight. None of the kids are freaking like in what universe would that happen? In what fucking universe would all their kids be gay?
Yeah, can I say this too? Because this is gonna sound so bad, but if as many people, if we lived in the CW universe, they would claim that it makes up of like 50% of the population. If you crunch the numbers, Trooper, be my witness, I don't think we actually have a stable population.
No, not at this point.
And none of these kids will be born with stable minds either, because what if a purportedly gay kid grows up straight and discovers their straightness? They never consider that coming of age reversal right there. They want
to claim that is actually a choice or a preference, not a biology. And I'm oh my god!
Sorry, Trooper Schooner.
I'm saying, oh my god, because remember in the past when everybody was saying that being gay was a choice, now they're trying to make it seem like being straight is a choice.
Oh, you can choose to breed. I mean, no one's telling you to breed. I mean, but
I'm just like, oh my god! So wait a minute,
bro. I mean, I know they've been moving in that direction, and I thought that was pretty vile.
I was just about to bring that up, Schooner. Thank you for bringing that.
Because now if you quote unquote refuse to smash a trans woman, you're racist,
homophobic,
and you're bigoted, and some women have a pouch in their
just a conga line of bad words to say about.
it just boggles the
So
mind.
you so
It
you're
just boggles
transphobic.
the mind. I'm like,
so
okay,
maybe you are
okay.
also.
Let's say I actually accept your propaganda. Let's say I go full on in. It's still a genetic dead end because I cannot reproduce with that person, and I
Nope.
gain nothing out of it. Like in terms
Mhm.
of say trying to grow a family or whatever, I have to go ahead and go to through via some other avenue via rent a oven, or I have to go
Oven.
ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you do. That's the thing too that boggles my mind is that they say that well we can have children just as much as you can. Just give us a few of your best swimmers and that's it. And it's like yeah,
Nope.
it doesn't matter if you say that you can't have two women cannot have. I don't care what anybody's saying or oh well we have evidence to the contrary. No, two
Yeah.
women cannot have
In what
children,
world?
and neither can two gay men have children. They
That's
try.
right.
They try to the best of their abilities, to the best, and I applaud them for that. But no, they can't.
I'm not gonna give them a
No, I
gold
know.
medal.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Totally get it.
I'm not gonna give them a participation award. They failed. You failed. You suck.
Yeah.
You just suck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say that, but you just suck. Somebody has to suck, so you suck. You suck at giving children. I'm sorry.
Right.
Now,
Look,
first off, I'm also going to say this, though. I'm going to say this. You suck at giving children. That does not mean you have to suck as a parent. That's a completely different conversation.
That's a completely different concept, and it's like
Look, I'm gonna applaud you for all your
be-
accomplishments.
before
If,
we
if
get
you're
to
the
point
best
B,
athlete,
you have to go
just
to
happen
point A. And I mean, if the objective is to go ahead and consummate, your relationship and eventually have a child, because I mean, that child is 50% your genetic makeup and 50% the other person, then I consider that to be a success. Again, they again, you become part of that whole ancestor line we were talking about earlier, that all these people had to go through all this stuff for us to get here, so we can be like, oh, let's hug it out. The bear won't eat us if we just sit by real quiet. It's
Oh my God.
and it boggles my mind. It boggles my mind. It's
Sorry, I know I'm a short distance away. If we stay close together, the bear will not eat us. That is the moment where I say, I'm sorry, sirs, but I'm going to sacrifice you to that bear because I'm running. Okay?
and that's exactly what happens. It's like again, like I said
Look,
before,
man.
I
Look,
basically
man.
go.
I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this, man. I hope one of you guys is bigger than me, because the only way we get out of this is if we stare this bear down and look bigger.
Yeah.
No, dude, I'm
You
only
better grab some reeds or something. Make your ass look fat or something.
nah, I'm just Chad height. Like I'm 5'11", so I'm just Chad height. So
I'm 5'11" too. I'm like, bruh, you better stand on your tippy toes or something.
be like, I'll wear my EMS.
If you got
boots or
jackets,
something like that.
Look, if you got jackets, flap your freaking jacket like you have some wings or something, or spread them out like you get a warrant sign.
Here's the thing.
Confuse the bear or something.
Sometimes being tall is not conducive. Because guess what? You stand out to a predator. So it's like
Basically, so this is basically what I'm saying here is that I'm basically saying, well, good luck to you guys. What are you doing? I'm going to make a run for it. There's no way we can talk.
Okay, Scooter.
No
Okay, if you're going, look, man, if you're going to do that, you better call the ranger.
And they say there's no way you can outrun that bear. And I look at my friends and I will say, I don't need to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just giving the bear a some distance head start.
So sometimes being of less mass has its advantages in its proper context. So
let's go back to Simone with her weak ass. I got a message for her ass real quick. I want to say this.
Please do, because this is.
It was a hot mess.
So we're all clear on what we said about this bra, right?
Oh yes, I stand by what I say too. Yes.
Yeah.
So we all recognize what she did, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was there at that podium and she did what she did, This will be my words. Get on while you can. Don't get the sucker. Don't get a sucker no statue. Give her some guts. I thought I wasn't going away. You got your shot. Now give me mine. Why don't you get the hell out of here? Shut up, old man. I ain't going nowhere. Why don't you tell all these nice folks why you been ducking me? Politics, man. This country won't keep me down. Keep everybody weak. They don't want me to have the top because I'm not a puppet like that fool up there. You know, you got a big mouth. That's how she gonna retort with her big mouth ass.
Or her Karen, or her Karen guards.
You know, you got a big mouth, you know. Well, why don't you come down here? Close it, Simone. Come on. Anytime. This guy's crazy. Don't listen to him. This little woman don't want to come to me, and I'll come to you people to lay out the truth. I'm right number one. That means I'm the best. This bum been taking these easy matches, fighting other bums. I tell you, everybody here, I'm fighting him anywhere, anytime, for nothing. But you people ain't never gonna get that. But you people ain't never gonna see that happen, cause she gonna retire, cause she don't feel like it. You see, she don't fight no real man. She fights these setups.
Oh, you're just, it's just inspiration. I can already see it.
Yes.
You're already. Mr. T would be proud.
Yes. And the SJW twit mob anti-American folks will be all over you.
Look. This will be the response. You're a disgrace to that sport. Shut up, old man. You don't know where I come from. Simone, your family doing nice, ain't it? You call yourself a fighter? Prove it now. Give me that same chance. The way you've been ducking is a disgrace. If she ain't no cow, why don't she fight me then?
Yep. Yep. And they're gonna say, "Oh, he's picking a fight with a woman," and then I'll be the one online basically saying, "Yeah, but a physically fit woman, I think she could take him, or maybe not. We'll never know. She isn't gonna fight."
But that's it's funny as it is. That is what the situation is going to be with the next couple of days or maybe weeks after the Olympics are over. She's going to get awards for just showing up.
Oh yeah, she's going to be like all over Hollywood. Like, she's going to be on all the freaking talk shows. And how was it for you? And then, I think we, a subject we hardly ever talk about, which this is all they ever talk about. Mental health.
And then we're going to get a movie. Okay, we're going to get a movie of her bravery. I'll tell you what, I'll see that movie. If, let's say, can we please have Brie Larson play the role? I will see that movie.
Be like, all this review bombing.
This will be addressing her husband. Hey woman, listen here. This your old woman ain't got no heart. Maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you say every night, dreaming you had a real man. Don't you?
Oh, hell.
I tell you what,
hell no.
Bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. She'll be like, you got it. You got it.
When did this turn into Black Snake Moan? I'm like, hell no.
Can I just say this? You have just broke Twitter because not only is this man picking a fight with a woman, he's hitting on the woman's husband. So right there, you have got the ultimate.
Called the husband a woman too. We know that man's receiving a pegging or a woman. Because they like to turn black women to lesbians now. It seems like.
Goodness.
Yeah,
like I did not expect that one. I was taking a sip of my coffee, so.
You almost did a spit take.
Yeah, thank goodness I have a straw in my cup.
When I said that.
Yeah. All I heard was pegging. I was like, oh. I'm like, if we get monetized, forget it.
And Leia can vouch for me for this one. Apparently, only way a black woman could be noticed, and I'm saying that with air quotes, by the way, noticed, is if she's not only black, but she's also a lesbian. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that?
Yes, I have noticed that
every single freaking time. They always want to toss up. She's either a bi or a lesbian black woman of color.
The woman they got to play a black woman on CW was chosen because she's either gay or bi. That's what she said when she was first introduced. I'm a gay bi black woman, so therefore I'm very happy to have this role. I'm like, oh sheesh. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh no!
Nobody cared about Nia Long being straight playing Friday.
I'm just basically saying, any questions? Yeah, how can you be gay and bi? Does that mean that you're more prone to women, but you will like the occasional guy? Or or the opposite? You're with every guy, but you enjoy the occasional woman?
She probably
Goodness.
said,
Oh, goodness. Goodness.
Homophobe.
yes, yes, goodness, yep.
It's not
I'm like, how so? How so? Because now I'm the one who's uncomfortable.
Yes.
How is that homophobic? I just want to know which side you're playing for.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's true.
If I
They would take-
was on that stand, and if I was bi, I would say I cannot confirm nor deny. Come see me play the role of Black Batman tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Oh my God!
But you're right, Wolf Media.
You're gonna make him freaking choke on his drink.
Yes.
I'm dying. My stomach hurts.
You don't know. Wolf, I was just going to say, you're right. Wolf, it does seem like the only way lean Scony, the only way black women now are getting attention is they have to be gay. I mean, that's basically all I'm seeing now.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they have to be gay or
They even link it
trans.
to their blackness.
Or trans. They have to
Black
be
bi,
They
black
have
gay,
to-
black,
yeah,
black
they have
switch,
to
black
be-
whatever.
Yeah.
They have to be either gay or trans.
Yes. Yes. That's,
Or even better, the new normal, non-binary.
yeah, whatever that means. Yeah. That is.
Bitch,
Yeah.
you know, if you take that shit to Africa, they would cut your pussy out.
They don't know that. I don't think they know that. They would. There's
And they would
places
know
where.
that if they read history books, and nobody's reading the history books.
Oh, there's
Of
some
course they're
countries
not.
that still. There's countries that still practice it now. There are some
Mhm.
countries where
They don't care if you're non-binary. They will cut your pussy out either way. They'll probably do it for the shits and giggles, for just for the fact that you said that you called yourself non-binary, just to mock you.
Mhm.
Yeah, they will exactly do that. And if I can say right quick, because I'm getting to get ready to wrap it up myself, but I just wanted to bring out this this one comment about Black Widow, real quick, about Black Widow's floppy. Kevin Feige didn't care for this movie. Kevin Feige put this movie out just to keep people to be quiet. There's no love for this character in this movie. Number one,
just shut the hippies up.
Yeah, that's the only reason he did it. He doesn't care.
Obadiah Stane.
Exactly. He does not care if this movie flops. See, that's not on his mind. What's on his mind is the Marvelettes TV show and Hawkeye Daughters. That's what the show is about. And She-Hulk and the Eternal or the Tolkien. Yes, not Cave. Hawkeye's not gonna. I'm not even gonna watch that because I know for a fact that Hawkeye will be a special guest star in his own show, like the Winter Soldier. So it should be called Hawkeye.
He's not gonna be the guest star. He's gonna be the. It's just the name. It's gonna be the character that they're gonna be focused on, which is a girl.
Yeah, you notice that now the pronouns with the titles: Captain Marvel, Hawkeye. The pronouns are done in a specific way, so you don't tell if it's a girl or man or a woman. You ever notice? You guys notice that now?
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that now coming from Disney? Yeah, you can't call her Carol Danvers.
Again, a case of the Master of the Universe thing with Scooney's writing of the Master of the Universe. I mentioned that. I mentioned that as a clarification of why I wanted to keep the Man at Arms. I know Leia questioned that, but again, this is why I did for Leia. I gave her a straight answer.
Mm-hmm.
And I firmly stood by why I wanted to keep that because again, that was a title for a Master of Command or Master of Military.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if they want to address this new female Man at Arms, they'll address her as ma'am or sir. Mm-hmm. Take your pick.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
But Kevin Feige did this film. He doesn't care about this film. He doesn't care about Natasha because Natasha is now problematic for them. First of all, so he basically
the woman until she starts showing some skin. Now she's a problem.
Yeah. Now, and I will guarantee you, since we're talking about, I will guarantee you they're going to take the other girl. I think her name is Yelena. I bet you she'll be a lesbian. I will guarantee you. I guarantee it. They're going to make her.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna make her bi or lesbian. But yeah,
I
the
would have been
movie.
okay with that had it not been a mission agenda or mission mandate with these fucking programs all the damn time. Just again, going back to the freaking CW children, every one of them plus one possibly being bi is fucking gay.
Hmm.
Not one of them at least. Like freaking, I'll give you an example. Both Arrow children is gay. One lesbian, one gay. Freaking Diggle's children is fucking gay. Well, except for the evil brother, he's straight.
Hmm.
That's just
Interesting.
agenda because straight is bad.
Yep.
Yes, that's why he's
Yeah,
straight.
he's allowed to
because
be straight.
So now, you know what this is going to be called now? This will be the straight scare of 2020.
Oh,
Mhm.
goodness.
We had
Oh,
the gay scare.
no,
That's
I,
what-
you know,
this
I
is-
believe it. I believe it.
That right
Yeah,
there,
I do.
that right there told me that they don't care about black folk. Right there. Like you only
Oh
care
yeah,
about us
no,
if we're
bro,
dead.
it's stuff we've talked about over and over and over again, and
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
like we see it more and more because we've talked about it. But it's like
Flash's
it-
kid, possibly bi. They don't really outright state it, but there's a probability that she's bi because she's giving glances to her female colleague
Yeah.
or
Mhm.
Can I just say how queer coding, as it's called now, apparently, is a bigger insult to LGBTQ than anybody?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yes, it is.
Queer coding. It's like, why don't you just come out and say it instead of the queer coding? And I love how the LGBTQ plus is basically just defending this by saying, stop looking at it through your hetero lenses, and stop putting your little norms on. And I'm
Well,
like,
let's call them for what they are: faux gay.
yeah.
Not
Yeah.
see the
Oh,
see the
yeah,
see the
that's
real
true.
see the
That's
real gay know what they're doing to it, and they don't even like that.
Yeah.
They
know
don't
what? You're
they
right.
don't like that at all.
I'm going to call
Well, you
that
got to remember
exactly
we've been
what
doing
is.
it for a
So-
while, so like you've got the ones that are like indoctrinated into thinking, "Oh, I'm gender fluid," and realistically, they're just doing it to be edgy. And then there are ones, within that subset that either they've had some form of child abuse or
Yeah.
something's just been flipped in their head that is
You know what? Wolf,
that
I'm
is
going to
the
use that
thing.
from now on.
So
I'm going to use that from now on, Wolf. It's faux gay. That's
Yeah.
all it is. Don't call it queer coding. We're going to change the title. It's faux gay. It's gay in all but admittance. So
Mhm.
so technically speaking, do you want to know why they always wait till the last episode to reveal a character to be gay? So they don't have to put in the work to a gay character.
Mhm.
That is the very definition of lazy writing. Okay, if you really wanted to show me a truly, I could even give it to you with my He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, the new Man at Arms. Fine, we'll have her be a lesbian. Okay, it's not going to be the primary center of her character. In fact, the primary focus of her character is how do I measure up to be this new Man at Arms. We just listened to Tila give her side of the thing. Maybe we can listen to another one of her subordinates or somebody else who can be a guy. And when she's at home during the quiet hours of, during the quiet moments of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, she has a conversation with another woman, and we don't have to say that's her wife, that's her girlfriend. It's just more, and you just know they both live in the house together. Okay, they're together. You don't have to outright say that every single facet of my life is tethered to my sexual orientation.
yeah, I agree.
We'll bring up the fact that nobody's allowed to be a friend either. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah,
Nobody's allowed to be a friend.
Well, here's the thing, too, okay? Because I'm going to say
Somebody's
this.
freaking living a sexist life.
I am going to, and I'm going to say this, too, because I'm not afraid to say this. Yes, there are homophobes out there, and there will be homophobes who will say that, oh, those two are just quote-unquote friends, okay? Those are people who will make trouble. It's true. There will always be those crazies out there. In fact, these woke SJ ideologues love these people when they make those comments or say something like that, so that way they can prop it up and victimize themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose Trooper?
Okay,
Schooner?
and you see
Oh,
how
he's
it's
still
feeding into itself.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just
Sorry, I'm rambling.
no. You're making a point. So
It's a
I'm
sore
going to add
issue
to
for
his
me
point
because I'm
too,
all
or at least I'm
Yeah.
going to add what they're failing to realize. One
This
thing, you
because
cannot.
this is like as you said, Wolfden. This is as you said,
Mhm.
Wolfden. It's faux representation.
But what I was going to add to that is these people are raised with the idea that they can wave away their problems with a magic wand, and all their problems will be erased away. Yes, the civil rights did make a way for civil rights to be where they are now, but that does not get rid of racism.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're
even if
right.
even if that is the case, racism is weakened because of the advances that we made within our civil rights.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that we have to take in consideration when it comes to racism is that it's not just white racism that we have to worry about. We've been so concerned about white racism for so long. We never considered that there's also racism amongst minorities and other minorities. Yeah, minorities alike.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's
that's
still.
what.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Wolf. I just want to say to you, that's what Hollywood cannot accept. That's what the woke. What you just said is what the woke elites of Hollywood cannot accept. Like what you just said, if I repeat correctly, yes, the civil rights movement did and make improvements for equality, but it doesn't stomp out racism completely. And they are having a problem with that because they think they can stop it out completely, and that's where they're making a mistake.
yeah.
Not only that is
Morgan Freeman, and they're trying. I guess you could say either they're overcompensating or they want to give themselves a pat on the back by doing the bare minimum. But Morgan Freeman had the solution a long time ago. How do you get rid of racism? Stop talking about it.
Yeah. No, it's true.
that, and you rub it in people's faces who dares us to say otherwise, or at least
Mhm.
like if somebody were to say, you're just a nappy head Negro, that everything we've done is everything everything that the black community has done is thanks to the white man. Yeah, and how that worked for you as a white man.
I like it.
Yeah, you say some of our advances are done based around the white man helping us, but how that work out for you? How's that working out for you now? You're
Mhm.
still working at a remedial job just the same as me.
Mhm.
You just you just mad because you get to see me here every day, or at least
And
the
if they
days that you work.
and I'm not even afraid to say this. If you can prove a hate crime, and I will say you can prove a hate crime. If it is a hate crime, you can prove it. Then you should be punished to the full extent of the law.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, everybody was so quiet. I was like, "What happened? Did I cut out again?"
No, you didn't cut out.
No, Trooper. Yeah, I would agree with that. If it is a hate crime and proven to be one, prosecute. But if nothing is there, don't make something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. There is that they're trying to make something out of nothing, or at least
Exactly.
it's mostly stemming from people who have never done anything in their lives. So they think that they're trying to jump on a bandwagon, or at least trying to create a bandwagon to make themselves feel self-important. Like again, piggybacking off of Ishii, these never did anything with their lives, or at least these privileged folk are told time and time again that they're going to do something great, but they don't go out and do anything great, or at least do something productive with their lives. So what do? Oh, I'm a champion for social justice. There's still racism in this world. It's a big problem.
Sometimes,
Basically inflate a boogeyman just for their
sometimes,
selfish goals. Syndrome. They're basically syndrome.
pretty much. Sometimes, in order, and I have seen this before. Sometimes, in order to appear less of a failure, people embrace great causes. So they're not so much protesting like, "Why you gotta be so critical, man," or something like that. They say, "Shut up! Don't you know how important this is to me? Don't you know how vital I need this?" And I'm like, okay, if you need somebody to validate you doing quote unquote good in this world, then you have lost your objectivity of what is good and what is bad. Because you are looking for somebody to tell you that what you're doing is good.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Instead of doing what you know in your heart is good.
Yeah.
But then again, they don't even know that themselves. They just want the question answered for them. You figure out that on your own, whether you're doing good or not. And of course, the only way you'll ever find out is you reflect on the actions and the results. You reflect back on the results. If somebody did not like what you did, then obviously you did something bad.
Mm-hmm.
If it really, it goes down to how well you handle criticism, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It really goes down to how well you handle criticism, which is if somebody tell you what you're doing is wrong and you're taking it personal, where it's like you think that, oh, that shouldn't have went wrong, that should have went right. I know I thought I had it right.
Exactly. And if you're just giving up and wallowing and then you wallowing in it, then you took the wrong messages from it. All right, what did I do wrong? What can I do to be better? And if somebody says, nothing, you can't do anything to make this better, you're just a natural failure. Okay, moving along. You, other guy who criticized my thing, what can I do to be better? They say the same thing, push them aside. Hey, what can I do to do better? You don't give up. You try again.
That's why I was asking somebody, show me what I did wrong. Show me where I did wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what I could do better.
Yeah. And you keep trying, and you try again and again. You know, you don't.
There are times I know enough of myself that I can be stubborn. I can be hot headed. I can be in many other words, closed minded, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm open to any suggestions or any form of criticism.
Yeah, and this is to other artists out there. If somebody is simply criticizing your work because of a woman has less lines than her other male counterparts, or where are the gays in this story and stuff like that, do not be afraid to say that is not my story to tell.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I think that's what they're going to start doing. Yeah.
That is not my story to tell. That is somebody else's story to tell. Well, why can't you lift them up? If they
That's
need
not my job.
That is not. First off, that's another thing. Yeah. They say, this story's racist because you had this one character do this to this one person and stuff like that. That tells me you're a racist. No. That tells me who you are.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what I would do. I would say I made the movie and told the story that I wanted to make. Now, if that's something, if it bothers you that bad, that there's a white male lead or there's not enough blacks for you, not enough gays, you don't have to buy a ticket. You can stay at home. But I'm going to make the movie that I'm going to make. Period.
Yeah.
Do I say I'm not? I don't care. I don't care what other white women Karens think of my work. No.
Yeah.
But if you don't like bouncers, I don't. Shit. I'm fucking. That's how bad that Brie line is. I can't even say it right. So I'll skip to the end. It wasn't made for you.
Wolf, I could tell you right now, if you made a Karen or an SJW angry, your work will be a hit.
Yes, because here's the thing. I shouldn't have to. If I do a film, let's say if I was doing Cap 4 with Steve Rogers, I'm sorry, I'm just throwing it out there. That would be a film, and this would be Steve Rogers, Cap 4. It would be for everybody. Stories do not have a gender, a race, a color, a sexuality. If it's a good story, everyone will like it.
So I'm not a person, place, and a thing.
Right. So I don't have to make a movie to please you or for you not to hate it. That's your interpretation of it. If it bothers you so badly not to see people that look like you or walk like you or talk like you, or you are so badly affected by it, first of all, you're the one that has the bigot. You're the bigot. And you don't have to come, but I am going to make this film. If you can't stand it, stay yourself at home and in your little house and watch the stuff that makes you happy. But you
stop touching grass, you damn dirty commie.
But you're the bigot. If you
last time I checked, we're in a freaking pandemic.
Well, the thing is,
Why are you still touching grass? If you,
Yeah, you more or less can't even be controversial anymore. I'm not saying
Hmm.
that you can't be, but now the consensus is if you're
oh,
controversial,
they're labeling anything as
you're
controversial now.
what's the best way to put it?
This stunning and brave person made a controversial
Well, yeah, but
move.
beforehand you could be controversial because you could have your own opinion, and
Yeah,
sometimes what it would do is it would get
you want to know what the
go see the
controversy,
film
the new
because now the
controversy.
one is who
Go ahead,
what the
Trooper. Sorry.
controversy is, or then
I think we're losing him.
Who?
Oh,
Skinny?
Trooper.
Trooper.
well, what I was gonna say was, it'll either get them to go.
Can everybody hear him?
Say,
He cut
what
off.
about
No,
now?
I can hear him now. Yes, I can
I
hear
hear
you
him
now.
now. He's cutting off. Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, I should be able to hear me now. I'm not messing with Amazon Prime. But no, what I was going to say is it's one of those things where, yeah, there was a time where you could be controversial, and that would actually bring people to see your film and see what the whole fuss was about, and then they're like, oh, that's it.
Hmm.
But you would also have people, who would come out, these mom groups, and oh, it's got violence, blah 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 blah. But again, everyone is now talking about this film. But now it seems to be that you can't be controversial because you don't want negative press.
These days, if it's controversial, it's more because it made a bunch of white dudes mad. That's why it's so controversial.
Yeah, that's what
Mhm.
it is now. Yeah.
Yeah, you know
Maybe,
what? Well, then here's the movie right now that'll make everybody that'll be so controversial that it'll make everybody upset. You make a movie about two lesbians, in a romance, and the twist, one of them discovers, oh shit, I'm straight.
Mhm.
Oh, their heads would explode. Yeah.
I just might
You're
write that
right.
story.
That would
Yeah.
be a
In fact, what could be crazy is that she discovers that she's straight. Now, what is she going to tell her girlfriend? She continues. It could even be romantic comedy or dramedy if you want.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Or
dramedies
dark
are fun.
or dark
Dramedies are
comedy.
fun.
Or dark comedy. But basically, she says, you slept with a man? Oh, could you? And and she's like going, I'm sorry. Was this the first time it ever happened? There were a handful of times in college, but I kept telling myself it was the alcohol.
Yeah.
I think there was a movie that did do that.
It's
I really do. I think there was a movie that did do that.
Damn it. Well, it's time to bring it back in
It's
resurgence.
rare to even get something like that, but still, like when I think about it, like I think a movie did do that where somebody thought they were gay, but turns out they were straight.
Hmm.
oh,
Well,
you
definitely
mean In and Out?
no, that wasn't. Yeah, that was In and Out with Kevin Kline, and I think he did discover he was gay at the end.
Or maybe
Yeah. Maybe
I pronounce you Chuck and Larry.
Um, no, Chuck and Larry, they were pretending to be gay.
Yeah. Or that one remember what's those two wrestlers name? They was always wearing the red.
Hmm.
That one Titantron, you look so good to me. Y'all remember that one? That
No,
tag team?
no,
No.
no,
I mean, no.
I do not remember that. But now I
I think
want to see it.
it was Chuck. Yeah, Chuck, one of the wrestlers' name was Chuck and Billy Gunn. They were like this. They were like this. Supposedly these Chuck, badass Billy Gunn and Chuck. They had this whole tag team thing going on where there's like these super hot bros that they're like doing these very effeminate things. But everybody thought they were like building up to be like this whole gay couple thing in wrestling history, right? They even got to where they were about to have their own first gay wedding on SmackDown. Ha! Predicting the future there, SmackDown. Huh? Nice. But freaking Chuck like freaking backed out of it. He's like, I'm not gay, and the guy who was promoting them, they end up attacking him, and they just bowed out off of it. That shit was so freaking funny. Me and my brother was watching it on the edge of our seats of that mess. Thought they were really gonna commit to it, and then they just backed out on it.
Oh
But
my
I
god!
think my brother, and my cousin was witnessing that year, and like that was like the biggest talk in middle school when I went to school the next day. I was like,
Mhm.
everybody seen what happened on SmackDown yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yep, that shit was funny. I was like, yep, it was. Of course, we also talked about how Booker T got his ass whooped in a freaking grocery store. We still talked about that too, or the kiss my ass thing where Rikishi smashed his ass in front of dang it, what's his name, Vince McMahon. Everybody remember that where they closed down the Kiss My Ass club. But
Well,
that go ahead, Leia. Say what you got. What you gonna say, and we'll start wrapping up.
yeah, I was just about to say this is great, fellas, but I got to wrap it up.
Yeah,
I got
I
to
think
wrap
I'm
it
gonna
up
go too.
now. This
I think
is
I'm gonna go too.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm
yeah,
out
yeah.
of
And
steam.
I gotta
Yeah,
go to the
yeah,
bathroom, so
yeah. So
I
yeah,
already did. So,
yeah,
and
you
I
can fuck off with that too. Fucking
no,
overachiever.
I'm looking at this bid on Kong Skull Island. Looks like I'm getting it for $5 and $2 shipping. I'm like, it's
Score,
fine.
dude.
I might as well just deal with angry face Brie Larson. I just want to see Tom Hiddleston do something other than Loki.
Look, just watch that movie for the sake of basically just her just trying to talk down Sam Jackson, and his response was, "Bitch, please."
yeah, that's the
No,
only best part of it. That's the best part of it. When I saw it and she was in, I'm like, oh, please tell me she gets
Well,
stumped on by the eight. Please say
well,
somebody eats her.
this is
Please say
before
somebody
Captain
eats her.
Marvel. This is before she even opened her big ass mouth, and I'm like, I was happy that she was in there, of course, but like now, I just watch it for the sake of that moment, just that moment alone, where she tries to talk him down, and I know she's supposed to be the good guy in this movie, but he just straight up says, "Bitch, please." I'm like, "Yep, shut that bitch up." Even the interview, she sounds so fucking pretentious, dude.
Of course
mm-hmm.
it
When she
does.
talks about her character, did you
Oh
see her
yeah,
interview for that?
yes,
Oh
No, I
yeah.
yes.
missed all that because again, I wasn't
Oh.
interested in Skull Island. It's like I wanted to see Godzilla versus Kong, and then I saw the film. I'm like, oh hell no, this is Kong versus Godzilla. I'm like, I like this
Mhm.
film.
I'm just
So
Well,
saying,
that's
like
the
when she talked about her character, I
thing.
was like, I didn't see not a damn thing what you described her character about in that
Can I?
fucking movie.
Can I
Everybody
say,
seemed to be okay with her. Nobody seen that freaking upset that she was in that freaking unit at
yeah.
all. I
The thing
saw nothing of what you described.
guys,
well, I think it's hilarious because every so often when I'm watching Kong Skull Island and Brie Larson shows up, I have to tell myself, "Oh yeah, Brie Larson's also in this movie. She's
Yeah,
That's what I
I
say
had
that,
too. That's what I
she's
say.
that forgettable. She's that forgettable."
Yes.
and
okay,
Brie
good, good, good.
and starring Brie Larson. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
no
like,
and starring Brie Larson. It's and starring
oh,
Brie
you're like,
Larson.
oh, she in it too.
No,
Yeah.
You know,
where
you know what's
where
hilarious?
I make that reaction? Schooner, hang on. Where I make that reaction is when her name pop up in the credits.
Yeah.
I don't know when you say that later on what part of the film that you say that on, but I say that like, oh, she's in this one. When I see her name pop up on the screen, I was like, oh shit. I'm
Well,
surprised I even recognize her name.
whenever it was on HBO, the scenes that I would always be watching were when Samuel Jackson and his crew are dropping all those bombs around, getting seismic activity, the fight with King Kong, or
Hmm.
those skull eaters, and I every time Brie Larson just happened to cross my view screen, I was like, oh yeah, Brie Larson's in this.
Nah, I just rewatch it every once in a while and just wait for that moment, or at
Well,
least I when he says that, I hardly ever expect it because I have to expect him to put his gun down
Well,
because this
because
is
what I
Brie
was gonna
Larson we're talking
say,
about, which is everybody
for
kowtows to her every single time, whereas he still got the gun up and he says, "Bitch, please."
Well, because what I was going to say for everyone in chat who doesn't have like these kaiju films, it's like, okay, so there's two ways of going about it. I tend to be a little bit more of an originalist where I kind of like having the slip cover and the original like art, on top of the cover. But
Hmm.
some people just get like quote unquote the 3 disc set or the 4 disc franchise set because now, ironically enough, if you were to go
I'll be
into
right
a
back.
Walmart, you can now get the quote Captain America 3 film set, which I think is a complete ripoff. because like they're repackaging the art. It's if you didn't watch any of the Captain America films, sure, why not? Now after the fact, sure, why not? And the other thing I saw, which I thought was completely abhorrent, is the Avengers 4-disc set. So you can get them for cheap now. Mind you, I paid top price for my stuff when it was released. So basically, for anyone who missed out on the MCU, they can get it for cheap now. But to me, I'm like, they're just repackaging these films and they're just looking to make money off them now, because the more fans they get now, and then you get them into Disney Plus, then they're like, well, what is this stuff? Oh, it's probably going to get better because, hey, the films that I have right now that I bought for $30 for 4 discs turned out to be really good. So,
I'm not gonna lie though. Whatever happens to Godzilla or Kong later in life, at least we'll have these 4 movies. We'll have Godzilla 2014. We'll have Kong Skull Island, Godzilla King of Monsters, and then Godzilla versus Kong. We'll have these 4.
I'm just trying to get King of Monsters at a good price. I mean, it happens to be more fairly recent, so you're not going to be able to really get it for dirt cheap. You're just going to have to shell out at least $10 and some change.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like you go to it's like I think it's almost ridiculous to pay $40 for 3 films.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of you get Godzilla versus Kong, you get Skull Island, and you get King of the Monsters.
And that's what bugs me, is because they're kind of like saying that this is the MonsterVerse, which started with Godzilla King of Monsters, when technically speaking, it's Godzilla 2014 that started this whole thing.
Yeah.
They want the thing is they want to ignore Godzilla 2014. 2014 was really just preparing us for what is to come by doing the less is more treatment.
Yeah.
Whereas when we finally get to King of the Monsters, that means more is coming at you, which is the less is more treatment worked for us, because even though most of us were disappointed with that movie, we still wanted more either way. Now, granted, when Kong Skull Island came about, that's when we were given that more. Whereas King of the Monsters gave us the balance.
Yeah, King of the Monsters also, I appreciate and respect this, which is why I love it so much. It decided it wasn't going to go for that realism anymore. It was going to go for the fantastic.
Yeah, and see, that's kind of what I like. I like fantastical films. Like
over time it begins to
let your mind
evolve.
run and play. So I mean, that's why I'm doing it. Like I'll post it on MeWe or whatnot. Like I have both, but what I'm getting at is you don't get to enjoy the art because it's repackaged in a quote 3 film collection, and that's what I've noticed that these franchisers are doing now. Now the only way they can monetize on their content, since a lot of these films are turning out to be socialist trash, is that they have to repackage all their old stuff to resell it to the people that haven't bought it yet. So for those people who didn't jump on the kaiju train, who are just now coming into, Godzilla versus Kong, yeah, you know what? They're ripping you off because they're not giving you Godzilla 2014. They should be giving you Godzilla 2014 in this quote unquote value pack. I hate value packs.
And
to me, they have no value.
And I am not afraid to say it. Godzilla 2014 is part of this kaiju, this 4-part kaiju franchise.
It's my favorite film. It's literally my favorite film. So
I really don't know why they're trying to write that movie off. Like, it really should not be written off. It should not. There should not be no reason why you should write that movie off.
You should write it off, especially given the fact you wouldn't have any of the other movies without this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that movie is a well-deserved addition to that franchise. That was the trendsetter for the franchise.
And what I like,
you've never seen Godzilla that large before.
Well, and what I like is you actually get to, you get to, what's the best way to put it? You get a lot of Aaron Taylor Johnson as to in Avengers, rather Age of Ultron. I mean, you did get some Aaron Taylor Johnson, but it's like hidden under a Sokovia accent, and I mean, it's you only get him for that one film in the MCU. So it's like if you want more, you're gonna have to go look for the rest of his work. So, and what
That
I
man needs
really
to hire
like
a new
is that
agent.
he's paired up with Bryan Cranston, and it works. It's like,
And another thing too, we have to give credit to the director because
yeah,
he personally took it in that direction. He
Yeah.
directed Monsters, which was incredible. Which
Yeah.
I did watch.
Dude, I'm gonna give this is another thing I'm gonna give Gareth Andrews,
Yeah.
yeah,
the director of that movie.
Or Gareth Edwards, yeah.
Edwards?
Mhm.
I thought it was Andrews. When in doubt, IMDb.
Captain Google.
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
No, I just like saying shut up.
No, I'm just
No.
coming across this news.
Let me
in
let me
Las
fi- let me
Vegas.
fi- let me finish. Let me finish
Uh-huh.
what I love about this man. This man made AT-AT scary again.
hmm
Yeah.
For reference, guys, he made Rogue One. When those freaking AT-ATs, I'll give you my thoughts in a sec. Gamer, he's asking about Shin Godzilla.
Yeah.
When those AT-ATs pushed through those freaking trees, my heart skipped a beat.
hmm
Yeah, we saw them in the trailer and everything, the teaser and all that stuff, but when they came on screen, I said, oh shit.
I'm going to tell you that final act is what saved that whole
Yeah,
movie.
Gareth Edwards, you're right, Trooper.
hmm That final act of Rogue One: A Star Wars Story saved that entire movie.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you see the horror in everybody else's face when they pop in. I was like, yep,
Yeah.
you guys got no shot. Y'all barely even got anything to fight against that thing. Yeah, yes, the freaking type X-wings come in and take them out, but like, bruh, before they even show up, like, dude, those things were scary. Just like
I
how they
love
were
it.
in the Battle of Hoth. Did
Yep.
Leia leave?
Terrifying.
Yeah. She had to go. So.
Okay.
I still love that scene where the one the blind force wielder, he's tilting his head, and then you just hear a familiar stomping sound. Which, by the way, I don't
Chirrut.
care what everybody says.
Talking about Chirrut.
That audio was lifted right from Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, you're talking about Chirrut.
Yeah, how he tilts his head to the left and he hears it, and then he calls for his friend and he says, "Run!" They turn around, boom.
Base! Base! What?
What?
Run!
And then AT-ATs come right through.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was
the
like,
one-
oh shit. That's why I said, oh shit. I
Mhm.
audibly said that in the theater.
Mhm.
Like the moment they peeked through that freaking trees, I was like, oh shit.
Mhm.
Just like how I was when I was a kid, but of course I didn't learn foul language that well.
Yeah.
I was more of, will somebody please kill these things? They're starting to scare me.
Yeah. Well,
That's my genuine fear. That's my genuine fear. If the heroes can't kill it, I'm afraid of it.
yeah. I think probably what bothered me the most about Rogue One: A Star Wars Story, and this again, I'm not afraid to say it, there were too many references to the original trilogy. I can't believe I'm saying that, but there were too many references.
Yeah, you're right.
You
Unneeded ones.
There was unnecessary. You didn't need to know why Luke got Rogue Red 5.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because it turns out in the battle at the end of Rogue One: A Star Wars Story, Red 5 is destroyed. You don't need to know that.
Nope.
Secondly, you didn't need to have the same villains that Luke ran into at the cantina show up on that one scene with
How they
Jim.
get off that planet. How they get off that planet. How they were not in a hurry. They weren't in a hurry, it seems.
No. Where the hell? Yeah, exactly. And just tell me in hell that they survived the first ever Death Star just to go to Tatooine and start picking a fight with somebody, okay? If they had survived that ordeal, they would be freaked out.
They would be telling stories about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is true.
They'd be telling stories about it, especially around. They wouldn't even make that comment about them being wanted in 9 galaxies, I think, or
yeah. He says he says, watch yourself. We are wanted men. I have the death sentence on 12 systems.
Yeah, 12 systems. He wouldn't make that comment because he survived death from that Death Star blast.
Yeah.
Like he would not be saying that. He'll be humbled, basically.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't no way in hell.
hmm
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and we don't need C-3PO and R2-D2 on Yavin. When they get
Mhm.
like how the hell they come from Yavin to Leia's ship to Tatooine to the Death Star, then back to Yavin.
hmm They didn't need to be on Yavin for like going to Scarif. I mean, I get it. You wanted a cameo, but it's gratuitous.
They had enough cameos. They had
I know
freaking Bail Organa. They had
exactly.
Mom Martha.
That's the thing that kills me is that there's an overindulge because they kept wanting to set. It's like these little winks thinking that the audience is stupid. By the way, yeah, this is connected to the original Star Wars. Oh, by the way, this is connected to the original Star. We already know that. Okay,
That being said, Gareth Gareth Edwards was I will still go to him for a Star Wars fucking movie because at least he made Star Wars.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, I'd even go for after seeing the Dune trailer. I want Dennis I can't Villeneuve to direct Star Wars. That when I saw the Dune trailer, it's like this is what I
Oh
wanted.
yeah. Denis Villeneuve, like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, bro, that could have been Star Wars, and I told
That's
you
the
Exactly.
only movie
that
out of
could have
this
been
year
Star
for
Wars.
now
Like
is what I'm
take
looking
out,
forward to at this
yeah,
moment. That and Free Guy.
like
Yeah.
you can take out the creature, whatnot, whatever, or keep the creature
Mhm.
in it. It's up to you, however you want to go about it. But you switch out Paul Atreides with, say, Anakin Skywalker. Switch out Chani with, say, Padme. We're just kind of switching around characters or whatnot. That literally could have been the look for Star Wars.
Mhm.
You know,
Villeneuve is a meticulous
like,
director, and he
yeah,
got this
yeah,
way
like,
because of Blade Runner. I've seen two. See, before even going into Blade Runner 2049, I knew we were in good hands because
yeah.
I saw his movie Enemy with Jake Gyllenhaal. Loved it.
I love
Well,
I mean,
Enemy.
for me, it's Arrival.
Arrival
With
was
India.
really good.
So yeah,
Arrival.
I still need to
Arrival.
own that movie.
because I was literally following like Jeremy Renner's work, and that's how I came across Arrival. I was like, okay, well,
I
I
came across
already
it because
like
of the
I had
trailer.
already seen BBS, and I was like, do I really want to deal with her again? Like, I'm like, you know what, I'll do it. And it's such a fun film, and I loved her more in that film than I
Mhm.
did in Bat v Soups, because literally they actually like allow, I guess the best way to put it is they allow her to be her, as
Yeah.
opposed to,
Hmm.
quote unquote, the constraints of being Lois
Mhm.
Lane, which honestly to me it really felt like Zack Snyder as a director didn't expand these characters enough for, quote unquote, the Snyderverse that he was creating.
That's another thing that bugs me. It's like he doesn't know what to do with Lois Lane. What?
Yeah,
Lois freaking
yeah,
Lane, you don't
yeah.
know
That was
what
my
to
big
do.
critique too. I was like, you got a redhead, which already you already got my attention. It's like all redheads look the same from the back. That's all I care about. So I know. But case in point, you got a redhead. Fan freaking tastic. Give me a new spin on Lois. You know,
A
give me a
redhead
reason.
Lois Lane. That's something I never would thought I'd see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And all we get is your mom is my mom's name too, and we also get
It's
she's
his
the key to
mama,
everything. It's like that's what we got. That's what
and
we got from Zack
she's
Snyder.
she's swinging back and throwing the one thing that could kill Superman. Now, before we sign out, I'm gonna
Yeah.
answer gamer's question.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I It's a mix for me from uh mostly on the hate side. I really didn't excuse me. Sorry about the dead silence, guys.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is didn't really like it that much. It was kind of boring.
Mm-hmm.
of what I saw when we did get some Godzilla action, still bored me. Even though I did like the way how they did his atomic breath, like how he's able to manipulate into his spines and everything. That was all flash for me. The mutations was fine, but they call it evolution, which is that's not how evolution works. That's basically mutation. I can't. I again. I get teed off when they use evolution loosely
Mm-hmm.
every single time. That's not biology. That's not biology.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
The only thing that I did like was the ending, which is kind of like the big reveal that they had Godzilla continue, he would have broke off into millions of smaller Godzilla human hybrids.
Yeah, that was weird.
Sorry about that, guys. Um,
Okay. Yeah. No, you're good.
now
But yeah, we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to maybe like on I want to do it on a Tuesday. Like if we do something on a Tuesday, I definitely want to toss the Denis Villeneuve Dune versus Star Wars because it's
Oh
something that I
yeah.
really want to talk
I'll
about.
make that
Yeah, like I
happen.
don't want to do it in like vague posts in MeWe and come across as being a
You know
douchebag
what? I would
because I do.
totally.
I come across very douchey on MeWe, but that's just me. So
I could even make the argument too. You could even do how Blade Runner 2049 and Dune could have been great Star Wars films.
yeah, because what you're
Dare I
doing, what
say it?
you're literally doing, it's like and it's not so much even about the script at this point. It's about painting the world, if you will. Because if you like I said before, if you watch a Tim Burton film, you know it's Tim Burton. Same
Yeah.
thing with the Denis Villeneuve film. Like
Mm-hmm.
I thought the coolest part of the whole thing was that looks like Arrakis. That could easily be Tatooine. I was like, this is what Star Wars was supposed to be if freaking
Mm-hmm.
Disney was
I just
doing
might watch
freaking
that
Star
trailer
Wars.
again.
It's high, and what I love about
You can, yeah, we can if you want. Yeah, so
high concept world that's in it. This
No,
is
no,
what I love.
off screen, off stream.
The
yeah,
high
well, that's
concept,
fine.
the high concept world is very much so. This is what I love, his keen eye for detail. It's
Yeah.
very practical, yet at the same time so foreign.
Yeah, and that's fine if Aqua Bro's in it. I'm not really watching it for Aqua Bro.
No,
Like the whole point is like within the entire piece. Like within the entire piece, the film itself, like my whole point is that everything fits well within that world. So yeah, if you have Jason Momoa for the comedy breaks, just like the one you got in the trailer to kind of break it up. Oh, you're putting on muscle. I did? No. So it's
Well,
again, he
but if you
gets
ever
the
want
levity. He gets the levity between heavy montages. He gets it. Not a lot of people do. Like
no, that's what makes it fantastic.
yeah, and that's what I really wish we would have gotten. That's fine if we got Force Awakens. That's fine, but to say okay for all makes and purposes, if Last Jedi throughout the script, if Last Jedi had been a Denis Villeneuve film, holy Josepius, that would have blown everybody's mind away.
I betcha. I probably would have loved it.
Yeah, it would have blown everybody's mind away because we don't know who the Last Jedi is. Obviously, it's not going to be Rey. I mean, in his script, obviously, it's not. Like he's going to go off of something, so he might have just gone off of the freaking Last Jedi novel that exists in the EU. But the whole point is is the Last Jedi ends up being whoever is in the script as far as the Last Jedi, or for all we know. Okay, and let's do that. Your mind is now blown. Guess what? So now The Rise of Skywalker is literally the Colin Trevorrow script. That would have been even more amazing. That would have been crazy because like you can find a lot of this stuff on YouTube as far as excerpts from the leaked
still
script.
wondering how Dominion's gonna be.
Oh my gosh,
That's
dude!
Dominion.
I would have freaking fapped all over the freaking like movie screen. That's how like mind-boggling like Star Wars would have been. I would have been like, holy, again, holy Persephone, because I say that kind of stuff.
You know
But,
what?
like,
Then let's start. I say because I know for a fact Dune is going to be a hit. Yeah,
oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna say it right
I'm
here. I'm
definitely
gonna
gonna
say
go.
the
Like, I'll go 9 times.
Dune.
Like, I'll be honest. I saw Wonder Woman 9 times because I really wanted
Mhm.
to support it because
Yeah.
it literally did follow. It really did follow an old school feminist
Mhm.
in terms of like movie development. It followed like the Maid and Mother Crone phase. But
Mhm.
more to the point, it was a
Made
Wonder
Mother
Woman
Crown.
film that I wanted to see, and the No Man's Land montage made so much sense to me. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like
And
that is
you can
Wonder Woman.
tell.
That is literally Wonder Woman.
And look, can I just
Even
say
when
that
she
Blade Runner?
chastises the generals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even Blade Runner 2049 found a way to check all of the boxes that the woke ideologue Hollywood
yeah.
and was able to do it in a way where everybody could enjoy it.
Well, he even found a way to fap, Anna de Armas, like in doing the hologram superimposed on a prostitute bot.
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, cool, I'm game because if that's the only way you're gonna get, you're gonna fap your joy hologram, you might as well do it. So,
Well, and
so
that's the thing too. He did it in a way that was not it was not some gratuitous like oh robot, blah blah blah. No, he did it in a way where you could totally because and I could be here all night with that and
oh
I
well,
can
yeah,
look at
because the
Giant
technology
Joy
is literally
all
relevant within the
day.
context of the film. That's the
yeah,
whole point. Like everything
mhm,
is functional within that film, within its context. It
yeah,
all. I hate to quote the Jetsons. It all, a place for everything and everything in its place. So it
mhm,
makes sense. And it's
yeah.
like you did not get that in any of these like Disney
Can
Star
someone
Wars
please
or
explain to
like
me why we live in
Disney
a
Plus
world where we have?
MCU. Huh?
I was saying, can somebody please explain to me why we live in a world where we had two live action Flintstones movie and not one live action Jetsons movie?
Don't give them any
I could
ideas
tell you.
because the moment you verbalize it, it's out there. So,
Well,
so
we
I would
got
like for them not to make
At
a
this point,
socialist
no, no,
Jetsons
no,
film. So
what?
nope.
What? What are you talking about? The Jetsons? Oh, please! I do not like the Jetsons. I would totally not go see that at all if it came on
Granted,
screen.
yeah.
granted, even though I was more of a Flintstones person than a Jetsons person, I still would want them to have that.
Well, they would just flip and make Judy Jetson a lesbian.
So,
Elroy
Mm,
could not be smart,
yeah.
or rather, he would kid explain his parents all the time because
Oh
George would be a
oh yeah,
bumbling
kids
boob,
playing.
and
and you know
Shane
who
would
the
be
only one
the.
who could.
Go
You
ahead.
want to
Oh,
know?
go ahead.
And Rose would be a feminist robot demanding equal pay for all robots.
Oh yeah, she'd be like
That's the
freaking Lee.
only one.
She'd be like
Yeah,
L337. And
Yeah.
that's what killed me when they freaking called her L337. I'm like, If you're a gamer, you're gonna get that. It's totally like elite." I was like,
they'll make
"That's
this
trash."
Astro a freaking puppy compared
Well,
to.
Astro would be bad
Astro would be
CG.
the only one untouched because everybody loves a dog.
Yeah, but it would be like bad CG, kind of like what they did with Scooby. But it would be acceptable because whatever, you still get
Like what they're doing with
Astro.
Clifford the big red dog.
Yeah. So
Oh, not
I'm
Clifford.
just gonna have to pull that out because I actually found that at the
Bro,
used
every
media
time I look
store.
at
Like
his
I'm gonna have to watch the
fur,
Jetsons movie. So
every time I look at his fur, wow, people are what people are saying. I'm seeing it. I'm really seeing it. I was like, bruh, it looked like somebody did paint him with blood.
Oh my God!
oh
You
Like
goodness.
every time I see that trailer, and it's not that I'm actually seeking out that trailer. I'm literally seeing the trailer every once in a while. Like, bruh, it looks like you paint the poor dog in blood. This
Hmm.
movie should not have been live action, or at least give him a shade of orange to against the light. At least make him look like, bruh, we've seen what we can do with freaking red and CGI to where it doesn't have to look like freaking blood.
Yeah, baby.
Like look at Artemis from freaking Ready Player One with her game sprite. I'm calling it a game sprite. I don't know what they really call them in Ready Player One, but game sprite. Like she has a hint of red in her hair,
Hmm.
but there's some orange to it. Like that's all you need to do. There's white that's clashing with that red on Clifford's fur, and again, it looks like they freaking spray paint him with blood.
Yeesh.
Like, man, even when he's running in the big city, I'm like, bruh, this is horrible to look at.
Yeah.
This is completely horrible to look at. Like,
I do remember Clifford the dog. I do. That
yeah,
would
the
be
big red dog.
one film that I would want to do. That would be one film I'd be more than happy to direct and maybe work with Schooner and do a
Oh
screenplay
goodness,
on Clifford.
even
like and I'm talking, and I like misread that because it says Clifford ate the dog, but I'm talking about Clifford the big red dog. I know everyone remembers Clifford, so
yeah. No, he literally like gobbled up a dog and spat him out.
yeah.
Oh my god.
That would be a fun film to do. There are a lot of freaking kids films that I would be more than happy to
Not Heathcliff.
like
We seen what they did with
revisit,
Garfield.
direct, do a fun screenplay. There's so many like franchises
Excuse
not to reboot, and not to not to because everyone wants to do like, oh yeah, let's do a reboot. No. I would love to do a relaunch. It's like one of those things of, yeah, you've seen these. Where are they now? It's sort of like cats versus dogs. For me, that was a fun franchise. So
Mm-hmm.
what is
Cats
it?
and dogs.
Revenge of Kitty Galore.
Kitty Galore. Yep. Cats and Dogs, The Revenge of Kitty Galore.
And then of course, then you have like Dame Shirley Bassey do like a whole montage, doing a cover of "Get the Party Started," which I thought was hilarious. But I mean, it's one of those things you have to love it for what it is because it's spoofing Bond. And I think now that we're getting this next Bond film, I still think that that's still a better Bond than what we're gonna get.
Dude.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be a hot mess. That's gonna be a hot
No,
mess.
I'm looking at YouTube and freaking YouTube recommend me freaking camel spires and like the moment I hover over it, they show a freaking tarantula in my face. Like,
Yeah, I hate freaking bugs.
it's not that. It's like any species
bugs.
of spider that looks anywhere near close to a freaking tarantula, and I nearly freak the fuck out, or like I have a slight jump of fear.
Unless it's the size of a small puppy, you don't gotta worry about it.
I'm not. Look, that's
a tarantula. That's not a freaking, whatever little thing you're looking at.
Bro, so, I don't give a damn. I want a distance.
Bro, don't do Arizona then, because them desert spiders, they be everywhere. So
even in the cities?
Well, I told you about the freaking tarantula size of a small puppy when I was doing patrol, right?
Fuck that, dude.
Yeah, I came across one.
Not even Texas.
Rare. It's rare. Like, again, it's one of my urban legends, and unless you were there with me, you would not have freaking like, whatever. For whatever reason, I had to do foot patrol, and this was in one of the because occasionally you have to do them, and this was in one of the shopping malls here on the strip or whatnot. So it's like we're doing our routine or whatnot. We're at one of the hotels. We're circling the perimeter for any quote unquote undesirables. Again, it's all about presence or whatnot.
It's rare.
And
it's
in the
rare
valet,
when
I saw this corpse that was the
that
size of a small freaking 8-week-old puppy, and it had more than 4 legs. I was like, this is so gross. I'm like, I gotta walk away. I can't right now.
It's a freaking mutant.
I was like, I can't.
It's a freaking mutant.
No, dude, that thing was huge, but it got runned over. That's all I gotta say. So I was like, I can't adult right now. It's like this is just too much.
All I'm saying is the motherfucker can stay wherever the hell it wants, just not in my house.
Yeah.
Look, park your ass in the bushes or in a fucking tree. You stay your ass there. There's gonna be bugs there. Stay there.
I know I'll make sure gonna turn in a whole list of freaking topics that he wants to talk about because I just put a whole bunch of titles together to see what would stick.
I'm like,
So,
man, I'm serious. Like, if a tarantula is anywhere near me, while if I do decide to be brave and live in Arizona, and I see him where he at,
it's a
and it's
border
not in
state,
my
bro. I wouldn't even go in that direction at this point. Like, I would
what's
stay
up?
away from border states. I just would,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like,
All I'm saying is, dude, if he's in a bush, under the
yeah,
bush, stay your ass there.
like go somewhere, go somewhere in flyover country where they still respect your right to not wear a mask. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is, like I said, if I see a freaking spider
Like,
looks
if you
that
go to
looks just like
Schoonerville, you're gonna see a whole bunch of weirdos freaking twerking on the streets and all that.
mm,
Wow.
look, I
And
just
I
look
am,
if
and I am not afraid to say this. Okay, I'm
But
not
the
afraid to
pizza's
say,
good.
but no.
look. All I want to know is if I had to go to a rural area, that I should be good. Like
Yeah,
my
research it. It's out there. It's out there.
all I'm saying is, look, if I go to a rural area, the only thing I should be fucking worried about is either a damn bear patrolling my damn neighborhood or a fucking curious deer in my fucking house.
That dude, I would take that over. I would take that over, a throng of freaking pink hairs because
Yep,
the
yep.
stores are running low on freaking Lucky
Or I
Charms,
wake up the
and
next
these
morning,
people are
I
like gonna
go out,
riot
and there's a
because they can't
fucking
get their
mountain
flippers
lion
safe.
chilling on my porch.
So,
That's the only thing I should be worrying about. Not no damn tarantula, and not definitely not no damn SJ hobo.
mm-hmm.
Like I'll be.
Because where BLM don't go, they don't go into the rural areas because they can't get their Walgreens or they can't get their
Mm,
they can't get their McDonald's
look.
or
I can handle
KFC.
mammals. Okay, I can handle mammals. All right. Look, the mountain lion chilling on my front porch. Okay, you gonna guard my house? Fine. You better work for your meal. There's a deer right
Hey,
over there. Go get that motherfucker.
Like I told Schooner, if it does not bleed, therefore it cannot be killed.
All all I'm saying is, if a tarantula is running around my motherfucking house, I'm like, motherfucker, here's the door. Get your ass out of my fucking house. Look, I gave you the inch to live underneath my damn bush. Don't come in my motherfucking house.
Look, all I know is something's around the corner because
And you
like
better not have babies.
they tried distracting everyone with all these UFO reports, and it's like I'm like, okay, so what's really going on that y'all got to start talking about flying saucers? Be like, oh, wait a minute, the
But
numbers are
yeah,
gonna start coming out that y'all cheated. Like, we already knew
but yeah,
y'all cheated.
that's the reason why I had that long pause for a minute. I didn't even mute myself. Like fuck
Yeah,
me, that's a fucking tarantula right there.
yeah, like
Shit.
it's like
I don't know how I got terrified of these motherfuckers.
they don't eat
I was
people.
cool.
They
Look,
don't
I'm
eat
just.
people. Like they
I
eat
know they don't.
insects. They eat like
I
maybe
know they
small
don't.
rats. Well, actually,
What I'm
that's
saying is, I don't know how I developed this fear over time. When I was a kid, I was fine with them.
because you either watched something or you had some occurrence. Let me put it to you this way. I was sick one time to the point where I ended up ralphing my soda. So therefore, I no longer like vanilla Coke. That's all it is. That's all it is.
All I know is the fact that I can't
Same thing with
eat
hazelnut. I
too
used
much
to
too
love
many
hazelnut
times.
everything until I got so sick. I just happened to Ralph whatever it was that day, and it was hazelnut flavor. Therefore, I can't do hazelnut anymore. And I used to be all about my little man hazelnut latte. Oh, I got to get my man latte. I got to
I'm
look
just
cool.
saying, man. Like,
I gotta get
fuck
my
me.
discount. Like,
That's always that's the number one question I'm
so,
gonna keep asking people every single time whenever I talk about moving out of state. They're like come here. Okay, I just got one question. Only one question that I need freaking answer.
yeah,
Do you have tarantulas there? If the answer is no, I'm going.
bro, they're gonna be everywhere. They're
Pretty
everywhere.
much.
Just they're just like in Cali.
Look, they're in Cali in fucking cages. Okay, that's
Well, yeah,
fine.
because the pink hairs are like, oh, I want one for a pet. I need to liberate
Oh
it
my
from.
God, I got to get going.
Yeah,
Well,
me too,
we
man.
need to start wrapping up anyway.
Yeah, let's wrap it up real quick.
So next
When
week,
we're
or at
talking about
least
spiders, I'm freaking out. I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here.
What is next week? What is next Tuesday? So,
next Tuesday is we don't relate to villains. We're going to talk
all
about
right,
our.
cool. So then that means Thursday's a fun stream. So
Mhm. Another fun stream. I don't got nothing to really talk
Yeah,
about on
like I
Thursday.
said, I may or may not, depending on what's going on with my thing. You already know. So yeah. So
Uh, August 10th, we'll be talking about sexualization versus idealization. But before that, we're gonna be doing some school talk on Thursday, the 29th, actually.
hmm
Yeah, wait, hang on. Shit, I'm looking at Thursday, August. Okay, July. Oh yeah, we do got something this Thursday. We're talking about school. Yep, this Thursday we're to cap.
The school.
Yeah, basically to cap off this month, we're talking about school. I don't think we have anything else on Thursday, August wise right now.
yeah.
Just mostly Tuesday wise. So I guess then I'll regulate Thursdays to fun streams where we just talk shit for now, where we have a full round table every Tuesday.
Well, it depends. It depends, and I don't want to drag this out. Like the Thursday crew could be slightly different now that Al is kind of like curious and is starting to jump in, and then you got Brian Gilmartin
Mm,
also like on Thursday. So I mean, it doesn't have to be like the same personalities. Like you can have like a completely different vibe on your Thursday stream.
rotation, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing for anyone who's listening
Oh,
on
that's
the
an idea to bring in more voices. I like that.
yeah. For anyone who's like listening on
I
the
hate
replay or
that
stuff like that,
phrase.
like I mean, the thing is Thursdays are literally open to anyone who really wants to go ahead and dive in and start creating content. I mean, that's what we're
Hmm.
driving at. It's you know, you know,
Please, will you just
RIP
come and
MCU, RIP, Disney Plus, RIP all these old IPs, but you have the power to jump on these streams like
please, just
Schooner and me
come
and talk
talk
about it.
to us. We want you to come and talk to us, please.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
get a fucking mic.
Yeah, you got a cell phone. You can use your earbuds, and if your earbuds have a little boom mic to them, hey, by all means, jump on, man.
It's
It
really not that hard.
yeah,
Like
like
a lot of time.
My experience literally was on MeWe one day. Hey, you want to jump on stream? Okay, that was it. That was it. That was it.
Hmm. Hmm.
I was
That's
like,
basically how I approached them.
yeah, I was like, okay, like I don't mind it.
That's literally how I
Yeah,
approached them.
like I mean,
I'm like, hey, you want to
it's
join in
not
on
new to
this?
me. Like I ran a 300 plus person guild, so for me herding cats is not a problem. But
Mm.
I was like, okay,
Freaking Schooner like just stepped up and say, hey, can you put me on for your talk of X-Men Evolution? Sure, come on.
yeah,
Mhm.
Like I'm
yeah,
sick of
that's the whole point.
I literally answer with I'm sick of tired talking to myself anyways.
Yeah. So for all the regulars that are out there, it's you all know who you are. I mean, if you want a piece of the cake in terms of how we talk about this stuff, on YouTube, and you want to start shaping, some content, this is where it starts. It's
Hmm.
like it's
While
fun.
you
Please,
sitting
It's
here
always
waiting for the
fun
big
being
Grace
a
to give you a
listener.
shot.
It's always
and
fun being a listener.
don't feel ashamed of coming on here and
Oh
saying
yeah.
that
Yeah.
you don't know. Don't be ashamed of coming on here and not knowing if you're out of your element or not. We got
Yeah,
your back. We got
yeah.
your back.
Don't be ashamed within reason.
Yeah.
And by
Don't be
reason, I
ashamed of
mean if you're one of those weirdo people that we talked about earlier, you're definitely not.
Yeah,
You're
lose our link immediately.
yeah. But like, the whole point of it is, it's like you can contribute also.
Hmm.
You can contribute, and that's
That's
how.
all I ask. Really,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
my one rule.
be a part of the community. I mean, you already jump on the professor streams. You guys already follow Age. You guys already follow Troy, so you kind of know, what the flavor of each of these streams. So it's like hang out with who you want to hang out, but if you definitely want to start contributing, this is a place to do it. So
Hmm. Especially while you're waiting for the big Grace to give you a shot to step up on their
like,
platform.
like no, I'll
I'm actually opening the door here. Just walk right through.
yeah.
Look, I'm not going to say that coming in here you're immediately going to seek your fame and fortune, but it's a stepping stone to finally us knowing and you yourself knowing what you can do and what you can find.
Yeah, and then you kind of get a flavor for who we are if you join the MeWe group. So find us on MeWe. So
I'm gonna have to make sure I link the MeWe group on every stream. By the way,
you could, yeah.
I'll just have to do that. And I freaking forgot to freaking put my email in, but I put my email into the next stream, which is the villain stream. So elevator pitch is coming along on August 17th. And I also got a new I actually got a new topic that we're gonna be jumping onto on August 24th, which is gonna be objectivity versus subjectivity.
Okay.
I like
Yeah,
it.
Not the Why Your Mama Loves Trooper stream.
Yep. Objectivity versus subjectivity. I love it.
Right.
So
Cool.
yeah, we still gonna do that, Trooper.
Oh goodness.
That's gonna be a Trooper roast.
Right.
Wow. I still want to do the roast of the Wolf Commander stream too.
Mm.
Roast. I know exactly the kind of
I
ingredients.
still want to do that. I want people to roast me.
Yep.
All right, then, guys. You guys have a good night. Everybody have a good night. This is the
Cool.
Trooper FN 20. That goes to show you that I'm hungry. Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, it was fantastic. Go ahead and hit like, subscribe, make sure that bell's turned on, and have a good night.
The Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Share this with your friends, and come on and join us whenever you get a microphone, or if you feel like coming on in. We welcome you. So this is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop 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 bloop.
And that goes for everybody who was here earlier. We had Brian Gil Martin, the Maverick Hunter Saint, Leia Plus Size, the lovely Leia Valor. And I was hoping that Eloise was going to join us tonight, but I guess she had things to do, probably at Target, but whatever. So Eloise, if you were if you do reach me, thank you, because I asked you, but you didn't answer. But that's fine. If you didn't answer, that's fine. That you didn't join us. But pretty sure she's probably going to join us this Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, like that again, thank everybody for joining in, contributing. Nice enough that my audience is still kind of here and there fluctuating instead of just being zero for like a good 30, 50 minutes of this freaking stream. That's what happened, man. That's what happened until they start rolling in.
Those YouTubes, it's all the YouTubes.
All
they
the
don't
YouTubes.
like you.
I guess they don't. They don't like a black man mouthing off to their pet POCs and pet non-binaries.
Well, that's why.
You have to know this, though. They think that they are of a higher intelligence, but they're just a Neanderthal.
Of course. All this lowbrow humor.
Pretty much. But again, like I said to many people, and I will always stress this forever, as soon as y'all join in, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Ow!